The protagonist of this manhwa finds himself dragged into hell by a nasty demon lord. And out of all the things he could have worried about, what he was concerned about most was the demon lord's complete lack of understanding when it came to the concept of consent. You see, just before the day Han Dae-sung could graduate from middle school, he was going about his day, walking like any ordinary human, when he suddenly tripped. Somehow his soul got separated from his body, and he found himself sinking deeper and deeper. The next thing he knows is that he is in hell. He gets scared as his eyes meet ferocious and vicious monsters, locked in brutal combat with one another. The horrifying part is that the losers end up being devoured. Dae-sung somehow stays in hiding and lives without eating for 10 days straight. Wait, is that even possible? The strange thing about this place was the absence of any day or night cycle. When our hero finally reached his breaking point, his only option for survival was to consume the rotten, uncooked meat left behind by the monsters. Disgusting as it was his only way to stay alive. Over time, he gradually adapted to his harsh environment. He began to strike back at the monsters that saw him as prey, using mere pebbles from the ground, somehow managing to drive them away. With no other option, he was forced to fight, relying on anything he could find and turning it into a makeshift weapon. Tears fell from his eyes as he missed his mother, and in that moment of grief, he vowed not to succumb to despair. As the days blurred together, a moment came when he decided to bid farewell to his humanity. He started from the bottom, clawing his way up. The meat that once disgusted him now became a rare luxury, something he learned to appreciate for survival. One day, as he was eating, a panel unexpectedly appeared before him. It revealed that he had risen to level 3. At that moment, it all felt like a game. As 7 years flew by, he reached level 24. With this level of strength, he could easily one-shot the creatures that had once seemed like ferocious monsters. After enduring 24 years, he successfully crafted a sword from a stone collected from a dragon knight. However, time did not stand still. It flowed like a gentle breeze. In his 51st year, Dae-sung accomplished the formidable feat of slaying an elder dragon. By his 79th year, he finally found his way to the demon lord, the very creature that had dragged him into this hellish existence, and most importantly without consent. He effortlessly slashes through the bugs guarding the demon lord's lair, and even the gatekeeper stands no chance against the aged yet surprisingly youthful protagonist. He threatens the guard, demanding that he politely open the gate, or else his remains will be fed to the monsters of this so-called hell. However, the guard is far from cooperative and puts up a bit of a struggle. Taking the situation as a personal affront to the demon lord's honor, he goes on a rampage. As he trash talks, he suddenly feels something pierce through him, and when he looks down, he discovers a massive hole in his chest. Dae-sung, unfazed, merely remarks that this noisy guard is irritating him. Meanwhile, the floating skeleton Fireball, likely his pet, asks if he isn't worried that the demon lord will retaliate for killing his guard, and whether he really intends to take over hell. However, he dismisses the Fireball's concerns, stating that he has no interest in something like becoming a stupid ruler. He explains that 80 years have passed since he was dragged into this place, and every monster he has faced has been remarkable, each with fascinating stories and reasons for their presence in hell. This is why he wants to confront the demon lord and ask why he brought him here. The Fireball finds his method of inquiry rather foolish and suggests there might have been a more polite way to approach the situation. It proposes that he should fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Yet he remains resolute, insisting that he will resort to violence in response to the suffering he endured, especially since he was brought here without any notion of consent. With that, he grasps his sword and charges toward the demon lord, only to suddenly find himself in a hospital. He panics, wondering if this is all a dream, especially since he hasn't dreamt of Earth in ages. Nearby, he sees children playing, and he realizes that, by his own physique, he appears quite weak. Unable to move his body, he convinces himself that this must be a lucid dream. Just then, his mother opens the door, trembling at the sight of her son, awakened after 30 long years. She bursts into tears and hugs him tightly, but Dae-sung feels a wave of disdain for this dream, finding it incredibly childish. To his surprise, it turns out that he actually did slay the demon lord, and became the absolute ruler of this hell. When his Fireball companion asks what he plans to do next, a sudden message appears, inquiring if he wishes to return to Earth. For all those 80 years, all he had wanted was to escape this very place. Without wasting a moment, he quickly accepts the offer, and suddenly he finds himself in the hospital, having awakened from a comatose state after 30 long years. The doctor checks his eye reflexes and offers positive gestures to his mother, reassuring her that rehabilitation treatment will get her son back in shape in no time. For his mother, this is a blessing, but for Dae-sung, it feels like a curse. The thought of returning to life after wasting 30 years in bed, now in such a frail state, is utterly unacceptable to him. He becomes increasingly agitated, wondering if his entire journey to hell has been nothing more than a dream. The people nearby grow scared of him as he starts to act like a psychotic patient, overwhelmed by his frustration and confusion. He threatens the doctor not to come near him, but when the doctor advances, our hero bites him like a wild beast. Demanding to know what has happened to his body, he questions if he has been paralyzed or poisoned, desperately hoping this is just a nightmare. In his madness, he tumbles off the bed, which only deepens his mother's worry. He reflects on the 80 years of continuous struggle he endured in hell, feeling as if all of it had been wasted. Even in his darkest moments there, he had never lost hope of escaping, and now he yearns to return. Staff members are summoned immediately, grasping both of Daesung's arms to force him back onto the bed. As he peeks through the window, he sees a massive wormhole opening up in the sky. Confused and desperate, he questions his fate, wondering if his life in hell had merely been a dream he experienced while in a coma. When he refuses to calm down, the anesthesiologist uses an injection to put him to sleep. Then, as his senses return, he finds himself watching a news channel on the TV, which confirms his suspicions. The sight he had seen was indeed a gate, and a hunting team has been dispatched to clean up the monsters. The leader of the team sends reports to a man who has come to see him. The man appears shocked and overjoyed to find him awake. Still feeling confused, Daesung asks who he is, only to realize, in a flash of recognition, that this is his friend Chanho. Chanho informs him that he has been in this state for 10 years. He explains that a decade ago, while on his way home, he suddenly fell unconscious and collapsed, and since that moment, he has been lying in this hospital bed. Upon hearing 10 years, Daesung feels a mix of confusion and relief. He had thought 30 years had passed. What irritates him most, however, is the realization that he spent 80 years in hell. Chanho shares that his mother has endured a great deal, working 3 jobs to cover his hospital expenses. He encourages him to take charge of his life again, revealing that he has a job opportunity lined up for him as well. As our Demon King is wheeled outside by his mother, seeking some fresh air, he feels a heavy sense of responsibility and a deep hatred for his body, which cannot even move on its own. Suddenly, 2 men appear, demanding the money his mother borrowed. She apologizes and pleads for just 1 more month, but the thugs remain unmoved. In a moment of aggression, one of the thugs slams her, threatening her with violence. Tears stream down her face as she begs them to stop humiliating her in front of her son, her voice trembling with desperation. However, the thug pays no attention to her pleas. He rolls up his sleeves and starts beating the poor woman. Witnessing his mother's suffering ignites a fierce rage within Daesung, so he starts calling them bugs and hurling insults at them. When one of the gangsters grabs him by the sleeve, his mother desperately urges him to apologize, begging the thugs to let her son go by reminding them that he is just a child. Daesung refuses to give in, adopting a hardened expression. The thug, smirking, throws him down to the ground with a forceful shove. After that, the gangster delivers a brutal beating. As he struggles to control his anger and yearns for his old body, a sudden arrival quest pops up before him in the status window. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily accepts it, recognizing that he has little choice in the matter. The status window had been his lifeline, allowing him to endure his time in hell on his own. As soon as he acknowledges the quest, everything around him halts as if time itself has come to a standstill. The conditions of the quest unfold within the status window. He is instructed to reach a specified point within an hour, with the promise of receiving an elixir of recovery upon success. Driven by determination, he contemplates whether regaining his former strength is possible, and spots a red marker just 10 meters away. He attempts to stand, but, with a grin spreading across his face, begins crawling towards the target. The thought of complaining about something so trivial disgusts him. After all, he is the one who has already conquered hell. Crawling slower than an insect, the centimeters stretch into meters, and the meters feel like endless kilometers. At this pace, he starts doubting his ability to reach the location in time. Yet, he strives to stay composed, knowing that, in his experience, the system never assigns impossible tasks or quests. As the seconds slip by, he suddenly notices a loophole. Recalling the quest's terms, it dawns on him that the only requirement is to reach the destination, regardless of how he manages to do so. Our crawling hero grows irritated, realizing how obvious the solution had been all along. With his frail hands, he reaches for his wheelchair, moving slowly but steadily until he manages to settle into it. However, only 35 seconds remain. Undeterred, he grips the wheelchair and propels himself forward. Refusing to lose hope, he pushes onward and, against all odds, reaches the location in the final second. With the quest completed, he seizes the reward and quickly consumes it. Almost instantly, a wave of relief washes over him. His pain fades, and though only a small fraction, he begins to regain a slight bit of his former physical strength. With the completion of the quest, the time stop effect dissolves. The thugs glance around in confusion, searching for Daesung, who has seemingly vanished into thin air. Before they can begin their search, however, the police arrive, apparently having witnessed the entire incident. With no other choice, the thugs flee the scene in a hurry. Later that night, while lying in a hospital bed, the Demon Lord repeatedly attempts to summon the status window, but all efforts prove futile. He has no idea how it opened earlier. Desperate, he tries different commands like quest and missions, but in the end, he abandons the attempt. His mind fixates on the need for new quests, hoping they will help him regain his strength before the thugs reappear. Suddenly, a strange noise breaks the silence, and he finds himself floating in a place known as the Pantheon. Initially, he dismisses it as a nonsensical dream, but it quickly becomes apparent that this is no illusion. He has been summoned here to fulfill some kind of task. Without hesitation, he requests another quest, and a punching bag, though more accurately, a punching monster, materializes before him. He does as instructed, and upon completing the task, he is rewarded with a memory chip. No sooner is the quest finished than another appears, this time requiring him to run 10 kilometers. The quests continue to roll in one after the other, and with each completed task, he earns yet another reward. For 10 days straight, he pushes through, completing quest after quest, yet only manages to accomplish 55% of the overall implementation. Frustration builds as he tires of these low-level tasks, and he finally demands a proper challenge. In response, the system grants him a new quest, to kill a crying demon. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder strikes before him, and the crying demon materializes. The so-called Demon King recalls how close he came to death when facing this opponent in the past, and feels a rush of excitement at the chance for a rematch. The thunder-covered monster lets out a deafening growl and launches into the duel with a ferocious claw attack. Daesung barely dodges in time, fully aware that a single strike would reduce him to smithereens. He leaps forward, aiming to strike, but the monster effortlessly swats him away, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spills from his mouth as he struggles to stand, the humiliation of being tossed around by a crying demon gnawing at his pride. The battle drags on, with Daesung, a demon lord who should be feared as a villain, forced into a frustrating game of dodging. But eventually, his luck runs out, and the demon catches him, gripping him tightly in its claws. In that desperate moment, Daesung recalls how he crushed the monster in their first encounter. He had nearly forgotten that he could summon a sword. Without hesitation, he calls one to his hand and slices through the demon's left claw in a swift, decisive motion. Without hesitation, Daesung shows no mercy, swiftly sending the demon back to where it came from, as though it were nothing more than an insect. With the quest completed, he finds himself back in the hospital room. Morning has already arrived. He opens the window, the sound of which stirs his mother awake. Dazed, she asks who is standing beside her, only to be shocked when she sees Daesung in front of her, his physique now resembling that of a bodybuilder. The hospital staff, responsible for his rehabilitation, are left speechless. According to their expectations, his recovery should have taken at least 6 months. It's beyond comprehension for them how Daesung achieved such remarkable progress in just 15 days. His mother, still worried about her son, expresses her concern, but the doctor gently reassures her, calming her nerves by stating there is nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Daesung feels the effects of his quest, noticing a significant improvement as some of his strength returns. He stretches, glancing around the room until he spots his mother speaking to a nurse. Tears fill her eyes as she thanks the nurse, who in turn offers her comfort, acknowledging her struggle and empathizing with her situation. Seeing this, Daesung realizes just how difficult the past 10 years must have been for his mother. His heart tightens with emotion, and as he clenches his fists, he silently vows to protect her now that he has finally returned. He heads to the washroom and shouts, "Pantheon!" Instantly, his soul is drawn into the Pantheon. Upon arrival, he asks whether the system can accelerate the implementation process. The system responds affirmatively, allowing him to select the difficulty level for the random quests. Recalling his status as the Demon Lord, he boldly sets the difficulty level to Hell, the highest and most challenging tier available. In response, a dark orb materializes before him. As it shatters, the sight that emerges leaves him wide-eyed in astonishment. Before him stands none other than the absolute ruler of Hell, an exact mirror image of Daesung, but in his full strength. Daesung summons his sword, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of battle. Without wasting a moment, his replica lunges forward, launching a fierce overhead attack. The weakened Daesung barely manages to block the blow, feeling the strain. The replica maintains the offensive, striking from every angle, searching for a weakness in Daesung's defenses. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of his doppelganger, he realizes that the longer this fight drags on, the more it works against him. Suddenly, the replica finds an opening and thrusts his hand toward Daesung, sending him flying across the arena. Breathing heavily, Daesung mutters that the replica feels more like a genuine article at this point. Yet, with a smirk forming on his lips, he seems to have a trick up his sleeve, ready to turn the tide. He activates his skill, blood neutralization, rendering himself immune to his double's attacks. Even when slashed by the sword, he feels nothing and swiftly shifts the momentum of the battle, slamming the replica's face into the ground. However, this advantage is short-lived. To his astonishment, the replica is not so easily bested. It too possesses the same skill. The battle resumes with renewed intensity, and soon Daesung finds himself stabbed by the sword, the pain a stark reminder of the stakes. Meanwhile, a cleaning lady approaches the washroom, ready to open the door after receiving no response from inside. Just as she reaches for the handle, she is abruptly summoned to the third floor on an urgent basis. Back in the Pantheon, Daesung feels cornered. The weight of potential defeat presses down on him, and he realizes that if he loses now, all his hard work will have been in vain. Desperation fuels his thoughts as he searches for a way to turn the tide, even if it requires a stroke of luck. He quickly accesses his inventory and pulls out a nutritional tonic, one of the awards he received for completing quests. This potion has the remarkable ability to restore 20% of his stamina. Realizing that 5 bottles would fully replenish him to 100%, he feels a flicker of hope ignites within him. In the heat of battle, he decides to take the risk and chugs down 1 bottle, feeling the rejuvenating effects surge through his body. Interrupted by his fake double, our hero doesn't hesitate and fearlessly launches his fist, disregarding his low health. With his double sent flying by a single punch, our hero's confidence is quickly restored. Without wasting a moment, he pulls out 2 more tonics and chugs both bottles. His double, however, doesn't take kindly to this and nearly catches him with a vicious roundhouse kick. Skillfully evading the attack, he downs a 3rd tonic. They are given no chance to pause as they exchange blows at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Meanwhile, our protagonist has managed to finish a 4th tonic. Yet, to his frustration, even after recovering significantly, he still can't seem to defeat his doppelganger, who wastes no time in trapping him in a chokehold. A nasty smile spreads across its face as its blade hurtles toward our demon king. As a last resort, our guy executes a 200 IQ plan to completely turn the tables. His double's shredded abs are pierced by the original's blade, leaving it baffled as its own weapon disappears into Daesung's inventory. With a cheeky smile, our protagonist laughs at his previously overconfident doppelganger. Watching it collapse to its knees, he savors the last-second victory his gamble secured. Upon completing the Hell difficulty quest, a blazing blue window proclaims that the user has achieved a 100% implementation rate and that his body is now restored to its peak. As a bonus, he even gains the ability to use the Hell system on Earth. Suddenly, his hospital clothes are torn apart. The sight of his battle-scarred body triggers a flood of memories, reminding our demon king of all the suffering that brought him to this point, giving him a sense of déjà vu. Nevertheless, when he orders the system to return him to Earth, a panel appears, asking if he wants to read unread messages. Upon selecting yes, the messages congratulate him on becoming a monarch. It's explained that after the monarch left, the heavenly beings took control of Hell, leaving the demons trapped. Realizing the implications, our protagonist scoffs at the very Hell that stole 80 years of his life, now asking for his help. With a cheeky grin, the monarch of Hell defiantly flips off his subjects, cursing at them in vengeful satisfaction. He orders the system to exit him from the Pantheon, leaving the hordes of monsters in Hell stunned as they realize their fate is sealed. Back in the hospital, my guy is casually performing insane one-handed vertical push-ups, while his mother and the doctor watch in silent awe. Using his Sherlock Holmes-level deduction skills, the doctor concludes that Daesung has seemingly awakened, but his mother still struggles to believe her son's unbelievable transformation. Despite the doctor's reassurance, she somberly expresses her desire to understand how this could have happened. Eventually, the doctor suggests she visit the Awakener Association, which her son overhears. The scene shifts to our protagonist and his mother in a taxi. As he reflects on her conversation with the doctor, he wonders what his mom might be hiding from him. Adding to his confusion, he gazes out the window, wondering what happened on Earth while he was comatose. When they finally return home, his mom mentions she'll be back soon and leaves. Entering the house, he is surprised to find a girl with cotton candy hair taking money out of a drawer. He racks his brain, trying to recall who this mysterious girl could be. Just then, his mother rushes in, breaking the awkward silence. She reveals the girl is Han Jisoo, his sister. The realization dawns on him that the girl he couldn't recognize this whole time is his own sibling. Noticing her bratty daughter taking money again, their mom is visibly annoyed as Jisoo ignores her and gets ready to leave. Meanwhile, our big brother is still reeling from the shock of not recognizing his only sibling. As she brushes past him, His sister bitterly reminds him of how the last 10 years have been hell for their mother and her. Daesung looks down somberly, regretful that he couldn't do anything to help. As she heads out, their mom asks her to at least say where she's going. Then, a loud voice catches everyone's attention. Once again, the debt collectors have returned. They threaten to break in if the door isn't opened on the count of 3. Everyone goes silent, but our boy is furious, ready to dish out some revenge. Growing tired of waiting outside, the man in the silver suit kicks their door. Mom pleads with her daughter to come back inside, but she remains fearless. The silver suit turns to the thug accompanying him, wondering if they should just break down the door. To their surprise, Jisoo steps out and complains that they're being too damn annoying. Momentarily speechless, the silver suit concludes she must be the daughter. Seizing the opportunity, he angrily rushes into the house, while his ugly, lecherous partner leers at Jisoo. Their mother, trembling, profusely apologizes as she takes cash out of her purse. But a moment later, the money is in the air as the silver suit, furious at the measly sum, viciously slaps her, knocking the frail woman to the ground. Witnessing his mother being mistreated, our hero, seething with rage, launches the silver suit flying with a single satisfying punch. The fat and ugly thug asks what's happening while the once arrogant man in the silver suit cries to his daddy about being bullied. The thug can only stare in shock as our demon lord thanks them both for conveniently coming straight to him. After a brief taunt, the thug is seized by the jaw as our guy prepares to deliver a much-deserved beatdown on behalf of his mother. He smacks the thug in the face, not 5, not 10, but 100 times before the brute collapses to the ground in pain. Beaten and bloodied, the thug spots a wooden chair. In a desperate move, he grabs it by the leg and tries to smash our boy. But like a total badass, my guy punches right through the chair, sending the thug flying into the wall and landing next to his partner. Panicking, the man in the silver suit pulls out a dagger and mocks our boy. Unfazed, our protagonist calmly grabs the guy by the wrist and twists it savagely, like Play-Doh in vengeance for striking his mother. The man cries out in agony, clutching his now useless floppy hand. The ugly fat thug warns him he won't get away unscathed. Instead, more savage than the two rascals combined, our Demon King presents a simple solution: leave no witnesses. Just as he's about to finish off the thug, he freezes at the sound of his mother's scream. She begs her son to stop, and the two debt collectors, now in tears, scramble out of the house. They stumble back to their car, discussing in disbelief how a hospitalized kid could get so strong after spending 10 years comatose. Worried about the consequences of failing their job, the silver suit anxiously asks his partner what they should do. Nursing his wounds, the ugly big guy tries to change the subject, but the silver suit quickly interrupts, having just spotted Daesung's sister. Back at home, Mom explains that after he collapsed, she had to sell the house and the store. She goes on to say that once those savings ran out, she took loans from 3 different institutions. Unlike the original amount borrowed, the interest compounded into an unpayable, sky-high debt. Curious about Jisoo, our protagonist learns that she had to drop out of school and work at a restaurant to help pay off the debt. With teary eyes, his mother reveals how his sister worked tirelessly day and night just to support him. Gritting his teeth, he laments that she shouldn't have had to leave school. His mom then explains that, despite Jisoo's efforts, she wasn't earning enough and has been going somewhere unknown for the past few months. Heartbroken at his family's suffering, our guy wishes they had left him to die, but his mother gently reassures him. The somber silence that follows is interrupted by a phone call. Seeing that it's the debt collector, our boy tells her to hand it over. Frustrated, he mocks them, but his pupils widen in shock as he hears the bad news. The scene shifts to his sister, bound and duct-taped. The ugly thug shoves her head as he's on a call with our protagonist, threatening him to collect $100 million in 24 hours if he wants his sister to be okay. Furious, our boy grips the phone tightly. When Mom asks what's wrong, he simply tells her he'll be back after a while. His mother warns him against hurting or killing anyone, insisting his life will be over if he does. But the monarch knows that killing them won't solve anything, unlike in hell. To his surprise, just as he mentions the word hell, a fiery panel appears. Reassuring his mom that he won't commit any crimes, our protagonist accepts the offer to obtain a basic skill. Presented with 4 options, he contemplates which choice would be best, but ultimately concludes that none of them is noteworthy. Meanwhile, the gangsters continue moving Daesung's sobbing sister. As they ride up in an elevator, the ugly thug reminds her of her role as a hostage. Suddenly, sparks fly and the lights go out, bringing the elevator to a halt. Noticing sparks near his feet, the fat guy is taken aback as our protagonist magically flashes into existence. He sarcastically comments that he's come to deliver the money. It turns out our hero picked the Shadow Wraith skill, allowing him to summon a wraith that takes on his form once it has the target's blood. Now that it has located its target, the wraith bashes the silver suit's head into the metallic wall. Meanwhile, the ugly guy panics, realizing Daesung has been a hidden awakener all along, shocking his sister in the process. Yet the wraith feigns ignorance. When the elevator doors finally open, the fat guy stumbles out, announcing to the gang members that an awakener has broken in. But before he can say more, a swift strike to his nape sends him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Insulted on their own turf, the gangsters grab their weapons. The wraith menacingly welcomes them, and the first guy steps up to attack. However, he quickly finds himself teleported behind him, receiving a kick that knocks him unconscious. Thus, Electric Daesung wreaks havoc on the mob. Now the last man standing, he approaches Jisoo and checks if she's all right. He quickly removes her restraints and tape and urges her to go home. But she reveals her concern for her dear brother. With a cool aura, he assures her that he will come to see her after finishing his business. So, as the elevator door closes on her, the wraith prepares for another beatdown. Grunts of pain echo throughout the halls, where only unconscious bodies are visible. It appears that our hero climbs the stairs, clearing each floor one by one. As he nears another group of gangsters enjoying a smoke, he jokes that everyone is so weak that the lack of challenge frustrates him. Irritated by the insult, like all the previous gangsters, they get absolutely demolished. One of them calls their boss, a man covered in tattoos that span his gigantic muscles. He answers the phone, berating his subordinate and reminding him never to call when he's relaxing in the sauna. However, the panicked gangsters insist that he come quickly. Being ordered to come infuriates the boss even more, but as he hears his underling getting knocked out, he realizes something is wrong. Rising from his seat, he clenches his giant fist in frustration, crushing his phone. Talk about a waste. Meanwhile, back at the gang's headquarters, numerous bloody bodies lie on the ground. The Shadow Wraith approaches another member, who begs not to suffer the same fate. However, a wall suddenly explodes open. Caught off guard, Electric Daesung turns to see a giant man grasp his face, immediately smashing his head into the ground. The boss expresses his rage about Daesung's mess. Meanwhile, our hero reflects on how his mother and sister aren't even surprised by his powers, realizing that others like him also exist. His Shadow Wraith powers allow him to retreat safely. The boss is shocked to see the guy dusting himself off in front of him, causing all the chaos alone. The Shadow Wraith questions whether the boss is also an awakener. The boss proudly grins, promising to send our boy to hell. Hearing the all-too-familiar word, our hero narrows his eyes at the muscular monster, whose clothes burst from his physical enhancement. Not caring about his size, as always, our hero bashes the boss's face and taunts the giant weakling. Lying caved into a wall, the boss denies being defeated so easily and angrily gets up to launch a counterattack. But he is promptly humbled by a kick to his chiseled face. With a flurry of kicks, our guy gives the boss a beatdown, explaining what true hell is and how much misery it causes. Meanwhile, the giant man can only think of surviving and asks for a timeout. With his soul shattered, the muscular gangster offers money and everything he has in exchange for his worthless life. Hearing about the money piques my guy's interest. He questions the boss about the gang's safety. After pointing our protagonist toward the closet with the safe, the boss flees like a crying little girl, finally reaching his white car in the parking lot. Thinking he is safe, the boss rambles about how he will make sure to hunt our boy down. But his nemesis creeps up, whispering that he forgot to ask for the safe's password. Even as the boss goes crazy from fear, the Shadow Wraith torments him one last time, saying he can be reached anytime, anywhere. Later, money magically falls out of a portal in front of our protagonist, totaling over 500 million. Our hero grins like a greedy goblin at all the things and apartments he can buy with it. He walks into a mall and becomes captivated by a newly launched folding phone, which the shopkeeper mentions is priced at 2.99 million won. His curiosity piqued, and he checked out another model, one that resembles the Samsung Z Flip. The shopkeeper, hoping to ease the purchase, suggests an installment plan, but Daesung, without hesitation, slaps 5 million won on the counter and buys both models outright. The shopkeeper, with an air of suspicion, accepts the money as though he has either swindled someone or charged more than the fair price. Our devil arrives home, casually dropping off his shopping. When his mother calls him to join her for a meal, he replies that he needs to head out. Before she can inquire where he is going, he has already disappeared. In reality, he has been invited to dinner by his friend at a restaurant. Chanho is visibly taken aback by Daesung's transformation, as his physique has significantly changed since their last encounter just a few days prior. The two begin their meal by sharing a drink. Chanho initiates a conversation, asking Daesung about his future plans, reminding him that they are no longer the carefree school kids they once were. Daesung, however, steers the discussion in a different direction, inquiring how many apartments could be bought with 500 million won. Chanho, momentarily surprised, questions if Daesung truly has that kind of money, but quickly shifts to discussing the current state of inflation. He explains that, unfortunately, such an amount would barely be sufficient for a lease on a modest apartment located on the outskirts of the city. This revelation unsettles the Demon Lord, and he anxiously asks how much it would take to buy a place in the city. Chanho informs him that it would cost at least 2 billion won, then urges him to relax, reminding Daesung that the world has changed drastically since he fell into a coma. Shifting the conversation, Chanho gets to the heart of the matter, asking if Daesung is awakened. Daesung responds that to confirm such a thing, he first needs to understand what awakened actually means. As they exit the restaurant, Chanho explains it all. He begins from the very start, recounting how, shortly after Daesung's coma, mysterious portals known as gates started appearing everywhere. At first, the portals were seen as a minor threat and were kept under control. However, things took a dark turn when monsters began escaping from the gates, flooding the earth in what became known as a gate fracture. These monsters wreaked havoc, sparing no one in their path. Humanity fought back, but soon discovered that their man-made weapons were utterly ineffective against such foul creatures. Daesung, unable to contain his curiosity, interrupts, asking if not even guns or cannons could harm them. Chanho confirms that it's safe to say normal weapons did nothing. He then continues, explaining that, over time, a new type of weapon was discovered. Special weapons, known as aura weapons. These new weapons, crafted from monster byproducts, proved effective against the creatures. Those capable of wielding them became known as the Awakened Ones, heroes who stood at the forefront when humanity faced near extinction. The saying, "necessity is the mother of invention," rang true as mankind adapted to survive. In an attempt to show off, the Demon Lord pulls out a cutting-edge foldable phone from his arsenal, trying to impress Chanho. But his confidence shatters when he learns that such phones are now being given away for free, realizing he has been scammed. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Daesung quietly keeps the matter to himself, choosing not to reveal to his friend just how much he actually paid for it. Chanho shifts the conversation back to the topic of awakeners, telling Daesung that even if he doesn't use an aura weapon, he can still harness the aura to strengthen his body. He then points out that he's heard not only about Daesung's improved physique, but also that he recently gave a notorious thug group quite the scare. Daesung, with a hint of bluff, asks Chanho if he would still offer him money and have the same attitude toward him if he weren't an awakener, subtly revealing his intentions to exploit their friendship. Chanho's temper flares, but before their argument can escalate, a gate fracture suddenly occurs above them, and monsters begin pouring out into their midst. As the monsters strike their wooden weapons against the ground, the earth trembles violently, resembling an earthquake. The sheer force sends waves of fear through the nearby citizens, causing them to tremble in terror. The monsters unleash menacing growls, sending humans into a panic as they flee for their lives. Daesung, however, doesn't recognize these creatures, finding them distinctly different from the ones he had encountered in hell. Wasting no time, Daesung slams his foot into the ground, breaking off a chunk of the road and hurling it toward the approaching monsters. But before the debris can strike, a shimmering shield materializes, blocking the attack. Chanho quickly reminds Daesung that such weapons are ineffective against these creatures. As one of the monsters closes in on them, Chanho shuts his eyes, convinced they're finished. But the sound of splattering blood forces him to open them again, only to find the monster beheaded, with Daesung standing tall. He had proven, through sheer force, that bare-handed attacks could take these creatures down. Chanho can hardly believe his eyes, but as he watches Daesung effortlessly take down an entire group of monsters, he starts to wonder if his friend has awakened to B-class. However, he quickly realizes that now is not the time for such thoughts. He shifts his focus to the safety of the citizens around them. As panic grips the crowd, he raises his voice, urging the terrified people to follow him, assuring them that he knows the way to safety through the sewer system. Just as the people begin to react, they find themselves encircled by the monsters. A little girl, gripped by fear, starts to cry, and just as she seems about to be attacked, Chanho leaps into action, saving her life at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity, Daesung steps in to dispatch the monster. With a smirk, he mocks Chanho for getting in his way and urges him to find a place to hide, reminding him that he is still exposed in the open. Taking charge, Chanho swiftly leads the effort to help the public evacuate to safety. Meanwhile, a young vlogger seizes the moment, starting a live stream of Daesung as he fights the monsters single-handedly. The public watches, captivated by the live stream, cheering for Daesung's bravery. Suddenly the vlogger yells out, telling Daesung to look behind him. However, it's too late. The Demon Lord gets slammed against a car by one of the monsters, the impact reverberating through the chaos. The vlogger, smirking and laughing, is only focused on his content and views, knowing that a hero getting slammed makes for compelling footage that will surely attract attention. Meanwhile, the crowd manages to escape into the sewers. Chanho reunites the little girl with her mother, who embraces her tightly, tearfully apologizing for the separation. A man turns to Chanho and asks if he plans to go back, leaving him torn. He grapples with the decision, aware that his friend is still out there, fighting against the monsters. The scene shifts back to Daesung, who finds himself cornered by the monsters. One of them wears a smirk, poised to strike, and the vlogger kid covers his eyes, believing the hero is finished. To both the vloggers and the monster's astonishment, Daesung dodges the attack with agility. He then addresses the monster, thanking it for inadvertently helping him restore a fraction of his mana. In return, he offers the creature a painless death, his voice calm and authoritative. The Demon Lord shows no mercy as he engages with the monsters, dispatching them with precision. Meanwhile, the viewers of the livestream flood the comments, complaining about the poor image quality and urging the vlogger to move in closer for a better view. Among the viewers, one named Slayer donated 5 million won, promising another 5 million if the vlogger could capture a clear shot of Daesung fighting the monsters. The excitement builds as the stakes rise, both for the vlogger and the heroic Demon Lord. Hearing about the 5 million won donation sends chills down the vlogger's spine. He feels excitement, but his cowardice keeps him from getting anywhere near the action. Meanwhile, Daesung continues beheading the monsters with powerful punches, quickly realizing that this relentless fighting consumes a significant amount of his mana. Another viewer comments, offering extra money for a clear picture and requesting the vlogger's email. Overwhelmed by the influx of sponsorship notifications, the vlogger experiences a mix of excitement and anxiety, torn between his desire for fame and the fear of what lies before him. The vlogger receives another donation of 20 million won from a viewer who demands detailed information about the hero battling the monsters, promising even more money in return. The scene shifts to several viewers of the livestream, who are engaged in a bidding war over Daesung. These individuals, clearly hotshot clan leaders, find him both amusing and impressively strong. Their interest in Daesung grows as they witness his prowess, contemplating how they might leverage his abilities for their own gains. On the other side, Daesung has dispatched so many monsters that the remaining ones now tremble in fear of him. However, one creature, presumably their leader, kills one of its minions, showing no signs of fear as it prepares to confront Daesung. Meanwhile, the vlogger's greed for money has grown to the point where he is now willing to take risks for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as he gathers the courage to close in for a better shot, Chanho suddenly appears, scaring the life out of him as he demands to know why he hasn't evacuated yet. The unexpected encounter causes the vlogger's phone to drop, and his viewers erupt in the comments, calling him a loser and a chicken for his cowardice. Chanho drags the vlogger toward the safety of a nearby building, but the kid resists, consumed by thoughts of money and views. As he is forcefully pulled along, a monster approaches, slamming its foot down on his phone, crushing it. In shock, the vlogger loses consciousness. But before any further harm can come to them, Daesung intervenes, beheading the monster in a swift motion. As the remaining monsters are dispatched, Daesung turns to Chanho, inquiring why his friend returned despite the danger. Chanho expresses his concern, admitting that he grew worried sick about Daesung. In response, Daesung asks if his friend can wait for about 20 minutes, explaining that he needs to visit a specific place. Chanho reassures him not to worry, mentioning that the clans will be arriving soon. Seeing his friend's cluelessness, Daesung promises to fill him in later. He quickly enters the Pantheon, and Chanho watches in confusion as Daesung opens a gate. He is left wondering how Daesung can open a gate himself and what has happened to him since they last met. Entering the Pantheon, our Demon King scoffs, clearly irritated by the condition of his body after such a minor battle. A panel emerges, revealing that his mana reserves sit at a mere 10%. Unhappy with his pitiful mana levels, he searches for a way to rapidly restore them. He soon learns that to regain his strength, he must relive the experiences recorded in his journal, with rewards mirroring the trials he overcomes. A wave of déjà vu washes over him as memories of the journal that kept him sane during his time in hell resurface. Without a second thought, he agrees to the trial. In an instant, a journal materializes before him. Massive gusts of energy explode from the book, signaling the beginning of the challenge. Memories of his suffering rush back into our hero's mind. As the journal releases its contents, it bursts into flames, leaving behind a bitter aftertaste from the painful recollections. With a fierce resolve to finally increase his mana, the ruler of hell commands the recreation of page 16, detailing 5 agonizing years in hell. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho escorts the vlogger kid, who awkwardly attempts to fish for details about their hero from his rescuer. In a clumsy move, the kid casually questions where the badass monster fighter has disappeared. Unfazed, Chanho casts a scornful glance at the spineless kid, wondering aloud why anyone would offer 20 million just for a photo of his friend's face. Unimpressed with the answer, the kid pretends ignorance, but their conversation is abruptly cut short by a deafening sound that rattles them both. Chanho calmly instructs the kid to follow him in silence toward the gathering evacuees. Feeling his phone vibrate, Chanho reads a message from his leader, informing him that due to it being the weekend, reinforcements will be delayed, urging him to escape as quickly as possible. Distressed by the news, Chanho can only hope his demon-hunting best friend returns soon, before it's too late. Meanwhile, in another dimension, our hero finds himself reliving his time in the forest of predators. Gentle winds brush past him, yet he grows uneasy with the eerie silence surrounding him. A panel appears, announcing his task: subjugate 10 white colossi, the divine beings of the forest. Clueless, the innocent demon king wonders where his foes could be, oblivious to the massive shadow looming overhead. The robot locks onto its target, its eyes glowing with a menacing crimson hue before unleashing a dazzling energy beam. Sensing the danger just in time, our hero narrowly evades the attack, barely avoiding being incinerated. Through the blinding fog, our demon king spots the white colossus Righteous, a machine with a face only a mother could love, if it even had one. As he sizes up this so-called divine creation, its hand suddenly hurtles toward him, cutting through the air like a drill. Unimpressed, he responds with a counterattack, his fist slamming into the automaton's tough metallic face. Absorbing the impact of our demon king's destructive blow, the colossal robot stumbles back. In a final desperate move, its fingers extend like sharp blades, encircling him. But he dodges the projectiles with ease and lands a powerful punch directly on its abdomen. The sheer force of the strike tears the divine machine apart from top to bottom, leaving nothing but scraps and smoke in his path. As he pauses, waiting for the next challenger, his eyes are drawn to a strange red core lying amidst the debris. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho and the vlogger kid arrive at the rooftop, only to be met with the gory sight of slaughtered bodies scattered all around them. Mortified, Chanho notices a gravely injured man still clinging to life. He and the vlogger kid rush over to check on him. With trembling lips, the nearly dead man tries to warn Chanho about the threat behind him. Confused, Chanho turns and finds himself face to face with a giant goblin monster wielding a massive wooden club just a few feet away. Concerned about the injured guy, the vlogger kid suggests they move him, but Chanho dismisses the idea, stating the man's time is long gone. He warns the kid from making any wrong moves, so the cowardly boy turns to look at the threat he should be so wary of, instantly scaring the crap out of him. Seeing the frozen kid, Chanho tells him to wake up if he isn't intent on dying. With a deafening roar, the giant monster leaps into the air, ready to crush them. But for now, let's revisit the Pantheon, where the ruler of hell is analyzing the giant red ball. It appears that the divine machines can rebuild themselves, becoming stronger and more adapted against their opponents. Numerous panels appear to elaborate on the irritating feature in detail. Quickly catching on, our hero dashes and punches the core, but almost like jelly, his attack is easily repelled. At 3% restoration, he lands atop the core, visibly irritated. With a powerful, rage-fueled punch, he manages to produce only a few sparks of red lightning. Despite the Monarch of Hell's relentless blows, the core's recovery continues smoothly, undeterred. However, as the restoration nears 70%, error alarms begin to blare. Just as our guy prepares to deliver a final decisive blow, a laser beam whizzes past, barely missing him. He turns, realizing that he's been surrounded by other robots the entire time. The Colossi, in a well-coordinated assault, fires from all directions. Dodging the barrage with ninja-like agility, he becomes aware of the dire situation he's in. To make matters worse, the core silently advances to 98% completion. Regardless, the ruler of hell refuses to give up. Pushing through the chaotic onslaught of lasers, he manages to reach the core and obliterate it at the very last second. Frustrated by the unfair matchup, our hero decides to dig through his memories for a solution. But before he can fully process his thoughts, a searing headache suddenly overwhelms him. By some stroke of luck and a touch of plot armor, the robots ignore his opening. Thus, with memories of his past experiences flooding back, he comes up with a plan to give these ugly machines the beating they deserve. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho and the vlogger kid make a desperate run for it with the monstrous creature looming overhead. The two split up strategically, leaving the oversized brute confused about which one to pursue. Their plan is to loop back and re-enter the building, where the oversized, uglier cousin of the Hulk can't follow. Despite the monster's massive arm reaching in an attempt to grab them, they manage to slip through, giving them a brief moment to catch their breath. When the creature eventually gives up, Chanho seizes the opportunity to make a break for it while he still can. On the other hand, our hero is busy leaping and darting between the divine machines in the other dimension, barely avoiding their relentless laser beams. His objective is to cause as much commotion as possible, drawing the attention of every nearby automaton. Once he's seemingly accomplished his goal, he runs far away from the swarm of heavenly beings, landing in an empty area of the forest. He finally stops, allowing the enemies to lock on and charge their laser attacks. But suddenly, one of the colossal robots falls to its knees. Ignoring their ally, the others prepare for their attack. But our demon lord sits cozy and flips a bird to the brain-dead machines. One by one, the lined-up group of machines topples as the swamp whale reveals the reason behind the forest's name. A giant jaw emerges from the ground and devours the divine machines lined up one by one. Reliving his horrible memories, our boy casually watches from afar as the behemoth of a whale completes the challenge for him. With all 10 heavenly beings defeated, a congratulatory panel appears. In return, he receives his new rewards, enhanced physical abilities with boosted mana reserves and the Dagger of Judgment. As the weapon materializes before him, he inspects its special ability. The system elaborates that the dagger works like a remote-controlled airplane in a 100-meter radius. Now that's a cool birthday present. After testing out his cool new weapon, the ruler of Hell decides to return to Earth. The scene shifts to a news broadcast from when the gate first opened. The anchor solemnly reports on the tragic fracture that has claimed many lives. He consults a pale professor, who looks like the uncle who brings politics to birthday parties, for a solution. The man points fingers at the Awakeners Association, claiming they are to blame for the disaster. He remarks that they take too many vacations and just put off problems when there's a shortage of hunters. He stresses that fractures do not care if the hunters are chilling in Hawaii or on duty, so they should be held liable. We then see a guy with a man bun watching the news on his phone, annoyed at the professor. Frustrated, he comments that the association hunters are paid peanuts compared to the clans. Hearing his partner's whining, the team leader next to him tells him to focus on making results right now, or they could lose their jobs. But their conversation is cut short when they hear breaking news of a certain awakener having single-handedly dealt with the monsters. Back at the disaster site, Vlogger Boy and Chanho hide in a room, anxiously awaiting a rescue squad. Suddenly, a series of loud noises grab their attention as the entire room begins to tremble. They cautiously attempt to peek outside, but before they can fully grasp the situation, the roof collapses, scaring the daylights out of them. Overwhelmed with fear, Chanho wonders if their time has come. But turns out, it's just a starving Daesung standing triumphantly on the extra-large Hulk's beheaded remains. Chanho is delighted to see his friend when he most needs him. Despite his terrible condition, our boy smiles coolly. Noticing something off, his bestie asks if he's okay. Groaning in pain, the ruler of Hell commands the fast food kid to cook up some meat for him. The two stare at him, speechless, going crazy about him wanting to enjoy a grilled burger in a do-or-die situation. With no chicken in stock, our demon connoisseur analyzes if the monster meat is edible. He begins chowing down, making the other two nearly bend over and heave their empty guts out. Fortunately, a soldier shows up, making the Vlogger Boy euphoric that he will survive. While our hero silently enjoys his meal, the soldier ignores the boy, viciously expressing his gratitude to him and states in awe. Before he can realize it's monster guts, Chanho comes in and distracts the soldier. Introducing his pal, Chanho pulls away our hungry hero and urges him to eat his fill later. Unexpectedly, the soldier changes his attitude and explains they can't simply leave. So Chanho proudly brings out his clan ID card. Seeing the man's clan swag, the soldier smiles, ready to escort them to safety. On the other hand, elsewhere, the man bun guy is busy emptying his guts after seeing the mutilated monster remains. Annoyed, the team leader shouts at him to find survivors instead of curling up on the ground like an insect. Man bun dude immediately talks a soldier into entering the restricted area, since he's an association hunter. Meanwhile, the graceful team leader ponders over what kind of monstrous guy can tear up corpses like this. The scene shifts to the boys in Chanho's car. Our hero's best friend suggests that they sleep at his apartment. But being a family man, our boy stresses he needs to see his family. The best friend reminds him that his family would be terrified if he visited them in his current state. Taking a short look at himself, the ruler of Hell decides to settle on a call with his mother, and the two leave to enjoy some freshly fried chicken. After cleaning up, of course. They finally reach Chanho's apartment, and my guy is impressed by its extravagance. After he cleans up, the two sit at the table with multiple expensive dishes lined up. Curious, our protagonist recalls his friend telling him about the insane money hunters make. Chanho affirms. But he also adds that hunters are scammers considering how much they're paid. When asked if he wants to become a hunter, my guy answers with a grunt while devouring a chicken wing whole. Slightly perturbed, Chanho informs his friend that he would be pretty high rank if he gets himself appraised. He adds that with his insane power, our protagonist would not be less than A rank. Confused by the terminology, Chanho explains to him that a better rank just means that he can join the big clans. Regardless, he points out that the monthly income is crazy high. Intrigued, Daesung asks if there's a rank higher than A. So Chanho reveals that there are only 5 of them, of the 200 million awakened worldwide, the S rankers. Grinning mischievously, Chanho jokes that his best friend shouldn't dream of becoming the 6th S rank. Claiming that A rank is great enough, he probes again if our hero intends to become a hunter. Agreeing, Chanho promises to help with everything, and the two bros toast to the occasion. The scene transitions to some mobsters eating in a fancy restaurant. A strange guy with long hair repeats his words to a bald gangster who is terribly scared of him. The guy repeats himself, wondering if he is correct that a whole organization was taken down by the single hooded boy on his tablet. Wiping his lips elegantly, he jokes that it truly is embarrassing. The brown-haired man, manager of the Hongma clan, Lee Seok-woo, gets up and asks why Baldy didn't run away and come crying to him, one of the good guys. Baldy begs, trembling intensely as the guy puts his hand on his shoulder. With a chilling look on his face, he then asks if Baldy is vibrating because of the dead body across the room, making the gangster sweat bullets. Tearing up, Baldy pleads with Seok-woo not to execute him like the body lying just a few meters away. Gently petting Baldy's head, Seok-woo calmly explains that all he cares about is the stolen money. He makes it clear he plans to take the gang's hidden stash as well, but Baldy, paralyzed by fear, plays dumb. Terrified, Baldy remains silent as Seok-woo quietly decides his fate. Unexpectedly, the long-haired man steps away, claiming to trust Baldy's word. But, of course, mere moments after expressing gratitude for the information, the evenly shaved bald head in Seok-woo's hand explodes. Seok-woo barely acknowledges the gushing fountain of blood as he casually picks up his tablet. Showing a picture of Daesung, he orders a woman lurking in the shadows to hunt down the culprit neatly. Meanwhile, our boy finally visits the Hunters Association. Chanho advises him to enter the awakening test. But when our guy brushes him off, Chanho reminds him to speak formally unless he wants to look like an outcast. Nervous like a dad waiting for his kid's test results, Chanho requests that he text him the outcome once it's done. Approaching the front gate, our boy surveys the odd crowd of weirdos who've also come to apply. Focused on the paycheck, he brushes off his peers and heads straight into lab number 3. After securing a spot in the waiting line, he checks his phone and sees a message from his mother, asking when he'll be coming home. Not wanting to worry her, he responds that he'll take a shower and be home. Very slowly. Like all moms, she also asks if he's eating well, making our boy smile and look forward to heading home even more. His wholesome moment is cut short when a clerk informs him that it's his turn. With that, a delusional old man starts whining that he's awakened. Despite the employee's reassurances that the meter is functioning properly, the old man refuses to stop his loud complaints. He goes on to claim that losing his hair overnight is proof of his awakening, causing everyone, previously annoyed, to burst into laughter. The stubborn man declares he won't budge until his complaint is acknowledged. Growing tired of the wait, my guy grabs the man's shiny scalp and silences him with an overwhelming aura. Even then, the old man persists, insisting the meter really is broken. So the gracious Demon King gives him the benefit of the doubt, and a hunter offers to check it personally. As he hovers his hand on the orb, it sparks and turns green, showing that he is a C rank. Embarrassingly shut down, the old man sweats profusely. The clerk lady gladly shows the geezer his way out. Clearly shown to be a moron, the old man keeps whining in denial and makes our boy cringe. Finally, his turn arrives. The clerk lady gossips to her colleague about our hero perhaps being the top rank of the day, since she saw his terrifying aura, but he just dismisses her with a bonk on the head. So with the full support of the cute clerk lady, our hero approaches the manometer. A sudden chaos unfolds at the Korean Hunter Association, with commotion erupting all around. The branch manager begins receiving urgent calls, directing him to visit examination room 3 on the 6th floor immediately. Growing suspicious at the abrupt nature of the call, he wonders if perhaps a 6th S-rank hunter has awakened. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, considering it impossible. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he makes his way to examination room 3, only to find a large crowd already gathered there. Pushing his way through the throng of people, he finally sees what has caused the disturbance. The crystal meter orb is shattered, resembling the fractured shell of an egg. The manager grows anxious and immediately seeks an explanation from his employees about the situation. The staff quickly fills him in that a man named Daesung had placed his hand on the crystal ball for examination. At first, the colors within the orb flickered unpredictably. Then, without warning, it exploded in a burst of smoke, leaving both staff and onlookers in sheer confusion. Frustration builds within the manager as he responds, insisting the explanation could be as simple as a defective meter. However, the staff points out that they used 3 different crystal meters, and each had met the same fate. Hearing this, the manager concedes, realizing it is impossible for all of them to be faulty. Meanwhile, Our boy anxiously hopes he won't be asked to compensate for the 3 shattered crystal balls. With that worry on his mind, he turns to the manager and inquires about his results, only to be met with the manager's confusion. The manager then informs Daesung that continuing to use additional meters could lead to the same explosive outcome. He mentions that this is the first time they've encountered such an unusual situation, and because of this, they would have to make a borderline judgment. He goes on to explain that in cases where the crystal ball fails to provide a proper assessment, the results of the license test alone will suffice to evaluate him. Normally, the test would be just one part of the rank determination process, but in Daesung's case, it will serve as the sole deciding factor. Daesung, still unsure, questions the reliability of the license test. Before anyone else can answer, a staff member steps in with a detailed explanation of how the examination system functions, assuring him to ease his concerns on that matter. With nothing else left to do but wait, the Demon Lord gives a nod, accepts their proposal, and quietly takes his leave. The branch manager finds the entire situation troubling, still trying to make sense of what transpired. Meanwhile, the clerk, who had earlier discussed the crystal ball's mechanism, suggests a theory. She proposes that the crystal ball might be incapable of measuring power beyond a certain threshold. The manager, growing more curious, asks if she's implying that Daesung could be at a triple S rank. To this, the clerk nods in agreement. However, her colleague quickly mocks the notion, pointing out that while anything is possible in this unpredictable world, he seriously doubts the idea of Daesung reaching a triple S rank. The scene shifts to Daesung as he steps out of the Hunter Association building, his thoughts still on the events that just transpired. His phone rings, and it's his friend Chanho on the other end. Daesung informs him that he's been given borderline status for the time being. Finding the situation odd, Chanho asks if the meter got stuck. Daesung, with a hint of amusement, explains that it actually broke for some reason. Knowing Daesung's tendency for chaos, Chanho jokes about whether he's been messing around, but quickly dismisses the idea, figuring it shouldn't have been possible. Daesung assures Chanho that he followed the instructions carefully, placing his hand on the meter just as he was told. At this, Chanho retorts, mentioning that he had a gut feeling something strange would happen from the start. Daesung promises to share more details about the exam later, and with that, the call ends. Moments after hanging up, however, the Demon Lord's sharp, horned senses kick in. He immediately detects the presence of a sniper positioned far away, finger already resting on the trigger, aiming straight at him. The sniper lady mumbles about Daesung, noting that he does not appear strong at all. She feels confident that he will be finished with just one bullet, despite his supposed strength. However, just before she can pull the trigger, she notices something amiss and becomes taken aback upon realizing she has been discovered. It feels impossible to her, as no hunter has ever managed to spot her before. Daesung points to his head, his face reflecting anger, and urges her to take a look. The sniper experiences fear, for not only has she been noticed, but Daesung's voice now reaches her from this distance. She trembles in fear but quickly gathers herself to pull the trigger. An explosion erupts and the sniper feels a surge of happiness, confident that she has succeeded in the murder. However, as the smoke begins to clear, Daesung stands there, completely unscathed. Despite the sniper lady using an aura bullet, it appears utterly ineffective. Feeling scared, she contemplates a retreat. Yet, just as she turns to run, Daesung sends his dagger weapon, stabbing the assassin in the leg and causing her to trip over. As the sniper lady turns her face, her target stands directly in front of her, reminiscent of a scene from a horror movie. Daesung bluffs, claiming that the bullet struck him on the head but could not possibly kill him. In response, the sniper lady swiftly draws a gun, pointing it at him, and demands to know where he has come from. The Demon Lord speaks nothing but the truth, stating that he hails from nowhere but hell, yet the lady would certainly not accept this reality. Overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, she fires multiple aura bullets at Daesung, hoping to see him die. Suddenly, he reappears behind her, catching her off guard with his unexpected presence. She finds it incomprehensible, as she is certain her target collapsed, yet he stands there, completely unscathed. Our boy grabs the lady by her neck, throttling her, and slams her against the wall. He uses his power, enveloping the lady in a demonic, sluggish material that terrifies her. As she faints, Daesung clarifies that he has no intention of killing her. He picks up the bullets and searches for the lady's belongings in search of clues. Then, he places the bullets onto her head, forcing her to regain her senses. Covered in sweat, the lady screams out, overwhelmed by the disgusting hands emerging from the creature summoned by Daesung. Daesung adopts a gang leader persona, demanding that the lady answer all his questions peacefully if she wishes to live. Spotting family pictures in her luggage, he questions her about who sent her to kill him and his family. Feeling anxious, she realizes she cannot disclose anything about the Hongma clan. However, she suddenly recalls a gangster who has gone missing and seizes the opportunity to use his name, telling Daesung that it was Kim Seong-hyun who sent her. She elaborates that Kim Seong-hyun is the same noob whom Daesung had smashed a while back in the private loan organization, arguing that he has robbed his safe. In exchange for his location, she pleads for her freedom. In response, Daesung throws a bullet at the lady, piercing a hole in her shoulder. She comments that she has done as he asked and has told him everything. Our boy maintains his gangster act, arguing that it is quite suspicious for an assassin to provide sensitive information so easily, sensing a grain of salt in her words. The lady, drenched in fear, realizes she has made a mistake by being so hasty. Daesung politely inquires once more about who ordered the murder. She thinks to herself that she has already failed the request, and even if she were to survive this encounter, the psychopath head of the Hongma clan would certainly kill her. Considering her death inevitable, she shouts that she will never reveal this information, even if asked 1,000 times, and attempts to commit suicide. However, before she can do so, our gangster fires a bullet, punching a massive hole through her body trunk. The assassin lady coughs up blood and collapses, dead. Daesung grows irritated, realizing he could not uncover who was behind all of this. He then gazes at her lifeless body, contemplating ways to dispose of it. He recalls an item he possesses that could prove useful, yet he is reluctant to use it. Instead, he sifts through his journal memories, searching for any relevant recollections about the dead keyword. After scanning 134 pages, he opens a portal to the Pantheon. Fully aware that this area should be off-limits due to nearby gate fractures, he nevertheless decides to cover the body. Covering the body with a blue cloth, he steps into the Pantheon. Upon entering, he is welcomed and requests the system to recreate the 134th page of the journal where the soul prison is recorded. As he sifts through his memories, he recalls that the soul prison was the primary weapon of one of the 15 rulers of the states in Hell, known as the Ghost King. He recalls his fight, remembering that the weapon he acquired is an artifact capable of summoning the dead when imbued with one's own blood. Initially, when our protagonist obtained this item, he thought it would be incredibly useful. However, to his dismay, the commander he summoned turned out to be far too weak to be of any real assistance. As the 198th day of the 67th year is recreated, he considers that this item might prove useful for disposing of the bodies. Our hero finds himself in front of the River of the Dead. He recalls that the Ghost King's territory lies on the other side of the river. The last time he saw this river, there was a boat available to cross it, but this time, there was nothing at all. Thinking of swimming across the river, he realizes that it is impossible. Even a single dip in the water is enough to disintegrate a person's body. As he contemplates how to reach the opposite end, the first part of the quest begins as many small heavenly beings, resembling heavenly insects, swarm toward him. These bugs, known as righteous white pillars, begin firing toxic sludge balls in his direction. Daesung expertly dodges the attacks, wondering if defeating these monsters will earn him a boat as a reward. He draws his weapon and slices through one of the bugs. As the creature is killed, it explodes, releasing numerous poison bombs, each resembling a poison bullet. Deciding against dodging the attacks, he wards them all off with a simple barrier. However, he finds the process annoying and slow, dealing with the bugs one at a time, and he swiftly targets another one approaching him. He then dashes forward, instantly slaying the rest of the bugs, slashing through all of them with ease. Upon completing the quest, he receives 50% of the implementation rate, and is awarded an armor type called the Vermin's Blessing. The status of the armor reveals that it makes its user immune to the energy of the dead, suggesting that he might be able to swim while wearing it. Without wasting a second, he dons the armor and swims across the river. A notification appears, informing the demon lord that his swimming skills are admired by the demon beasts of the Pantheon, who express their apologies for not being more helpful. This only serves to irritate him further. He quickly reaches the Ghost King's territory, and to his surprise, he discovers that the undead castle has vanished into thin air. Another notification pops up, with the demon beasts apologizing for the disappearance of the castle, which only aggravates Daesung further. He contemplates whether completing some side quests might lead him back to the castle. Just then, a long architectural structure known as the Heavenly Obelisk appears before him, featuring a gate at its base. Just as he wonders when the next quest will begin, a system window opens before his eyes, requesting him to kill 1,000 heavenly creatures within 2 hours to complete the second quest. As this message appears, a monster materializes before the demon lord, and he instantly recognizes it as a commanding general. Assuming they are demons, he shouts at the monsters to kneel before their lord. However, another notification pops up, informing him that the demon beasts are sorry for the betrayal of their companions. As the monsters begin running toward him, he kills several of them but notices that they are missing their cores. He wonders if the architectural pillar is the culprit behind this anomaly. He activates blood neutralization, transforming himself into a half-human, half-demon hybrid, boosting his stats and skill attack power by 300%. With this newfound strength, he dashes forward, taking down large groups of the commanding generals as he moves through them. However, when he reaches the vicinity of the pillar, he considers that it might be more effective to destroy it from the inside. He runs toward the gate and enters the tower, killing all who stand in his way. In mere seconds, he destroys the entire structure. As the tower crumbles, the suspicious coreless demons disintegrate, vanishing into thin air. With this, the second quest comes to an end, and the implementation rate of the soul prison is completed. He receives 2 orbs as a reward, one purple and one orange. He thinks that one of them must be a reward while the other could be an implementation item. He collects the purple orb and checks it first. To his delight, it turned out to be the weapon he was seeking. It grants him 3 skills. The first allows him to imprison a dead target, the second enables him to resurrect it, and the third lets him peek into its memory. While his main purpose was to collect corpses for information, he is disappointed to discover that he can imprison only 20 souls at a time. He then collects the other orb, which reveals itself to be a rune of expansion. He collects the rune and engraves it into his soul prison artifact, increasing its capacity from 20 to 100, which makes it sufficient for his needs. Satisfied, he gathers the soul prison and decides to leave the Pantheon, having fulfilled his purpose. However, suddenly the demonic beasts send him another message, begging him to be cautious. He considers them a nuisance. A golden panel opens in front of him, but he dismisses it as a waste of time, uninterested in whatever it may offer. Shaking off the demonic beast's meaningless riddles, he exits the Pantheon. Upon returning to the location where he left the corpse of the sniper lady, he finds that she is nowhere to be found. A corpse cannot walk on its own, or can it? Daesung feels tired and decides to return home. As he enters, his sister peeks at him and remarks that he is late, noting that the rice soup is growing cold. She calls him in and reheats the soup. As they begin to eat, their mother turns off the television. Our boy starts a conversation, arguing about how much the world has changed. His mother expresses her worry that he might be shocked, which is why she hadn't told him anything. She apologizes for feeling useless as a mother. Daesung reassures her, saying he is grateful that she has survived for all this time. He then asks his mother and sister if they want to get something for themselves. His mother blushes at the question and offers him more soup instead. After lunch, he calls his friend Chanho, informing him that he is going underground for a while. Chanho asks if this is in preparation for the licensing exam. The Demon Lord replies that it is similar to training, but that he actually found a bug that disappeared, and he needs to look for it. His friend seems to have no clue what he is talking about. Daesung then requests Chanho to take care of his sister and mother while he is away, deciding to stand out in an attempt to lure out those behind the assassin lady. The scene shifts to the Hogma clan building, where discussions unfold about how to handle the extraordinary new hunter. Upon hearing of the slaughter of the B-rank assassin lady, Seokwoo suggests forgetting about him. With a villainous smile, he proposes sabotaging the ranking test instead. In saying this, he turns to Jincheol, the rank A punk in a water tank, and inquires if he is ready. Claiming he was born ready, a scientist prepares to infuse him with a mysterious serum. Smiling sadistically, Seokwoo warns the A-ranker of the mind-breaking pain he will experience. Confidently, the guy responds that he has been prepared ever since he joined. Receiving the green light from Seokwoo, the mad scientist initiates the process. Bubbles start bursting in the water, causing Jincheol's veins to bulge through the diving suit. Gritting his teeth, the A-ranker's eyes turn white, and magical energy begins to illuminate the skin over his veins. Suddenly, the scientist begins to sweat bullets and warns that Jincheol might die if they continue. However, Seokwoo remains unbothered. He stresses that he would never recruit someone so weak. With 90% of the serum injected, Jincheol howls in agony, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Just then, his heart rate flatlines. Jincheol goes limp, prompting the scientist to declare him dead. Yet, Seokwoo shushes him. The A-ranker's hands start to move, shocking the white coat as his subject's heart begins to beat once more. Now with luminous green eyes wide open, Jincheol shatters the tank with a powerful punch. He exits the tank, exploding with energy. Smiling creepily, Seokwoo compliments his little test subject and expresses eagerness for its performance in the following days. Meanwhile, our protagonist is on the roof, chatting with Chanho. His bestie informs him that he'll need to use the association's equipment. Reading this, he conducts an experiment of his own. Grabbing a stick, our boy discovers an OP loophole, invisible hell armor. Noticing that the hell armor is invisible, our boy pulls out the judgment dagger from his inventory. Upon commanding the system to recognize the wooden stick as his dagger, his weapon disappears, and the system confirms that the stick is now overwritten by the dagger. So like a student from Hogwarts, my guy can now destroy his enemies with his tiny wand. This also gives him a new idea. So he enters the Pantheon once more. now stepping into the Flame King's territory. He expresses dissatisfaction upon visiting the place again. Suddenly, an army of Orkiel's servants, snow-white armored wolves with crimson eyes, surrounds him. The system instantly presents a quest to take down 1,000 of them, of course in exchange for half of the weapon he seeks, the Hellfire Greatsword. Our hero slices his hand, displeased about having to use his soul prison on such trivial foes. One of the wolves quickly appears before him, but our hero remains unfazed, ready to start his killing spree. Using his insane speed and flying dagger, our hero slices through the massive, heavily geared wolves like butter. With 33 fallen soldiers in his palms, he summons them from the corpse prison. Once more, the pack of wolves charges at him. This time, however, a carbon copy of their own kind, a shadow, crushes the head of its brethren. The army of Orkiel's minions freezes in confusion as exact replicas of them emerge from the ground. With a command from their master, the shadow army rushes in his stead. The two sides clash in a bloody battle while the ruler of hell casually pulls out a smoke. However, he quickly coughs it out, perplexed by how Chanho could enjoy such a crappy thing. Soon, one of the enemies tears through his minion army and approaches our demon king. To the assailant's surprise, the shadow's arms catch it from behind as it regenerates. The ruler of hell relishes the moment, watching his fearless, undying minions do the work for him. Yet, tired of the slow progress, he realizes there is another quest standing between him and the weapon. A fiery aura surrounds our boy as he kicks the ground, shooting into the sky like a firework. Deeming the enemies unworthy of wasting even 2 hours on, he decides to annihilate them in an instant. A devilish smile spreads across his face as he plunges back to Earth at breakneck speed. A blinding golden comet descends onto the desert plains, unleashing its shockwave with a gigantic explosion that wipes out all monsters in sight. The scene shifts to Soul Clan HQ, where a samurai lady, Shin Cho-young, practices her skills by slicing up a purple dummy-like monster. As the holographic simulation finishes, two men observing from a glass window gauge her abilities. The Soul Clan's leader, Huang Junyoung, remarks that she's built some dangerous habits. The department head comments that they can improve that flaw since they have 10 days. So the clan leader orders him to increase the difficulty of her simulations faster, since they have to beat the Hongma clan's mad dog. Adjusting his glasses, the department head asks if the leader is referring to Jincheol. The leader states that Cho-young would be unbeatable if not for the Hongma clan's ace. Enraged, he curses the clan for their dirty tactics. The department head attempts to cool him down by reminding him of a past ban, but Junyoung insists that the Hongma, as always, will also play dirty in the upcoming competition. The department head states the obvious, noting that the stage is ultimately set for the top two, Cho-young and Jincheol. However, the astute clan leader suggests that this only holds true if there is not another monstrous underdog yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, our hero receives messages of gratitude from the demons, fast approaching the end of his quest. Annoyed by the notifications while smoking atop the corpses of his enemies, he complains that there should be a mute button. Hearing one of the nearly dead wolves growl, he tells it to shut up while he's smoking, ending its life with a stab. This death marks his 1,000th kill and grants him half of the Hellfire Greatsword. The souls of his enemies begin gathering into an orb before him, forming a special item. Reading that he must offer it to an altar, the demon lord is displeased having to search for it like a peasant. However, as soon as he collects the soul stone, a giant structure emerges from the ground before him, making his job easier. Thus, the second quest for the Greatsword begins. The ruler of hell must now offer the soul stone and be recognized by the guardian serpent. Wasting no time, he places it into a sacrificial bowl. Suddenly, a gargantuan snake is summoned. Narrowing his eyes, our boy starts the fight doing an epic stare-down with the serpent behemoth. A panel appears before him revealing the victory condition to answer the serpent's questions. Puzzled, the Demon King scoffs at having to do a quiz of all things. He gives up and commands the snake to ask him a question. But what the guardian serpent utters sounds more incoherent than Chinese rap music at double speed. My guy sighs in frustration. Furious, he shoots his dagger straight into its eye, making the beats howl in pain. Not satisfied so easily, he waves his hand to the other side, forcing the dagger through its head, out the other eye. Summoning his dagger back, the demon lord pounces at the serpent, seething with rage at the system for thinking he's gotten soft. Challenging it to give its all against the absolute ruler, he pounds the guardian beast's head repeatedly. The serpent's head swells up like a muffin from the beating and then explodes while our hero bathes in its blood like a badass. However, with his experience, he finds the battle suspiciously easy. Turning around, he recognizes the ancient pattern of regenerating enemies. Confidently recalling how to defeat it, our boy invites the beast to attack him, and the snake hears his call. Flying at him with an open mouth, it traps him within its jaw as a blue flame of regeneration flickers inside. However, Our hero knows this all too well. Without hesitation, he enters the guardian serpent's mouth. Perplexed, the snake turns its head. Suddenly, its pupils burst as the snake vomits him out, and our protagonist makes an epic landing, holding a fiery blue weapon in his hand, the Hellfire Greatsword. The system congratulates him for collecting the sword, but reports that its skills will be sealed until he completes the quest. Nonetheless, he confidently declares that even this is sufficient to defeat the oversized worm. Holding the fiery greatsword in both hands, our boy lowers his new weapon onto the guardian serpent. Its blazing energy travels along the beast's entire body, from head to tail, until the body is sliced cleanly into two halves. The quest reaches its conclusion. The snake can't hear the answer if it isn't alive. Gripping the fully active greatsword tightly, our demon king wears a mad grin, eagerly anticipating what comes next. A panel materializes, announcing the trial of scorching fire. He must endure a full 10 days of burning agony once again to completely unlock the legendary armament, or so it seems. The flames engulf him, yet my guy maintains a cool demeanor. He commands the sword to quiet down and stop burning its rightful owner. However, the timer keeps ticking. With an attitude even more fiery than the sword, he demands the Flame King to come to his senses, and the timer promptly hits 0. The sword responds to its master and begs for forgiveness. This calms our hero's temper, allowing him to greet his old partner. Since all the demons were cast away to the ultimate destination of souls in hell, chaos ensues after his departure. Our hero feels relieved to have found his weapon without needing to visit that decrepit place. The demon sword proclaims that it has been waiting for the ruler to return, making him wonder if his old partner resents him. But the Flame King humbly says that it does not despise him for leaving, but rather the aftermath of it. Confused, the monarch of hell asks it to elaborate. The demon sword explains that hell was invaded by heavenly beings, who took advantage of the demons' powerlessness in the absence of their ruler. Thus they sealed all of hell, banishing all demon folk into the pandemonium. The Flame King pleads with its owner that it reluctantly got swallowed by the snake and avoided banishment like its brethren. Thus it patiently awaited the arrival of its Lord and Savior. The sword humbly asks his reason for returning. My guy promises to share its purpose when the time arrives. Changing the subject, he asks his demon sword if it recognizes the orb of energy dropped by the guardian serpent. So the Flame King warns him. The Flame King recalls sensing the same mysterious energy from the heavenly beings that invaded hell. Slightly unnerved, the ruler of hell casually raises his hand, absorbing the orb with the confidence that the system won't deceive him with a fake reward. Successfully collecting it, a panel appears, stating that one more is required to gain access to a currently hidden area. When asked if he plans to return to Earth, he remarks that there are still more rewards for him to claim. Meanwhile, back on Earth, an employee in the Soul Clan is chatting with Chanho about the viral massacre video, forcing him to awkwardly conceal his friend's identity. To his surprise, the director appears and invites him for a private conversation. Chanho humbly asks why he has been singled out. The handsome director simply responds that he wants to enjoy a smoke together. Now on the rooftop, sharing a cigarette, the director questions whether Chanho was truly at the center of the massacre. Chanho quickly realizes that the director is assessing whether he can recruit the infamous awakened individual. Not wanting to expose his friend, Chanho claims that there's nothing significant to report. The director, looking philosophical, expresses his determination to recruit our boy, no matter the cost. Chanho awkwardly smiles, feigning ignorance, and steers the conversation toward the guild's ace, Cho Young. At this, the director suddenly falls silent. When Chanho gently prompts him again, the man reveals that she has been pushing herself worryingly hard. 7 days before Daesung's licensing test, Cho Young is seen training in her most challenging simulation yet at the Soul Clan HQ. The B-rank samurai lady instantly slices her practice dummies before they appear. But surrounded by more than she can handle, she gets overwhelmed. This allows another dummy to bite her shoulder off, so the leader immediately terminates the simulation. Startled, Cho Young begs him to wait and give her a chance. But as the enemies vanish, she turns to face the clan leader, who calls her over to discuss her performance. Frustrated, Cho Young exclaims that she would have done better if given the chance. With a calm demeanor, Jun Young points out that she's putting herself under too much pressure. Cho Young, in response, complains that he has always encouraged her to push for what she wants, even if it means enduring hardship. Maintaining his cool, the clan leader clarifies that this advice applies strictly to physical training. Cho Young, with a hint of sarcasm, remarks that she understands her body's limits better than he does, and insists she hasn't overdone it. Jun Young, now turning sarcastic himself, asks if she really believes she knows herself better than an AI. He tells her to compare her current mental state to that of a normal one. Seeing her haywire graph, Cho Young regretfully admits her mistake. Jun Young, gritting his teeth, asks if she still hasn't noticed her abnormal mental state flagged by the AI, but with a somber look, She mumbles that it's all to get into the top 5. Hearing this, the clan leader questions her true motivation for wanting to rank up. He wonders if her goal is to gain access to the A-rank gates, where she could earn far more glory and wealth. But Cho-young, gripping her bottle until it shatters, bites her lip. She firmly states that her desire isn't for money or fame, but to wipe out all the monsters in the world. 2 days later at the Hongma clan building, Seokwoo makes his way into a heavily secured area. Using his fingerprints, he unlocks a top security door, which creaks open to reveal a mysterious room. Repulsed by the stench, Seokwoo is surprised to find that his subject has been doing well. As he mumbles about changing the ventilation and lighting, his eyes turn to a guy hunched over, devouring a corpse. Jinchol, chewing on raw flesh, glares like an animal at the man who is rambling about him. Completely unconcerned, Seokwoo casually comments that the A-ranker should continue feasting and rest well, so the monster serum can keep working. Gazing at the blood-covered demonic hunter, the long-haired psycho reveals his excitement for his pet to become the star of the upcoming licensing test. And just like that, 2 more days pass. Our protagonist is busy grinding quests to boost his power in the Pantheon. So when the Flame King asks when they will leave Hell, the Absolute Ruler announces that their time has come. With the last 3 days flying by, the day of the test arrives. In the arena, the commentator announces how, with more people awakening each year, the competition continues to intensify. Journalists eagerly snap photos of the candidates lined up, but their attention is soon drawn to a sleek white Lamborghini. The crowd instantly recognizes its owner, and they rush over to greet the 2 stars of the Hongma clan. A journalist gets the first opportunity to interview Seokwoo. Without beating around the bush, she bluntly asks how he feels about the Hongma clan's return after being banned for cheating 2 years prior. Seokwoo, inwardly cursing the annoying lady, calmly replies that he regrets the so-called accident from back then. Another smug journalist calls him out, accusing him of dodging responsibility with empty words. Seokwoo, unfazed, pats the man's shoulder and confidently declares that this time the match will be fair and square. With that, the 2 make their way into the stadium. Annoyed by the criticism, Jinchul fumes, upset that Seokwoo didn't lash out in return. But Seokwoo calmly reminds his pet to enjoy himself, but warns him from getting emotional and to stay cautious, since they can't afford another ban. Overhearing this conversation, a large man in white overhears the conversation. The Hongma leader narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the heavily disguised silhouette of none other than the Soul Clan leader, Junyoung. He tries to taunt him, saying that he looks like a gorilla dressed up like that. But the graceful old man replies that it's a tactic to avoid the paparazzi. Junyoung fires back that he doesn't like flaunting his fame like a certain someone. Tipping his hat, the legendary clan leader analyzes Jinchul's aura and instantly recognizes its abnormal nature, which has been cleverly concealed. With a smug grin, Seokwoo tries to brag, suggesting that Junyoung is quite focused on his candidate. But the old man quickly fires back, joking that he hopes Seokwoo hasn't brought another cheater like the last time. After their heated exchange, the Hongma members walk away. Jinchul grumbles that the Soul Clan leader was staring at him like a creep, but Seokwoo brushes it off, telling him to ignore the old man in white and focus on his real target, the cutie passing by, Shin Cho-young. Jinchul eyes her down like a pervert, commenting that she'll be easy to take down. However, Seokwoo warns him not to underestimate her, reminding him that the Soul Clan leader has trained her well. But hearing this only excites Jinchul further. His disgusting face contorts, eager for the chance to crush her. Meanwhile, Junyoung continues analyzing Jinchul from afar, trying to unravel what the Hongma clan might be plotting. But suddenly, his attention is drawn to something far more ominous. Daesung arrives, radiating a monstrous aura. As he walks by, the Soul Clan leader shudders, unsettled by the dark energy emanating from him. Surprised by his shaken demeanor, Cho-young asks her clan leader what's wrong. With his jaw still slightly ajar, Junyoung warns her to stay cautious. She brushes off his concern, confidently promising that she won't let the Hongma clan pull any tricks on her. But Junyoung, narrowing his eyes, clarifies that he's more worried about the other person who passed by her. With 30 minutes left, an announcement calls all candidates to gather in Exam Hall 3. Finishing his call with Chanho, our hero scans his fingerprints and receives a special uniform from a vending machine-like station. In their new cyberpunk-style suits, all the candidates, including our favorite grumbling geezer, assemble in the exam hall. The old man proudly reflects on the hundreds of complaints that got him in. Fired up, he resolves himself to crush our protagonist for daring to touch his head rounder than a baby's butt. But soon after, a massive guy picks him up by the skull and tells him to move aside. Swallowing his pride, the geezer gives up on his revenge. So while the geezer is depressed, our guy arrives on the scene in his new suit, ready to dominate everyone who dares to oppose him. As the exam begins, competitors gather in the arena, where purple rings descend from above. The supervisor greets the crowd and launches into an explanation, noting that these rings represent the 3 floors of the gate, designed specifically for the licensing exam. He further explains that each floor has its own unique environments and distinct clear conditions. As murmurs spread among the participants, a ghostly pale kid questions when they will receive weapons. In response, the supervisor sharply clarifies that no weapons will be provided, and no one is permitted to bring any equipment other than the suits given. This announcement causes an uproar, with complaints that no one can fight without weapons. At this moment, a cute AI hologram appears, announcing its role in tracking everyone's progress. The cheerful hologram reveals that the test is not about the hunter's fighting ability, but rather their natural skill in surviving the harshest conditions. With that clarification, the gate opens. The participants then find themselves on the first floor of the gate, a rainforest. Everyone is soon drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, a team of analysts, watching through various cameras, laughs at the low quality of the applicants. As they speculate about the possibility of everyone failing, a mushroom-headed guy compliments Choyoung for keeping a cool head and conserving his energy. Seeing everyone compliment his ace, Junyoung smiles in satisfaction. Meanwhile, others praise Jinchul from the Hongma clan. Xiaoku glances at Junyoung's reaction, assuming that his shock stems from Jinchul's performance. However, the old man's expression remains frozen as panic spreads among the crowd, all eyes on a certain cool guy. Xiaoku feels appalled, recognizing the very person he sent an assassin after. It seems unbelievable that Daesung radiates no aura, with not a drop of sweat visible on his body. Meanwhile, it is revealed that our boy drank a potion, making him immune to all environmental factors. He laughs inwardly, knowing it's forbidden, but only if he gets caught. So when purple bands appear on everyone's wrists, the cute AI announces the start of the first round. It reveals that the clear condition for the first floor is to hunt 20 swamp orcs. With a confident grin, our hero kicks off as soon as the round starts, prompting everyone to scramble to avoid being left behind. In a true test to filter out the dimwits, a thirsty hunter falls victim to an obvious water fountain trap. A sticky worm emerges from the ground, swallowing him whole and eliminating him. However, he is saved by the suit's safety measures. Meanwhile, our hero sprints through the forest in search of his target. At the same time, the rescue team extracting the eliminated candidate suddenly receives a signal with the order to track down candidate 104, Han Daesung. Now let's return to our protagonist, who finally finds a swamp orc. Taunting the oversized pig while holding a boulder, he effortlessly tosses it into the air like a ball. With a punch, he shatters the boulder into thousands of pellets that annihilate the monster. Witnessing this, the rescue guy realizes why he was sent to spy on one of the candidates. Meanwhile, our Demon King understands that hunting the orcs one by one is the most efficient approach. To speed things up, he reluctantly taps into his mana and summons a shadow wraith. As time passes, he arrives at a cave teeming with swamp orcs. The cave begins to shake, causing the pack of monsters to become cautious about what is about to happen. Suddenly, the ceiling bursts open, and our boy makes an epic landing. Forced to dig deep into the earth like a peasant, he is visibly annoyed. The monsters celebrate thinking their prey has come to them, but he casually counts them with his magic wand-like stick. Counting enough targets to complete his mission, he tells the Flame King to translate the monsters' final words. Upon hearing that the monsters are discussing hunting the ruler of hell, he orders the demon sword to burn them to ashes. Elsewhere in the forest, Choyoung uses her aura to search for targets. As her skill detects one, she instantly kicks through the trees like a bullet. The confident Soul Clan ace estimates that she can clear the first floor in a single hour. As Choyoung approaches her fourth kill, a hunter suddenly flies in and snatches it away. Her pupils widen in shock at the monstrous figure that flashes by her. Scornfully, she looks down upon the Hongma scumbag, who loudly boasts about his fifth kill. Frustrated, she declares that stealing kills is expected behavior from Hongma trash. In response, he mocks her for being foolish enough to think the kill belonged to her. The two continue their trash talk, glaring daggers at each other. High on drugs, Jinchul considers murdering her to eliminate the annoyance but decides to hold off until the second floor. With that, Choyoung turns away with a sigh and erects her middle finger, with an infuriatingly smug grin. Fuming, the short-tempered cheater charges in, ready to kill her. But both of them suddenly freeze, their attention grabbed by a roaring sound. Mere minutes before their meeting, Daesung uses his flame sword to smolder his foes, unleashing the Hellfire Greatsword's first skill. Suddenly, a bolt of ravaging flames burst out of his tiny stick and envelope their target, creating a tornado that erupts into the sky. The shocked observers are left speechless. With this display, the AI announces our fiery hero's promotion to the second floor. Chaos erupts among the judges, who fail to find any information on him, while others rush to recruit him. The Soul Clan leader grins, intrigued by our demon lord's monstrous power. Annoyed by Jinchul's spotlight being stolen, Seokwoo scoffs and walks away in disappointment. The clerk lady from the ranking place starts rattling her colleague, who mocked her hunch about Dae-sung. Meanwhile, another observer can hardly believe his eyes, realizing that the weak old geezer, Jin-sang, has been tailing him the entire time. With an axe in hand, the foolish old man begins finishing off the half-burnt corpses left behind by our boy, racking up 11 kills. The ranking place employees discuss how the geezer could possibly get in, so the clerk lady spills the beans about his barrage of complaints. Seeing his employees slacking off, the branch manager arrives to explain that he personally approved the geezer. He reveals that the old man was reported to have entered a gate strapped with dynamite. Dumbfounded, the clerk lady asks if the madman is trying to commit suicide. However, the branch manager shares the bald geezer's tragic backstory. It seems he lost his family to a gate fracture and now lives solely for revenge. Questioned about his unnecessary favoritism towards a candidate, the manager takes pride in nominating Dae-sung and jokes that the 3-month pay cut to cover the damages was worth it. As they mention his name, the screen focused on our hero begins to blur. While somewhere else in the stadium, Seokwoo throws a hidden message to a hitman-looking guy and informs him that the control room feed is down. The man is confused, recalling that they were supposed to eliminate our protagonist from the 2nd or 3rd floor. Seokwoo clarifies that the plan has changed now that Dae-sung left Jinchul in the dust. With his creepy smile, the Hongma leader jokes that eliminating him sounds too harsh. In the end, he tells the guard to read his orders, which are to inject a mutant serum into the monsters at the 2nd floor's gate. As a result, the scout following our protagonist carries it out. So as our hero approaches the gate to the 2nd floor, Seokwoo awaits his failure with a sadistic smile. As the mutant ampules are injected into the golem monster at the 2nd floor's gate, the creature evolves into a mutant swamp-floating golem, now able to produce fog to mislead anyone approaching it. The man hired by Seokwoo finds himself amused at the sight of the mutant creation, admiring the monstrous result he helped bring to life, and hoping for a generous monetary reward. However, the item he holds suddenly explodes, revealing it had been tainted with a paralysis agent, likely placed there by Seokwoo himself to eliminate all evidence. Paralyzed and unable to move, the man watches helplessly as the swamp golem approaches him, showing no intention of letting him escape. Meanwhile, the demon lord grows increasingly concerned, realizing that he has been walking in circles for a while. The map installed in his equipment appears to be malfunctioning, leaving him disoriented. As he moves forward, he stumbles upon the decomposed corpse of the man hired by Seokwoo. Suspicion immediately arises in his mind, as he doubts the test organizers would have intentionally left the body in this spot. Suddenly, the shadow of the monster looms before the demon lord, followed by a swift surprise attack. He deflects it just in time, using his flame sword cleverly disguised as an ordinary stick. However, before he can fully react, the golem hurls a massive boulder in his direction, which detonates on impact, releasing a surge of smoke and fiery heat. To survive the intense heat, our hero activates his absorb flame skill, shielding himself from the scorching blast. He contemplates using the same fury skill that once defeated the orcs, but, unfortunately, it remains on cooldown. Worse still, the golem seems unwilling to wait for its recharge. The floating swamp golem unleashes a rapid sequence of attacks, which the demon lord deflects with growing frustration. Finding the barrage irritating, Dae-sung resolves to end the battle decisively by driving his blade through the creature's core. Rushing toward the golem, Dae-sung strikes its core with a powerful punch, but his efforts barely scratch the surface of its solid rock body. In retaliation, the golem sends him flying through the air with overwhelming force. The scene then shifts to Jinchul, the cheater. He has just defeated his final ogre, successfully fulfilling the conditions to ascend to the 2nd floor. In reward, he receives a small, special box containing a compass for navigation, an ampule, and a cryptic note. Essentially tools for his continued cheating. After reading the note and realizing Dae-sung is still on the 1st floor, he burns it without hesitation. The scene returns to our hero, who has just been slammed into a tree. He quickly regains his footing, and with a smirk on his face, summons his sludge-like shadow ghost, commanding it to consume the golem. Drawing his sword, he carves a path for the sinister creature, promising it a reward double what it gives him. The flames shrink the shadow ghost to a mere fraction of its original size, but as the golem approaches, it suddenly swells back to its full form. With rapid growth, it extends multiple shadowy hands, grabbing hold of all the golem's burning stones. Meanwhile, Dae-sung's screen flickers back to life, though all the exam faculty can see is a dense fog. One of the employees remarks that the 1st floor was supposed to resemble a tropical rainforest, suggesting that something has clearly gone awry. Suddenly, the golem appears on the screen, causing the spectators to question why such a monster has been placed in the test. The branch manager's attendant notes that the creature is a mutant in every sense and asks for orders on how to proceed. However, the branch manager remains unresponsive, completely absorbed by the scene unfolding on the screen. At that moment, another employee arrives and informs him that the test examiners have surrounded Daesung. They ask whether they should forcibly intervene and stop the test. Apologizing, the manager acknowledges that the situation can no longer be helped. But just then, the clerk lady points out something on the screen. It seems the golem has already been defeated. Its burning fragments are seen flying through the air, followed by a powerful explosion. At this moment, the manager finally grasps the true strength of their demon king. What he had earlier dismissed as a mere measurement error now becomes glaringly obvious. Daesung's power is beyond their ability to grade, rendering their attempts futile. The branch manager reflects on Daesung, now perceiving him as a monster beyond imagination, possessing unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, the clerk lady who had previously been impressed by Daesung appears to be rooting for him quietly. However, her colleague cautions that despite his power, Daesung might be unaware of the bigger picture, as Jinchul seems poised to beat him to the second floor. An employee asks the branch manager whether he wants to withdraw the personnel deployed around Daesung. The manager declines, instead instructing the employee to have them submit a report once they've uncovered what exactly has transpired. The scene shifts to cheater number 14, Jincheol, who is filled with rage as he darts around, searching for the gate that should be close by. He notices the fog beginning to thin, indicating that the golem has been destroyed, but he remains confident that he will be the first to reach the second floor. Meanwhile, the demon lord pours his blood over the remnants of the mutant golem, preparing to use his soul prison on it. With a commanding voice, he utters the word, summon, leaving the mouths of all the spectators agape in shock. As the spectators watch in disbelief, the monster is brought back to life. The Demon King commands the creature to stop posturing and show its true form, noting that it has already delayed him long enough. The golem bows down, and Daesung steps onto it, instructing it to run toward the gate. Upon arriving at the gate, Jinchul feels a surge of excitement, convinced he is the first to reach it. However, his thrill quickly turns to bewilderment when he hears an unusual noise echoing around him. The scene then transitions to Seokwoo, who enters the screen room followed by his men, commenting that he had expected the test to be over by now. As he glances at the screen and sees his pawn looking bewildered, anger washes over him, fueled by frustration at his shortcomings. The scene shifts back to Daesung, who is calmly riding the floating golem, using the Flames King's breath to clear a path. He skillfully creates the shortest route, which undoubtedly leads straight toward the gate. He throws a punch at the golem's head, urging it to run faster, mimicking the actions of a rider on a donkey or horse. He keeps using his flames to clear the path ahead, driving the golem forward. At the same time, employees and onlookers conclude that number 104 likely employed some kind of summoning technique. In this world, such a technique is entirely new and unheard of. One staff member suggests that it might be a type of aura-based technique. The colleague standing next to the clerk remarks that this test is bound to go viral on YouTube, commending Daesung for resembling a hero straight out of a fantasy movie. Seokwoo, in frustration, slams his fist on the desk in the control room. An employee approaches, calmly suggesting that he should leave the room if he intends to keep causing a disturbance. Seokwoo regains control of his anger and pretends, with a polite tone, that he momentarily lost his composure due to the incredible performance of number 104. Standing beside him, the Soul Clan leader, Jun Young, remarks with a hint of bluffing that Seokwoo could never have foreseen this, and confidently predicts that Choyoung will soon arrive at the gate entrance. Jinchul, equally annoyed by Daesung, is swiftly approached from behind by Choyoung. Spotting her, he dashes toward the gate, determined not to be left behind, turning the moment into an impromptu race. Meanwhile, our hero has already arrived on the second floor with his golem puppet. Noticing that this level is engulfed in a blizzard, the complete opposite of the first, he mocks the test administrators for their lack of creativity. Dismissing the golem, he receives congratulations for being the first to reach the second floor. The guiding AI soon reveals the conditions for the next part of the test. The AI explains that the top 5 players will each begin from different entrances, and all participants will share a single goal: to reach the peak of the snow-covered mountain. The Demon Lord makes a rough guess that the distance is around 5 kilometers and begins his ascent. He finds it irritating to climb with his bare hands, especially knowing that cameras are positioned everywhere, preventing him from using his abilities. The scene shifts to Jinchul, irritated by his position on the mountain. The test has clearly taken a toll on his nerves, and he's consumed with frustration, fearing he might lose control and his temper unless he eliminates number 104, who reached the gate before him, despite all the dirty tricks he had planned. Suddenly, Jinchul hears movement a short distance behind him. Furious, he shouts, demanding to know who it is. To his surprise, it's the same old Baldy from before. Somehow, the man has made it to the second floor just in time, though the harsh weather appears to be overwhelming him. With a villainous gleam in his eyes, Jinchul presses against the mountainside, attempting to trigger an avalanche to get rid of the unsuspecting man. The baldy slaps his own face, trying to gather his strength as memories of his lost family flash through his mind. With a burst of defiance, he shouts that he doesn't feel the cold at all. However, his determination is short-lived, as he's soon swept away by the avalanche. Jin Cheol, after successfully getting rid of him, gives a sinister smile. Immediately afterward, the broadcast drones malfunction, leaving the staff unable to monitor the situation. Seokwoo, who is undoubtedly behind the disruption, silently wishes his pawn good luck, hoping he won't make any mistakes or disappoint him. The scene shifts back to the second floor, where some of the regular players, though chilled by the harsh conditions, encourage each other to keep going. Suddenly, Jinchul appears behind them, moving at lightning speed. Without warning, he grabs their heads and crushes them in his hands. Enhanced by the Orc Champion Ampule effect, Jinchul looks enormous and unstoppable, killing everyone in his path as he advances. Meanwhile, Choyoung is left bewildered, noticing that all the tech and electronic devices have mysteriously stopped functioning. Daesung, on the other hand, sees this as a fortunate turn of events, realizing that he can now use his skills freely without being noticed. Daesung leaps off the cliff, activating his Destruction Dragon Knight Valark's armor. As his majestic demonic wings unfold, he soars through the air. Choyoung, sensing a powerful and unfamiliar aura, looks up and sees Daesung flying above with an imposing presence. Meanwhile, Jinchul, still busy slaughtering other players, catches sight of Daesung flying toward the peak. He speculates that Daesung might have used a harpy ampule to gain the ability to fly, and immediately starts chasing after him. The scene shifts back to the association building, where Junyoung is urgently requesting the branch manager to abort the test. He argues that the safety of the awakened should be their top priority, pushing for the test to be halted immediately. The president, appearing spaced out, asks Soul Clan Captain Junyoung to be patient, reassuring him that an investigation team will be sent as soon as possible. Seokwoo, however, takes the opportunity to mock Junyoung, questioning why he would even call them awakened if they can't handle such minor risks. This remark ignites Junyoung's anger. Captain Junyoung, now suspicious, directly questions Seokwoo, asking if he is responsible for the current situation. Seokwoo, ignoring the question, continues to taunt him, insinuating that Choyoung must be weak if Junyoung is so worried about her. He pushes further, calling Junyoung an old man and suggesting that he should consider retiring, deliberately stepping on his nerves. The scene then shifts back to Daesung, who has reached the peak and is warming up, preparing himself to enter the third floor. Meanwhile, the old baldy somehow manages to survive the avalanche, lying in the snow as tears stream down his face. Rising to his feet, he shouts out loud, declaring himself a victor for having survived. It's only fair that he revels in his success, as the first step is always the most challenging. As Choyoung enters the third floor, she learns about the conditions for clearing this level. To progress, participants must acquire 1,000 points, which can be earned by defeating the monsters that inhabit this new environment. As it is very dark, Choyoung remains cautious, taking a moment for her vision to adjust to the shadows. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from behind her. Turning around, she sees her rival, the cheater Jinchul, standing there, bulked up as if he's on steroids. Jinchul remarks that she is fortunate to have arrived before him, but Choyoung dismisses his comments, telling him not to be so noisy. Her primary concern is not Jinchul but Daesung, who has outpaced everyone on both the first and second floors. Even her captain has acknowledged his formidable strength. Choyoung receives an alert indicating an aura reactor error, but before she can react, Jinchul cowardly attacks her from behind, leaving her injured. Jinchul, the cheater, smugly claims that he had originally intended to deal with Daesung first, but has now altered his plans to target her instead. Meanwhile, our demon lord is focused on grinding points to clear the stage. He activates his fire cannon special skill, annihilating the targets in front of him with ease. He comments to the Fire King that it has grown rusty if it takes this long to defeat such minor opponents. Glancing at his points, he notices they are stuck at 530 and wonders what is happening. He resolves to eliminate all the remaining targets before figuring out the issue. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who is increasingly worried because the network has still not returned. As the atmosphere fills with anxiety, the biggest cheater of all, Seokwoo, remains relaxed. He has fused the ampule he gave to his pawn with a hedgehog, allowing him to monitor her pulse. Seokwoo glances at the anxious Junyoung and informs him that his trainee would likely be half-blind or in pretty bad shape if she were to make it back alive. The scene shifts to Choyoung, who is badly wounded. She asks Jinchul, the cheater, about his objective. In a disturbingly inhumane manner, cheater number 14 licks the girl's blood and taunts her, asking if she isn't going to use her shield aura. Choyoung decides to fight back, launching a kick at Jinchul. However, her kick misses, and she quickly retreats into hiding. This move irritates Jinchul, who mocks her for being a coward. Desperate, she tries to heal herself but is spotted by Jinchul. In a swift motion, she throws her defensive suit at his face, then follows up with a strike to his groin and a knee slam to his face. Declaring herself the ace of the Soul Clan, she channels all her strength into her attack, slamming Jinchul to the ground. With that, she moves away, determined to find and hunt the monsters. Meanwhile, Daesung grows increasingly frustrated with the device he is wearing, finding it useless as it records no points. He wonders whether he should go and ask the organizers about the malfunctioning equipment, realizing that all their devices seem rusty and unreliable. As Cho-young navigates the area, she finds herself alone, puzzled about where everyone has gone. Suddenly, Jinchul approaches from behind, seeking revenge. Alarmed, she turns to run for her life, but Jinchul appears in front of her as if he had blinked, slamming her down to the ground. He continues to attack her relentlessly, behaving like a nasty goblin, causing her to bleed. Grabbing her by the hair, he holds her head and taunts her, stating that she will face a painful death. Tears stream down Cho-young's face as she bleeds and receives a punch to her abdomen. Jinchul taunts her, asking her to call for help, only to mock her by reminding her that all the equipment is broken. Seizing an opening, Cho-young thrusts her finger into Jinchul's eyes, causing him to bleed and howl in pain. She tries to stand up to escape, but Jinchul grabs her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Just as he prepares to throttle her to death, Daesung appears from behind, confronting him and demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Upon seeing Daesung, Jinchul immediately releases Cho-young and bursts into mad laughter, viewing Daesung as the prey that has walked right into his trap. He tells Daesung that he has been looking all over for him. Our Demon Lord thanks Jinchul for waiting, deliberately dodging his attack as he walks over to Cho-young. Noticing her poor condition, he wonders if she has a significant wound, given her slow recovery. Turning to face Jinchul, Daesung questions him if he is the one behind her injuries. With a smirk on his face, Jinchul replies that he merely taught her a lesson, and soon, he will make Daesung look just like her. Daesung reiterates his question, clarifying that he is referring to the broken point meter. Jinchul laughs, launching a wave attack toward Daesung. He mocks the Demon Lord, claiming that he is out of luck since the emergency protection is broken. Instantly, Daesung dashes toward the creep and delivers a powerful punch to his face, sending him flying. Following up with a fire barrage attack, Daesung adds insult to injury. Despite this, the cheater still refuses to recognize his situation, believing he can easily take down Daesung. However, his confidence wavers when he suddenly notices a group of tame spirits standing behind Daesung, filling him with fear. The scene shifts to the Korean Hunters Association building, where the clerk lady approaches the branch manager, informing him that the network has been restored on the second floor. However, she mentions that it will still take another 30 minutes for the network on the third floor to be restored. The branch manager instructs her to deploy the security crew from the second floor to the door of the third floor. The atmosphere grows tense between the leaders of the two major guilds. Suddenly, a staff member approaches the branch manager, delivering alarming news. According to the security team, there is one confirmed death and numerous casualties reported from the second floor. This revelation tenses the branch manager, who never anticipated such an outcome, making him realize he should have called off the test. Meanwhile, Chanho is reviewing the news update and learns about the video transmission failure at a test site that hasn't been restored for over an hour. Realizing it's the same place his friend has gone to, he quickly grabs his coat and prepares to visit the location. The scene shifts back to Jinchul, cheater number 14, who is now running for his life after realizing that his prey has turned into a predator. Suddenly, one of his legs gets slashed off, causing him to fall to the ground in a supine position. Jinchul quickly uses a regeneration ampule to regrow his leg, now left with just one more. Daesung mocks him, comparing him to the bugs in hell that also regenerate in such a grotesque manner. As Jinchul's leg regenerates, the network on the third floor gets restored, allowing everyone to see the live recording of Daesung confronting Jinchul on screen. Seokwoo grows worried as he watches his puppet on his knees, begging for his life and declaring that he has already used up all his ampules and cannot regenerate anymore. Completely unaware of what a regeneration ampule is, Daesung retorts that he will try splitting it in two to see if he can multiply like bacteria do. As the creep gets pulverized, he begs even more desperately for mercy. Noticing a spark of light, our Demon Lord realizes it is a camera and that the connection has been restored. He then diverts his attention back to Jinchul, presenting him with a proposition. Daesung offers the creep a chance to be set free alive if he can correctly answer 3 of his questions. Desperate to save his life, Jinchul eagerly asks Daesung if he is telling the truth. Daesung, using his sword disguised as a stick, makes Jinchul bow before him and delivers a chilling death stare, declaring that if he finds him lying, he will split him in 2 halves. With that, our Demon Lord begins the questionnaire. The first question he poses is whether Jinchul is the one responsible for everything that has happened at the test site. This question thickens the tense atmosphere, creating an air of anxiety that permeates the surroundings, especially affecting Seokwoo, the cheater captain. Annoyed by the sudden silence of the loudmouth, our demon lord warns Jinchul to respond quickly if he does not want to be bisected. In response, the proud guy begins bawling and admits to orchestrating everything like a crybaby. Daesung finds the emotional confession intriguing. Not wasting a moment, our hero asks his second question. Pressured to reveal the mastermind's identity, Jinchul immediately throws his clan leader under the bus. The mention of the Hongma clan behind everything surprises our hero. But this fuels rumors in the control room. Suspecting from the start, everyone in the control room turns to look at the long-haired creep. Hearing the accusations, Seokwoo boils with rage at his pet's betrayal. Out of options, he lashes out at the management. However, the branch manager remains unfazed and orders him to prepare an explanation for the police. Realizing he is lost, the man agrees to attend his hearing at the Hunter's Bureau. With that, he silently lowers his head to avoid attracting more attention. Moments later, outside the stadium, Seokwoo leaves along with his guards. One of them wonders why the clan leader lowers his head like a peasant. Seokwoo calmly explains that it is the smartest choice to avoid the Seoul clan leader's fury. Rightly so, since Junyoung in the control room was boiling with anger. The manager expresses gratitude to the graceful leader for his patience, but Junyoung answers that he doesn't give a crap about the association. While the branch manager orders his team to implement maximum security measures, our protagonist poses his third question to the pathetic A-ranker kneeling before him. He asks if Jinchul possesses any points. Reluctantly, the crybaby answers honestly, still shook by the idea of being sliced in half. With that, the AI announces Daesung's victory and the conclusion of the three-phase exam. However, our Demon King is not satisfied with the sudden win. As Jinchul the bootlicker looks up thinking he is safe, his smile warps with the two halves of his body. Living up to his title, the ruler of hell declares it a punishment for failing to answer in time. But before he leaves, his gaze shifts to Cho-young, still curled up on the floor, surrounded by a healing aura the whole time. Moments later, the security team arrives and begins evacuating the injured, including Cho-young. Observing the chaos from his office, the association's president shuts his laptop while reading the anti-Hongma comments. His secretary informs him that all 10 clans are gathering to meet up. The old man wonders if Daesung is the first monster in a while, after Korea's famous #1, Lee Chang-shik. When the secretary confirms our hero's instant promotion, the grandpa of the hunters orders her to recruit him at all costs. So as the results are revealed, rumors spread about the Hongma clan's downfall, but they are interrupted by the cute AI's announcement. It explains that due to the unusual circumstances, the ranking criteria will be by the order of passing the first level. Consequently, our boy receives an A rank for securing first place. Having seen the results, Chanho immediately calls Daesung and asks where he is. So his pal answers that he's chilling in the S-rank hunter's restroom, leaving him speechless. Chilling in a massage chair, our boy's relaxation is interrupted by his best friend, who looks deeply confused. My guy casually mentions that the president's secretary told him to chill in the S-rank room. Amazing Chanho that Daesung was personally invited by the big boss. As the man of the hour sips his boba, he reveals that he might even be promoted to S-rank. Astonished, Chanho wonders about the insane amount of cash he could make. He updates his pal that there is a commotion outside because of this news. In the meantime, while journalists and recruiters gather, one of the participants steps out of an elevator. Everyone's eyes gravitate toward him, and they rush over to snatch the first interview. Enjoying the spotlight, the famous geezer celebrates his big win in the licensing exam. The reporters shout for his attention and ask him to share his name. With a straight face, the geezer introduces himself as Han Daesung. At that moment, the crowd goes wild. But after a while, as the crowd nearly stomps the geezer, some begin to realize that Daesung isn't supposed to be a hairless old man. As the result announcement concludes, the old man's borderline rank is revealed. Meanwhile, the rescued hunters escape, cursing Jinchul for his disgusting antics. However, the insider from the Hongma clan behind them is in a panic. With no news of Jinchul's body, he reluctantly approves the decision to close the gate. In the meantime, our hero's mother watches the sensational news. The anchor shares that despite a terrible accident in the toughest licensing exam of all time, one applicant shattered all records. Suddenly, a picture of Daesung appears on the TV, congratulating him on earning an A rank, along with speculation about his promotion to S rank. His mother is absolutely shocked and frantically calls for Jisoo. Worried about her mother, the daughter rushes in, shaken, and takes a look at the TV. Both mother and daughter are flabbergasted when the man of the hour enters the house and casually greets the frozen women. Meanwhile, at the Hongma clan building, inspectors from the association give an ultimatum to the leader, stating that they are forbidden from hunting again. The two inspectors advise Seokwoo to come with them obediently. However, trying to flaunt his rank as the sixth strongest hunter, Seokwoo declares it ridiculous to oust him on trivial charges. With a fake smile on the outside, the clan leader feels furious about how his little experiment is beginning to lead to his downfall. Manager Kim from the bureau delivers another warning. In response, the clan leader stands up and stresses that he shouldn't be detained just because of his association with Jinchul. Tired of the argument, the manager warns Seokwoo one last time and prepares to use force. The rank 6 hunter tells the manager to remember how Seokwoo became the leader. This statement makes the cool man sweat, as he recalls that the long-haired creep killed the previous leader in a raid to take his place. With that, Seokwoo unleashes his puppeteering skill. The manager instructs his partner to get ready to fight, causing the spiky-haired inspector to grow scared. The manager urges him to man up if he doesn't want to die and charges at Seokwoo. With a devilish smile, Seokwoo ends the fight in a single move. Before the manager can react, he is stabbed in the back by Jungwoo, his own partner. Appalled by the betrayal, Kim shouts at him, but the spiky-haired guy insists that he didn't move his body. By the time Kim realizes it is Seokwoo's skill at play, the long-haired creep uses his final move, finishing off Kim by his own partner's hands. While the traumatized inspector trembles, Seokwoo casually leaves his office as if nothing happened. He decides to warn the association's president next. The scene shifts to Cho-young resting in a treatment capsule. Looking over her, the clan leader receives news that, due to permanent damage to her aura, she will be unable to work. Rage boils inside him as Junyoung declares his vengeance on Seokwoo. Meanwhile, at home, Daesung's mom expresses her reluctance to let him take on such a dangerous job. His sister agrees with their mother. She mentions that she's glad to see him becoming famous, but it's a dangerous job regardless. Hearing this, our guy remembers Chanho telling him that the majority of hunters go against their families or get kicked out of their homes. Nearly on the verge of tears, their mom states that she would break if he is hurt again. But then he drops a bombshell that he has already signed up with Chanho's clan. With that, our boy reaches into his inventory and pulls out a bag filled with stacks of cash. Leaving his mother shocked by his magic, he brags about the down payment he received to pay off their debt. Both mother and daughter are dazed seeing the unbelievable sum of money on the table. Daesung tells his sister not to be so shocked. He encourages her to listen to their mother and enjoy school life, assuring them that he will take care of the expenses. He proudly announces that he'll be their protector. The two begin to cry, prompting him to tease them about their awkward reaction. Jisoo jokes that she is against him hunting, but the money has changed her mind. Enjoying the wholesome scene, Daesung considers going through hell worth every second. The scene shifts to Inspector Jongwoo recalling how Manager Kim saved him when he was an innocent recruit. The manager's heartfelt words and fatherly smile from that night circle in his mind. He returns to reality, trembling as he stands over the manager's cold, lifeless body. Seeing him weep his soul out, the bank manager expresses his shock at Seokwoo going so far. Jongwoo, fueled by rage, tells them not to touch Seokwoo and swears to avenge Manager Kim with his own hands. Watching this heart-wrenching scene, the president of the association commands the branch manager to take all available resources and destroy the Hongma clan, along with Lee Seokwoo. Meanwhile, our half-asleep Demon King is woken up by a barrage of notifications. He checks his phone to see who's spamming him with messages. Out of the mess, he notices a text from Chanho telling him to call when he wakes up. So he goes out for a stroll, and Chanho shares the good news that he has secured a C-rank gate. Daesung jokes that he simply has to come by and sweep up the easy money. The scene shifts to the Hongma clan building. Lines of cars park outside the skyscraper as numerous men in black uniforms gather. Under the leadership of A-rank hunter Jin Ki-hong, Jongwoo prepares to rush the building. The cavalry is ordered to subdue anyone who resists, going as far as murder if needed. So as soon as Ki-hong gives the green light, the agents raid the building from all directions. But when he and Jongwoo enter, they are shocked to see gravely injured Hongma members everywhere. Not undeterred, Captain Ki-hong orders the main force to retreat while the rest follow him. Leading up to the Seokwoo's office, a heavily worn-out Junyoung sits alone. Confused, Jongwoo rushes through the hordes of unconscious bodies towards Seokwoo's office. Dagger in hand, he shouts at the Hongma clan leader to reveal himself. To his dismay, the villain lies battered and bloodied on the floor beside him. The other forces follow, equally confused. Before the captain can ask the Seoul clan leader what happened, a crazed Jongwoo steals his attention. He immediately confirms Seokwoo's death and urges the revenge-fueled inspector to calm down. Captain Ki-hong expresses concern that even in vengeance, Leader Junyoung has gone too far. However, the somber man clarifies that he only took out those outside. He then shocks Ki-hong by revealing that he found Seokwoo dead before his arrival. News quickly spreads that the Hongma clan leader was found dead, with the suspect theorized to be Seoul clan leader Hwang Junyoung. On the other hand, the bald geezer is flustered about not getting any work despite creating a porter clan using his one shot at fame. Worried about starving before he gets any work, a well-timed call restores his hope. Meanwhile, in Chanho's car, Daesung confirms that he has denied all the other clan's offers. Chanho brags about all the crazy gear the Seoul clan has, but our guy isn't concerned, thinking about his amazing gear from hell. Then a thought comes to him, and he asks how much money a C-rank gate makes. But Chanho starts ranting that it cost 50 billion to buy one, out of which 40% went to taxes and fees. This baffles Daesung, who curses the greedy system. Chanho summarizes that rather than clearing a gate, Ether core profits are where the real money lies. He then asks his pal to reconsider if he'll be alright going alone, which surprises Daesung. Our guy insists that Chanho is coming with him, making the man suddenly sweat buckets in fear. He reveals that he asked his sister to handle the paperwork, and she registered his bestie as the porter. Chanho's eyes widen as he wonders if his bro wants to kill him. At last, the two arrive at the giant red C-rank gate. Receiving a salute from the guard, Chanho hands over the entry form. Reading that only 2 hunters will be entering, the guard expresses his concern and confirms if they really intend to clear a team gate as a pair, since 100 hunters is the minimum. Seizing this opportunity, Chanho tries to persuade him not to open the gate just because a crazy A-rank hunter is involved. He adds his wish not to die single. But the man opens the gate to avoid trouble with our psycho hunter. One last time, Chanho tries to reason with my guy that it's unreasonable for even an S-ranker to solo a team gate. But our boy grabs him by the neck and drags his best friend into the gate. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, footage of Seokwoo's last moments is played. It appears that someone made the proud guy kneel, telekinetically wrangling his limbs in different directions. Then, out of a mysterious portal, an arm pops out and rips Seokwoo's heart from his body. Analyzing the video, the president asks the branch manager and Captain Ki-hong if they can't uncover anything. Ki-hong explains that footage from one camera is not enough, and the branch manager adds that no traces of aura were found either. Dumbfounded, the president wonders if they have a ghost killer on their hands. Meanwhile, outside the red portal, the old Baldy, having changed his name, arrives as a porter. The guard, suspicious, asks why he came so late. But with blazing confidence, Baldy asks if Daesung is currently inside. When the guard confirms this, the bald geezer celebrates the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He can eat up all of Daesung's scraps as the sole porter. The scene then shifts to the past, right after Jinchul was split in half. Regenerating from the fatal injury, he cries over the disgrace he faced and vows to take revenge. Suddenly, the same entity that took Seokwoo's life appears. Laughing ominously, the eyeball offers to take revenge on his behalf. As our demon lord enters the dungeon alongside his friend, Chanho grows increasingly nervous, glancing around as it is his first time stepping inside the gate. Daesung points out a stampede of monsters approaching them, which sends Chanho into a panic as he wonders why they are so large. The approaching monsters are Class 3 wasteland lizardlings, viewing the two as nothing more than food. Our demon lord, however, takes out his sword, excitement bubbling within him at the sight of so many monsters gathered together. He tells his friend to take a good look and leaps into the sky. Upon landing on the monsters, he activates his third hidden skill, known as Hellfire Volcano, which ignites everything around him, turning all the monsters into smithereens. From a distance, Chanho watches in awe, impressed, and wondering if this is truly the same childhood friend he knows. As Daesung approaches, Chanho scolds him for having concealed his strength from him all this time. With a smile, our demon lord replies that he has now revealed it. Filled with excitement, Chanho declares that he has decided to create a new clan, one that would be the strongest not just in South Korea, but in the entire world. As the scene transitions to the guards standing outside the gate, they notice something bizarre. Mistaking it for a gate fracture, they begin to panic, immediately giving directions to contact the Signal Corps headquarters. However, before they can leave, the old Baldy points out that someone is emerging from the gate. To their surprise, it is none other than our hero and his friend. Chanho proudly informs the guard that they can handle the byproducts, as they have successfully cleared the gate. This leaves the guard confused, as he has never seen anyone clear a gate this early. The old Baldy immediately rushes toward our hero, handing him his card. He introduces himself with a fake name, An Daesung, and shares his details, reminding our hero that he participated alongside him in the test. He explains that he is in charge of the byproduct disposal. Noticing that they share the same name, Daesung finds the old man suspicious. His friend Chanho then asks the old guy why he is alone if he works in a porter clan. The old dude takes back his card and replies that he is the one who created this clan and believes the process will be quick. Chanho then presses further, asking if his name is really Daesung. The old guy gives a thumbs up, saying he is willing to change his name in the future to avoid any nuisance for both of them. The real Daesung, feeling mad and frustrated, storms off from the scene. The scene then shifts to a real estate broker showing an apartment to our demon lord and his family. Daesung's sister appears excited about the place, particularly loving the fact that each room has an attached bathroom. Like a typical mother, Daesung's mom cuts to the chase, asking the agent about the price of the apartment. The agent informs her that the house is worth 18 billion in actual transactions. Seeing his mom astonished after hearing the price, the agent explains that the high demand is due to the nearby Hunters Association. He emphasizes that safety is what matters most given the current circumstances, which justifies the steep price. The agent then confirms his suspicions by asking if her son is a successful hunter. Before she can respond, Daesung's sister intervenes, bragging that her brother is an A-rank adventurer and is on the verge of becoming an S-ranker. She adds that this news has created quite an uproar in the media. The agent responds that this explains why Daesung seemed so familiar to him. Meanwhile, our demon lord finishes analyzing the house and accepts it as his domain. He inquires about the payment procedure and asks if he can get a discount for paying the full amount up front. The dealer informs him that he can offer preferential contracts if Daesung is indeed an A-rank adventurer. He explains that during the representative meeting of apartment residents, a fund of 2 billion won is collected for hunter attraction, and if someone is an S-ranker, they can receive a deposit of 10 billion won. The ladies get petrified upon hearing such a huge amount, while our hero feels excited at the thought of acquiring the house for just 8 billion won and the possibility of saving up to 10 billion won if he becomes an S-ranker. The scene shifts to a lady walking on a road in the pitch-black night. She feels an unsettling sensation, as if someone is following her. Suddenly she trips, but someone catches her just before she falls. Feeling scared, the girl asks who the man is. The man responds with a creepy smile, and as he gets closer, his disgusting face is revealed. He tells the lady that she has been chosen. The next day, the lady is found dead, and her body is taken to the autopsy suite in the National Police Agency building. The autopsy officer states that this woman has died in the same manner as Seokwoo, making her the 10th victim in this major city alone. Captain Ki-hong harbors suspicions because, based on his experience, such a murder definitely involves some awakeners. Just as he believed the situation had calmed down, he now faces the challenge of dealing with this new serial killer case. Inspector Jong-woo tells Ki-hong not to worry and assures him that he will handle the matter. However, Captain Ki-hong instructs Jong-woo to prioritize the gate search work at the head office first. As he leaves, the A-ranker Captain Ki-hong asks the forensic medicine expert to make the investigation public. Furthermore, he promises active support for the inspection bureau. Meanwhile, Jin-cheol, the cheater number 14, finds himself alive in a laboratory. As he opens his eyes, he feels disoriented and shouts, asking where he is. A nearby scientist expresses pleasure at seeing him awake. The scientist mocks him for screaming like an infant. Jin-cheol repeats his question about his whereabouts. The scientist points out that the room resembles the Hongma building laboratory, which leads Jin-cheol to realize he is in the awakening ampule infusion room. The scientist proceeds to explain the situation to the bewildered man, introducing himself as the elder of Honsei and mentioning that his name is Roman. He adds that he is the one responsible for saving him by making a special request to the chief priest. Jin-cheol notices a peculiar eye staring at him and, confused about his survival, seems to wonder if he didn't actually die. Roman clarifies that he has been reborn as one of the people of Honsei. The young man, however, still appears lost in thought. Roman then presents an ampule, asking if he desires to rule the world alongside them. Meanwhile, Chanho receives a call from his close friend, the confident demon lord, who shares his desire to be promoted to S rank. Chanho argues that focusing on clearing gates should be his main priority, but as he listens to his friend's reasoning, he becomes curious about why he suddenly wants to buy a house. In the end, Chanho agrees to bid on every gate he can find and asks Daesung to assist in easing the workload by acquiring some equipment from the aura market. Who needs to purchase equipment when he can obtain superior gear from Pantheon? With this thought, our hero steps into the Pantheon and chooses the Absolute Ruler's Field implementation quest. Among the 5 types of fields available for implementation, he opts for the 5th one, known as Balark's Iron Castle. The Demon Lord is then informed that the rulers of each field have been brainwashed by transcendence from the heavens, and his mission is to defeat them. He loads the necessary data and prepares himself for the implementation. He is teleported to Balark's Iron Castle, only to find himself equipped with a set of cheap-looking armor, including a shield and sword, which immediately irritate him. He mocks the items, questioning if being outfitted with such gear qualifies him as nerfed. The scene shifts to the office of the branch manager at the Korean Hunters Association. The branch manager is in the middle of issuing orders when, without warning, a clerk rushes in with urgent news. The Ocean Clan has failed to clear a particular B-ranked gate. The manager's assistant struggles to believe the news, given that the Ocean Clan, led by Baek Haran, is one of Korea's top 4 clans. However, the clerk clarifies that the monsters in the gate were not compatible with the captain's aura skill, prompting her to request assistance from an S-ranker. Normally, such a request would cause concern, but the branch manager feels confident. After all, this is Baek Haran, an elegant and powerful figure, someone anyone would be eager to assist. The manager swiftly gives instructions to locate S-rankers Lee Chang-shik and Seo Dong-chul, informing them of the situation at hand. The assistant considers it an easy task, remarking that no one in Korea would refuse a request from Baek Haran, the nation's top healer hunter. However, the clerk points out one exception, Ryu Seo-yeon from the fortress, who is known to hold a grudge against Baek Haran. After issuing the final orders and granting permission to use the helicopter, the branch manager dismisses his staff. The scene then shifts to Hope Nursery School, where children are playing outside, pretending to be hunters and monsters. Among them is Seo Dong-chul, the S-rank hunter with a pencil sketch beard, from the Crow clan, joyfully playing along with the children. A sister approaches Seo Dong-chul, addressing him as director, and informing him that he has received an urgent notice from the Hunters Association. Without wasting a moment, the S-ranker asks the sister to watch over the children, explaining that he must urgently attend to a gate. The sister, concerned, tells him to take care, but he reassures her with a smile, reminding her that, as the #1 hunter in South Korea, there's no need to worry. Meanwhile, the other S-ranker, Lee Chang-shik, has just returned from clearing a C-rank gate on Jeju Island. He finds these lower-ranked dungeons tedious and longs for a more challenging task. His secretary approaches and informs him that he has been requested for assistance by Baek Haran of the Ocean Clan. Lee Chang-shik wastes no time and immediately calls for his helicopter, preparing for departure. It's clear that he holds a special regard for Lady Haran, as her mere name seems powerful enough to alter the direction of his life. Meanwhile, back in Pantheon, our hero finds himself facing the formidable gatekeeper of the Iron Castle. Under normal circumstances, with his true strength, the gatekeeper would pose no threat. But now he is left with only a curved sword and a ridiculous ice shield. Taking a moment, he sits down, reflecting on how he managed to defeat this opponent in the past. His eyes carefully examine the items in his possession, and he begins to wonder if the ice shield holds the key to solving this puzzle. Realizing something, he stands up, ready to engage the gatekeeper in combat once again. The scene shifts to the B-ranked gate that the Ocean Clan had failed to conquer. Reporters gather in front of it, eager to capture significant moments for their audience. They inform the public that the Ocean Clan is preparing for a second attempt at the gate. Suddenly, Lady Haran arrives on the scene, and reporters quickly surround her, bombarding her with questions. The moment they lay eyes on her, they seem to be enchanted. She approaches one of the reporters and requests his microphone, wanting to share important details with the public. Meanwhile, the two S-rankers, Chang-shik and Dong-chul, arrive, ready to assist the Ocean Lady. It's evident that Chang-shik harbors a crush on her, evident in his attentive demeanor. The news reporters begin to argue about what title to give their coverage. As the hunters step into the gate, a voice rings out, advising the reporters to frame the title using a combination like Lee Seo Baek to capture the public's attention more effectively. The scene shifts back to the Pantheon, where Dae-sung, in a fit of determination, tries to set the gatekeeper ablaze in an effort to rouse him from his slumber. The gatekeeper screams upon waking, fully prepared to confront the one who disturbed his rest. Our hero thinks carefully, knowing that one misstep could lead to his demise. He applies some lubricant strategically, successfully causing the monster to trip. As the monster tumbles to the ground, he dashes forward, piercing his sword through the gatekeeper's seal, defeating him effortlessly, as if it were merely child's play. Our hero stands tall and proud, relishing the fact that he recalled the slumbering giant's weakness just in time. He drops the items, realizing that he won't need them inside the Iron Castle. Once he enters, his first priority is to find a weapon. However, he soon encounters a dead end. Recalling his experiences from his time in Hell, he remembers a secret button hidden within the wall and quickly locates it. Pressing the button, he activates the entrance to Ballark's treasure chest room, which can be accessed for a limited time of 5 minutes. In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, he discovers the weapon he has been searching for. The Dragon Slayer Black Sword, renowned for its effectiveness against dragon-type monsters. While the Dragon Slayer Black Sword may not match the power of the Hellfire Sword, he knows that a weapon's true worth depends entirely on its wielder. Just as a pen may hold value in the hands of a scholar, but be nothing more than trash to the illiterate, so too does his newfound weapon possess potential. With some time still remaining, he decides to explore the treasure room further. The gleaming treasures capture his attention, and he wonders if he could sell them in the real world for a handsome profit. Gripping the black sword firmly, he prepares to enter Balark's chamber, maintaining a calm demeanor, reminding himself to see the former ruler merely as a pathetic loner boss. Meanwhile, in the B-ranked dungeon, the Ocean Clan is busy battling against the relentless monsters. Dongchul grows irritated by the loud screeches of a particularly nasty creature and, in frustration, crushes its mouth to silence it. After striking his weapon against the monster's head, he shouts to rally the Ocean Clan, directing them to launch a coordinated attack. Amidst the chaos, Heron cheers for Dongchul, encouraging him. Just then, Changshik arrives on the scene, covered in blood and looking worn down. He asks Heron if she would truly go to dinner with him if he manages to clear the dungeon. Seeing him in such a sorry state, Heron quickly heals him, helping him regain his strength. Changshik then presents her with the head of an ogre king as a trophy. Heron looks amazed, asking him if he really soloed such a calamity-class threat. Noticing that the Ocean Clan still hasn't managed to take down the foul-smelling monster, Dongchul feels a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing he has been shouldering the burden alone. Changshik then turns to Heron, urging her to keep her promise about the dinner as he joins the fray. Confused, Heron wonders aloud when she made such a promise, trying to recall the details. The scene transitions back to the Pantheon, where our hero spends a significant amount of points to apply every buff potion available to him. As his stats boost, so does his morale, and he confidently steps into the final room. Upon entering, he greets his old adversary, Balark, but the reception is far from warm. Balark, clearly not in a hospitable mood, summons a lizard dragon to attack our hero. Meanwhile, Daesung stands off to the side, a smirk on his face as he activates blood neutralization, transforming into a demi-demon. The scene shifts to a live streamer, Yang Chil, who is currently analyzing the strongest hunter of the week in South Korea in his latest video. According to Yang Chil, the top ranker is Changshik, the youngest son of a prominent chaebol family. He emphasizes that Changshik has a deep passion for hunting, which contributes to his impressive ranking. In second place is Dongchul. If one were to summarize him in a single word, it would be daddy. As the director of Hope Orphanage, he has declared all those who lost their families to gate fractures as his children, providing them with care and support. In third place is the esteemed lady of the Ocean Clan. Yang Chil discusses the recent crisis involving the B-ranked dungeon, noting that these three hunters joined forces and successfully cleared the dungeon in just 6 hours. As Yang Chil wraps up his livestream, he notices Daesung on the web and feels an uncanny sense of familiarity. He soon learns that the Demon Lord has solo cleared a team-type dungeon, a piece of information that is hard for him to digest. The scene transitions to the Hunters Association building, where a man named Jaek scrolls through the daily news, his expression marked by displeasure at the increasing speed of gate clears. As his workday comes to an end, one of his friends invites him out for a drink. Jaek declines the offer, explaining that he has some matters to attend to at home, but assures his friend that he will join them next time. Meanwhile, back in the Pantheon, our hero delivers a single powerful strike to the lizard dragon, causing blood to splatter across him. The crimson stains remind him of his past, when he often found himself drenched in blood during his battles. He then turns his attention to the final boss, preparing for the confrontation. As the boss launches its first attack, our hero expertly dodges, bracing himself for the fight ahead. Balark continues his relentless attacks, but our hero effortlessly blocks them, treating the exchanges like a walk in the park. Then, Daesung announces that it's his turn, charging his sword with a vibrant purple aura. However, just before he can launch his attack, the boss surprises him with a new skill, catching him off guard. Irritated, Daesung watches as Balark invokes a Thunder Dragon skill, transforming himself into a winged monarch. With a mocking grin, our Demon Lord scoffs at the creature, derisively calling it a lizard trying to be a dragon. In an instant, he retaliates, obliterating Balark with a single powerful hit. Just as Balark falls defeated, a mysterious creature materializes before Daesung, claiming to be a divine heavenly being of some sort. The scene transitions back to Earth, where a serial killer stands over yet another heart he has collected. He contacts Jaek, the manager of the Gateseeker team, referring to him as his priest. The killer informs Jaek that he has successfully constructed an altar with the hearts he has gathered. Jaek responds with praise, assuring him that he will immediately contact the Hunter Association to arrange for a sacrifice. Curious, the serial killer asks when he should break the altar. Jaek instructs him to wait until he has amassed a substantial number of valuable sacrifices before taking action. The scene shifts back to our hero, where his system goes haywire, alerting him that it has been infiltrated by unknown beings. The status board reveals that the entity is one of the heavenly transcendents, but the rest of the information remains hidden. Suddenly, the system notifies Daesung that the field implementation has been completed. Recognizing this as the perfect moment, our hero activates the absolute body reinforcement he has just received. The heavenly creature then questions whether Daesung intends to interfere with their plans, launching an aura ball attack at him, convinced that he is finished. To the creature's shock, our hero emerges unscathed, defying its expectations. In an instant he retaliates, attacking the creature with a powerful fist. The creature boasts that it cannot be harmed, but Daesung's hand passes right through it, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. With a smirk on his face, Daesung taunts the heavenly creature, asking if it is still so confident. He then unleashes the ultimate skill of Hell, known as Hellfire Eternal Pain, a devastating attack that can only be used within this very domain. The creature finds itself overwhelmed by the sheer power of the attack, and as it is engulfed by flames, it begins to vanish into a black hole. In a last desperate attempt, it whines that it will tell its mommy about this. The system promptly notifies our hero of the sudden disappearance of the heavenly creature, confirming that it has been somehow defeated. Daesung is then directed to take his place on the throne to complete the quest. His Highness touches the wall, which begins to shift and morph into the shape of stairs. As he ascends, the monsters of hell offer their praise, clamoring for him to free them from the bottomless pit so they can exact their revenge. Upon sitting on the throne, Daesung completes the quest. The monsters he defeated during the challenge are summoned as his minions, but he quickly finds their noise overwhelming. With a wave of his hand, he instructs them to leave until he calls upon them again. Meanwhile, back on Earth, an A-ranked gate has suddenly emerged, causing a significant uproar. Questions flood in from every direction as the association president enters the building, facing the mounting pressure from concerned hunters and the public alike. The association president turns to the branch manager, asking if this new gate resembles the one that reduced a city to ashes 5 years ago. The branch manager promptly fills the president in on all the details he has gathered about the gate thus far, outlining its potential threat and the urgency of the situation. In response, the president issues a decree to mobilize all hunters available and requests assistance from the World Association to handle the impending crisis. The scene shifts back to Daesung, who meticulously checks all of his skills and the extent of his implementation so far. Realizing that he still finds them insufficient, he decides to acquire a few more skills. With that goal in mind, he enters the treacherous Spider Valley. Meanwhile, the president of the association has organized a conference with all of his higher-ups. Even those who cannot attend in person join via video call. The branch manager informs the president that all arrangements have been made and emphasizes that the purpose of this meeting is to find a solution to the A-class gate that has recently appeared in Dogok Dong. In the next scene, a prison van is shown transporting Jun Young, who sits handcuffed inside. He wonders who could have killed Seokwoo, noting that not even the highest-ranked assassin could have executed such a trick. The realization unsettles him, making him fear that something significant is unfolding. At this very moment, his thoughts are consumed by concern for Cho Young. Meanwhile, Cho Young struggles to eat, blaming herself for everything that has transpired. The nurse gently urges her to consume at least one meal a day if she wants to live. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to transfer her to IV fluids. Tears stream down Cho Young's face as she feels both powerless and worthless, grappling with the weight of her emotions. Back in the conference room, the availability of the hunters is being discussed. Jong-soo, the leader of the fortress class, informs everyone that their ace, Ryu Seo-yeon, has not yet returned from her training. Meanwhile, Cho Han-wook, the vice captain of the Marvel clan, mentions that his captain, Han-ul, is currently occupied with the development of an aura weapon in Silicon Valley. The branch manager then turns his attention to the S-rank trio, who recently conquered a B-ranked dungeon, inquiring about their availability for the upcoming mission. Dong-chul lazily expresses his interest, noting that he doesn't see any other option. Chung-shik agrees as well, citing his obligation to keep his promise to Harin regarding their date. At this, Harin playfully protests, insisting that she has already gone on a date with him. Chung-shik counters, arguing that it shouldn't be considered a proper date since Dong-chul also joined them, leading to a light-hearted exchange between the three. Dong-chul intervenes, assuring the manager that he will handle the situation and emphasizing the need for support from all available A-rank hunters. In response, the president instructs the branch manager to arrange for 100 A-rank hunters, along with 100,000 ether cores. Voices of dissent rise in the room as some express their concerns, arguing that this amount is excessively large, representing an entire year's budget for the Hunter Association. However, the president silences them, asserting that all participants will be adequately rewarded for their efforts, reinforcing the importance of the mission at hand. Jaik, sitting among the gathered officials, wears a smile as he devises a dangerously evil plan. As the conference concludes, public announcements are made, urging nearby residents to evacuate to the Hunter Association's air defense shelter. As dark clouds begin to gather and pour, the hunters prepare themselves for the impending challenge. Once all arrangements are complete, they gather around the gate, murmuring about the sudden appearance of this unexpected gate, creating an air of unease and anticipation among them. Many A-rankers expressed that they have joined the mission because of the presence of the S-rank trio. Otherwise, they would have never dared to enter the dungeon. Sensing the danger that lies ahead, Dongchul playfully teases Changshik about whether he still wants to go on that dinner with Heron. With a determined spirit, Dongchul encourages all the hunters, motivating them to fight together. He offers some pieces of advice before leading everyone into the dungeon. As they enter, they find themselves in a surprisingly peaceful place. Dongchul directs all the hunters to check their communication equipment and spread out to cover more ground. The group splits up, including Heron and Changshik, ensuring they can gather as much information as possible in this unfamiliar territory. All the hunters test their earpieces to ensure they are functioning properly. Meanwhile, Chanho tries repeatedly to call their hero. Just as Daisung finally answers the call, Chanho's frustration spills over as he complains about his current situation. It turns out that Chanho is busy moving into the new house he just purchased. Cutting to the chase, he informs Daisung about the sudden appearance of the new A-rank dungeon, mentioning that all B-rankers and above have been summoned to participate. Our hero examines the location, discovering it is quite close to his new residence. He inquires with his friends about the reason behind the evacuation order issued for just one gate. One of his friends explains the incident involving an A-rank gate fracture that occurred 5 years prior. As he travels to his new home, the hero poses a question to his friend about the possibility of being promoted to an S-ranker if he manages to resolve this issue. Chanho feigns surprise, noting that all his best friend seems to aspire to is achieving S-rank status. Within the confines of the gate, perilous bloodwolf monsters emerge. The hunters, acting as scouts, relay their locations to one another. Suddenly, they find themselves encircled by the menacing creatures. It is said that mankind was on a path toward destruction. This continued until the Ether Core, a miraculous resource dropped by monsters defeated in gates, becomes the new energy source for humanity. This is why the amount of Ether Cores needed to fuel aura equipment is believed to determine whether a raid is successful or not. Surrounded by threats, Dongchul advises everyone to use their Ether Cores to power up the aura gear. Meanwhile, to draw the raging wolf beasts away, Changshik uses his wide area aggro skill, despite his absolute hate for it. While the white-haired hero rallies the monsters behind him, Dongchul, supported by Heron, prepares to launch an attack. With his deadly skill fully charged, the jacked guy announces to his prey that the single-use skill costs over 1 billion ether cores. Bathed in lightning sparks, the S-rank hunter unleashes his ultimate skill, Thunderbolt, onto the ground. The lightning instantly incinerates all the beasts in a wide area, and then Heron's speed skill activates, supercharging all the hunters. With the newfound strength and morale, the hunters prepare to wipe out all the monsters. Meanwhile, the city outside lies in shambles. A group of Hongma stragglers gather, but one of their scouts warns that the police are coming, sending them all into a panic. As they run away, a curly-haired guy is stopped by a police car. Flashed by the intense headlights, the group hears a peculiar voice that tells them to surrender or face fake drug charges. The man draws his dagger, ready to fight or die. But to his surprise, an infamous hunter exits the car. He laughs at how the leaders of the Hongma clan look like crap, which irritates them. Looking better than ever, Jinchul invites them to join him. Watching a dead man reborn, their jaws drop. So with a smile on his stitched-up face, Jinchul offers the survivors a new purpose. Meanwhile, back at the gate, the raid seems to have ended. The hunters wonder if, for the first time in history, an A-rank gate has been cleared without casualties. While Heron heals his wounds, Dongchul laughs that he could have cleared countless gates if he had her healing skills. But Heron sighs and goes on a painfully long rant about how many pricey ether cores her skills consume. Hearing her ramble about the logistics, Dongchul's ears begin bleeding from her S-rank nagging skill. And of course, Changshik makes sure not to miss the hourly quota of hitting on her, making things awkward. Nearby, a hunter digs out a rare B-rank ether core from a corpse, before the upper half of his body gets shredded to nothingness. His friends can only stare in bewilderment, seeing a majestic white wolf with 4 glowing eyes. On the outside, the atmosphere is filled with suspense. Experts on the news express their concerns, as the Triple S ranker team takes worryingly long to clear the gate. A news reporter announces that 10 hours have passed, prompting the association to send as many A rankers as possible. Watching the news, the branch manager is annoyed that the World Hunter Association's backup hasn't arrived yet. As no one can enter the gate, they can only gather reserves outside and pray for the Dream Team's success. Meanwhile, inside the gate, the hunters initiate the fight with a rain of arrows on the giant beast. Completely unfazed, the beast rushes forward and raises its claw to wipe out the entire platoon. But the white-headed swordsman intercepts the attack just in time. He uses a skill, but the white beast's tough claws absorb the impact completely. Giving him no time to breathe, the beast swipes at Changshik once again. The raw force of its attack makes the S-ranker cough up blood. As it attempts to finish him off, Dongchul saves him just in time. Heron heals several cuts on Changshik's body, and as always, he acts on his urge to flirt with her. The Ocean Clan cutie tells him to stop messing around and focus on not wasting her last skill since she's run out of ether cores. Fully recovered, the White Knight rushes back into combat to cover Dongchul. With his full power strike, Korea's top hunter strikes the white behemoth down in one shot. Everyone begins to praise him, which annoys Dongchul, who is tired of the kid always stealing his glory. But suddenly, everyone's ears are pierced by a deafening noise. To everyone's dismay, a humanoid wolf appears and curses the hunters for daring to enter their world. Backed by countless white behemoths behind him, the hunters lose all morale. Changshik is left speechless, but Dongchul instructs everyone to gather hurriedly. The gate fractures, sending panic throughout the association and leaving the clerk lady and the branch manager in shock. They assume this indicates that the raiding team inside has been slaughtered. Despite losing all hope, the manager quickly commands his team to deploy the reserve units and urgently call all foreign hunters. Meanwhile, the wolf boss leads his army of giant wolf beasts and declares the start of a massacre. Near the gate, Captain Kihong gathers the reserve units. He reads out the strange clan names, feeling disappointed by the appearance of the B-rank weirdos. But finally, he names the Daesung clan. Upon seeing our hero, the captain instantly recognizes him as the A-ranker the president has been after. As the captain begins reading instructions, Daesung pouts, disappointed that his pal didn't show up or give him a call, before he realizes he was the one who didn't answer. Suddenly, a loud sound marking the gate fracture echoes throughout the city. This worries everyone, but the Demon King grins with excitement. Inside the gate, the corpses of the raiding team members lie among the dead wolf beasts. Despite the full resistance from the top-tier hunters, the sheer strength of the behemoths overpowers them. Dongchul does his best to save a hunter, shouting at him to get serious if he doesn't want to become dog food. Meanwhile, Korea's #1 hunter takes down the beasts one by one. Exhausted, he wonders how long Dongchul and the others can last. The scene flashes back to the past when Dongchul received an S-rank protection artifact. The branch manager shares that it is a priceless gift from the president, made with an S-rank ether core. As Dongchul worries about its expense, he is assured that the president views it as essential for the safety of his children, the hunters. So the manager makes him promise to bring them back alive. Pausing for a moment, the man jokes that the president should stop having kids and vows to protect the entire team. Returning to the raiding team inside the gate, he pulls out the artifact after confirming that everyone is gathered. As he places it on the ground, a giant barrier forms around the team, bouncing off all the wolf beasts that pounce on it. However, as Dongchul brags about the cutting-edge German technology, the wolf boss leaps into the sky and smashes its axe into the barrier. Seeing it wobble like jelly, the hunters panic, fearing it might break. Our badass S-ranker mocks the wolf boss for its futile attempt. When a concerned hunter asks what their next move is, he picks his nose and simply says they'll try the classic wait and see. The spiky-haired S-ranker brags that perseverance always works, even making Changshik and Haran unwilling witnesses to his claims. While the hunters feel lost, a suspicious hooded guy from Hans activates his artifact. Suddenly, a gate fracture appears out of nowhere. The fracture captures the wolf boss's attention. The unnatural occurrence leaves all the hunters in shock. Gazing through the gate at the human world, the king of the white wolves grins ominously, declaring that this time the monster raid team will hunt humanity. As this unfolds, the giant wolves invade Earth, tearing apart the weak infantry. True chaos erupts when the wolf boss lands in the city center. With a swing of his axe, the raw power of its shockwave blasts away all the soldiers holding the front line. Trying to scout the situation, the drones that approach are obliterated by the Wolf King's howl skill. This cuts off the visual feed to the association, infuriating the branch manager. At a loss for what to do, he confirms the monster's next target and orders his team to send in the reserve unit. Meanwhile, a familiar vlogger flies his drone and begins his live stream from a rooftop close to the gate. Yongchil dramatically talks on his stream, trying to cash in on the mysterious disaster. Even though the coward is far from danger, he brags about his fearlessness and dedication to his viewers. However, a giant wolf drooling on him quickly shatters his so-called courage. Seeing a mutilated hand drop from its mouth, the vlogger kid falls on his butt. The behemoth pounces on him, making him wail like a little girl. That is until our hero arrives to save the day and decapitates the white wolf. The vlogger kid turns to look at Daesung, who is decked out in epic gear from head to toe. My guy ignores him and goes straight for the big boss of the wolves. Surrounded by a pack of giant wolves, my guy taunts the Wolf King, calling the wolf army stray dogs that are making his home filthy. Enraged, the proud king of the wolves pounces on our protagonist. However, His destructive axe attack is easily blocked by the ruler of hell. In the meantime, at a shelter near the gate fracture, panicked civilians trying to get in open a certain live stream on their phones. Funnily enough, despite the association losing their drones, our vlogger kid manages to monopolize coverage of the disaster with his live stream. After hitting 1 million views, the greedy kid continues to stream without a care for his life. In the control room, the clerk lady opens the live stream on her phone and shows it to the manager, leaving everyone shocked to see our A-rank hunter facing off alone against the threat that overwhelmed 3 S-rankers. Returning to our hero in the center of it all, he casually watches the dogs assemble like Power Rangers. Suddenly, the big white dogs charge at him all at once. But at that moment, Daesung is furious and unleashes flames from his Hellfire sword. Roasting the wolves from the skin down, the irritated Wolf King extinguishes the fire with a swing of his axe. Finally living up to his title, the king withdraws his army and states that he will fight our hero one-on-one. Impressed by the monster's audacity, the ruler of hell tells him to get through his hell beasts first. Piercing the ground with his sword, immense energy begins radiating from Daesung. The Wolf King and the Vlogger Kid are both dumbfounded as a gigantic dragon materializes in the sky. But that's not all. Hearing its master call, more hell beasts begin to appear, scaring the crap out of the branch manager and the reserve team under Captain Ki Hong. Watching my guy backed up by his epic summons, the wolves can only growl in fear. Using the Wolf King's own words against him, our Demon King orders his slaves to destroy the others, while he takes on the big boss himself. Seeing the giant dragon descend, Captain Ki Hong and his unit approach Daesung's summons. As they watch the dragon maul the wolves with its claws, Ki Hong is left wondering if the majestic white beast is a friend or foe. The other 2 summons chase down the previously terrifying wolves as if they were little puppies, effortlessly hunting them down. Meanwhile, at the shelter, civilians watching the Vlogger Kid's livestream are bewildered, witnessing monsters slaughter other monsters. In a moment of sheer confusion, the branch manager summons Chanho as a representative of the Daesung Guild. Not wasting a word to break the ice, he outright asks Daesung's pal to share details about the legend himself. In the meantime, the legend in question continues to talk trash to the Wolf King for fun. He approaches it menacingly, prompting the proud monster to unleash a powerful blow on him. But my guy easily blocks it and, with a scary grin, launches a flurry of his own attacks, overwhelming the proud dog. Impressed by its abilities, our hero commends the A-rank boss, who seemed like a barking dog with no bite. However, the proud boss monster suddenly starts doing gymnastics to break free from the Demon King. When the ruler of hell invites the Wolf King to make his next move, the dog curls its tail and begins dashing away at full speed. Our boy is left speechless, but it seems the Wolf King has realized that his immense power comes from the pandemonium. However, the Demon Lord doesn't let it end there. Catching up, he asks the dog why it's running on 2 legs. He kicks it like a bully, forcing the proud king to tumble like a puppy learning to walk. As if the humiliation isn't enough, he makes sure to prevent its escape. He commands his dragon to grab the dog, making the puppy stare with its jaw stuck open as giant talons graze it along the ground, giving it a good shave. Standing over the road-burned white pup, my guy gruesomely cuts it open to extract a core. Meanwhile, the 3 S-rankers also exit the gate fracture. Dongchul expresses his frustration upon finding no reinforcements. Heron does her best to save those still alive and urges the top 2 hunters of Korea to work together against the wolf boss. Dongchul takes off, leaving Heron alone. Suddenly, she senses demonic energy and a tiny scream escapes her lips moments before a wolf leaps upon her. But of course, no one would let the Ocean Clan's cutie die. The oversized dog's lopped-off head bounces away, cleanly sliced off by our knight in shining armor. Bake Heron is left staring in awe, but my guy, not even recognizing her, asks if she's a hunter or not. Bewildered to see the monster that Korea's #1 struggled against beaten in 1 shot, she is stunned. Speaking of the devil, Chengshik lunges at the man stealing his crush's heart. Of course, Daesung smoothly evades it. Both Heron and Dongchul call out Mr. Top Hunter for his strange antics. Yet the white-headed swordsman feels confused himself. Shocked to watch a seemingly random guy dodge his blade with ease, he says he mistook our boy for a monster. Upon hearing this, everyone takes a moment to ponder his words. Chengshik clarifies that of all the monster auras he has encountered, Daesung possesses the strongest. His detection skills impress our demon lord. Acknowledging one another, the 2 introduce themselves. With that, the disaster ends, and the scene shifts to a meeting of the S-ranks with the association president. Dongchul smiles, feeling glad that the president's expensive artifact saves many lives. However, Chengshik points out that they should focus more on the gate fracture. Still, Heron can't stop thinking about our abruptly awakened Demon King transforming from comatose to top G. Cho Hanyul, the masked S-ranker, remains silent, so the president presents his main purpose, whether to promote Daesung to S-rank or not. Of course, no one has any qualms about it, and Haran even jokes that the others can take more holidays if the president uses him instead. Changshik acknowledges his power, adding that he achieves the unthinkable feat of clearing an A-rank gate solo. But the masked S-ranker finally speaks up, remarking that he is already far above S-rank. Meanwhile, on his newly viral channel, Vlogger Kid interviews the bald geezer, pretending to have a strong relationship with our guy. Whereas in the Daesung clan's main office, Chanho is amazed to see his pal's name trending on every video across the web. With that, the man of the hour walks into his office. Chanho greets him enthusiastically, like a true suck-up, making our guy wonder if his friend is high on something. Getting straight to business, Daesung asks his best friend the reason for the call. His pal reveals that they're going to get his brand new license. News anchors from all over gather outside the Hunters Association building, anxiously awaiting our hero's arrival. So, the man of the hour arrives with his best pal by his side. The girls in the crowd gush over our hero, and Chanho suggests they raise a hand for his fans. As soon as he merely lifts his hand, the ladies start screaming and begging him to marry them, leaving him at a loss for words. Inside the president's office, the graceful man expresses his gratitude for Daesung's services. Chanho laughs, mentioning that they are only doing their duty. With that, the president instructs his secretary to bring out the shiny new S-rank license. They stare in awe at the object most people never even get to see. Thus, the president congratulates our hero and offers him one demand that he will absolutely fulfill. Intrigued, our demon lord gets a genius idea to become a billionaire sitting at home. Confirming that anything goes, he mischievously grins and asks for unlimited access to all gates. This does not sit well with the clans, who are infuriated by him monopolizing all the gates. The president recalls Hanyul's advice, noting that they can't reject the most valuable hunter's conditions. Our guy humbly demands the right for his summons to solo gates. The graceful old man is baffled to hear that a single summon can clear a gate. The scene shifts to a goth girl, Ryu Seoyeon, browsing her computer. Seeing our protagonist all over the internet, the Fortress clan's Hell Witch becomes infatuated with him. Thinking she's found the one who can cure her, she shocks her father by leaving her room for the first time in 6 months. Seoyeon embarks on a search for her hero. Meanwhile, multiple representatives from the clans gang up on the branch manager like frustrated single mothers at a superstore. They complain that Daesung leaves no gates for the smaller clans, stealing their livelihoods. They stress that it's absolutely unfair. Watching this unfold, the manager, despite already expecting it, innocently asks what he can do for them. A solution arises to limit Daesung's attacks on high-rank gates and team up with them on A-rank ones. On the other hand, unaware of how many enemies he's made, our boy is busy losing games. Chanho repeatedly calls him, and he finally picks up. His best pal gives him an earful for not taking his calls, and our demon lord explains his extremely valuable preoccupation: gaming. But like a mother, Chanho instantly calls him out, forcing him to come to the clan building. Now in the clan office, his best friend tells our gamer about the complaints to adjust their gate monopoly. Chanho explains that the smaller guilds are going bankrupt thanks to Daesung's summons stealing their jobs, so the Daesung clan can only take B-rank gates. The association also puts a restriction on tackling A-rank gates unless allied with another clan. Satisfied with the fortune he's made, Daesung simply tells his buddy to only bid on A-rank gates. Chanho humbly brags that with only 2 members to split, he's also balling with cash, and even bought the clan building with his share. With a mischievous smile, our Demon King tells his pal to only bid on the top-earning gates for maximum profit, impressing Chanho with his pro-business thinking. Switching up the conversation, he asks Chanho whether his gear has sold. But his best friend explains that it's hard to sell equipment that cannot use ether cores. Our boy, hoping to sell it and buy property for his family, wonders if it's possible to sell it somehow. Chanho tells him about Park Donghyuk, a legendary aura engineer. He adds that the man is an acquaintance of the Seoul clan leader, but Junyoung is unfortunately in prison, so that option is out. However, he recalls another person who might lead them to Donghyuk. The scene shifts to the Heart clan, using impressive teamwork to clear a C-rank gate now that our hero isn't sweeping every last one. But as they're about to leave, the leader spots some silhouettes approaching. It is none other than cheater number 14, who looks down upon the clan members. Grinning villainously, he orders his zombie squad to crush the hunters. Disturbed, the Heart clan members wonder if the attackers are human or not. Sensing intense danger, the leader shouts for everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. Yet moments later, their lifeless bodies lie scattered on the ground. Jincheol extracts the leader's aura and steals his appearance. The scene transitions to the new mansion of the Demon Lord, where his family is engrossed in a news broadcast. They learn that 12 individuals have been kidnapped, prompting his sister to jest about whether aliens are responsible for the abduction. Exhibiting the traits of a typical anxious mother, Daesung's mom expresses concern for her daughter's safety, advising her not to leave the apartment for a while. She then turns to her son, inquiring if he feels hungry. The demon lord, possessing a hearty appetite, requests that she brings him an abundance of meat. The scene shifts to an altar, where hearts are being roasted as if they are in an oven. The serial killer initiates a ritual alongside his minions. Jinchul steps forward, receiving a blessing from the killer. The resurrected cheater, number 14, seeks nothing but vengeance against the hero, firmly believing that his newfound powers will aid him in achieving this goal. Next, the scene transitions to a child playing with a football. Suddenly, a large hole opens up in the ocean, drawing his curiosity. His parents rush in, preventing him from approaching the dangerous opening. A crowd gathers, engaged in heated discussions about the unexpected appearance of a gate in such a peculiar location. The clerk lady receives the news and promptly reports it to the branch manager. The manager grows anxious, recognizing it as the most challenging maritime-type A-ranked gate they have encountered to date. He inquires whether the clerk has sent requests to each clan for their cooperation. She informs him that all 5 top clans have placed bids, noting the unusual detail that all bids include the same conditions. To clarify the situation, it is revealed that Dongchul had recently visited Daesung's building to meet with his director, Chanho. Dongchul presents a proposal, suggesting a joint raid on the gate. Suddenly, Changshik enters and joins the discussion. Chanho appears perplexed as he sees all these S-rankers arriving at his building unexpectedly. Upon noticing Dongchul, Changshik instigates a confrontation, reminding him that he had previously mentioned wanting to take a break from raids to spend time with children. Changshik presents the same proposal to Chanho that Dongchul did, expressing his desire to jointly attack the aquatic gate. He even offers to cover all expenses related to information and other essential needs. Meanwhile, the Ocean Clan appears to share a similar mindset. In their briefing room, their leader, Heron, persuades her team that she wants to assist Daesung, feeling indebted to her for saving her life. Her team responds enthusiastically to this arrangement, showing no objections whatsoever. Meanwhile, similar discussions unfold at the Marvel Clan's headquarters. The vice-captain engages in a heated argument with the captain over his decision to join forces with others to attack the gate. Captain Johan Ul responds that he wishes to meet Daesung, seeking to learn more about his abilities, which seem to surpass even S-rank. Returning to the hero, he is occupied with assigning guard duties to his shadow minions. He designates the top 2 minions to protect his family in his absence. The minions express their eagerness, vowing their lives to carry out this order without fail. As the demon lord steps out of the pantheon, the Hell Witch Ryu Seoyeon notices him and questions whether this portal is the source of his inexplicable strength. She introduces herself as the backbone of the Fortress clan. However, Daesung refers to her as Fortress Kid and demands to know her business. She approaches the hero, staring intently into his face, and asks for his assistance. As she draws closer, he instinctively pushes her away, only to discover that she transforms into a black magic doll. The hero contemplates whether she possesses ninja-like skills to achieve such a feat, but suddenly, he detects a demonic aura emanating from the doll, prompting him to wonder if there is any connection between them. In the following scene, the clans gather along the coast, preparing for the impending operation. They spot a flying dragon soaring toward them. As it draws nearer, Daesung descends from the dragon, landing gracefully before the assembled clans. While everyone marvels at the idea of riding a dragon, the hero feels irritated by the ride's quality. He spots the same ninja girl from earlier, cursing everyone and biting her finger in frustration. He approaches her, questioning whether she is also from Hell. The Hell Witch, unsure of what he means, simply nods in agreement to whatever he says. Surprisingly, she feels a sense of positivity in his presence, and finds herself able to tune out the surrounding noise when he is near. She then requests that he stay with her in the gate. Before the Hell Witch can receive an answer, her longtime rival, Lady Heron, arrives on the scene. The animosity between them is evident from the Hell Witch's expression. They begin to clash, but their fight is abruptly halted as the hero unleashes an almost invisible wave attack to intervene. With the confrontation settled, it becomes time for them to proceed toward the gate. The Hell Witch, reluctant to leave the Demon Lord's side, insists on tagging along in his boat, which he finds quite annoying. The atmosphere grows tense, as the serial killer has just joined the fray, likely intending to interfere with the hero's plans, perhaps even targeting his brain. As the boats pass through the gate, the atmosphere thickens further, and dark clouds blanket the sky. Lady Heron activates her detection skill, which is renowned among the people for its effectiveness. She senses the approach of monsters and quickly readies everyone for an attack. However, instead of encountering hideous creatures, the hunters find themselves face to face with adorable little spirits, so charming that no one perceives them as a potential threat. Suddenly, they are struck by a massive wave of water, and a colossal Queen Giger monster emerges from beneath the ocean's surface. The mere sight of the terrifying creature sends most of the hunters into a state of panic. The monster unleashes countless tentacles, seizing control of the white spirits and using them to pull the hunters toward it. Fortunately for them, the hero draws his dagger and intervenes, saving them from certain doom. All he desires is to return home quickly, and the fastest way to accomplish this is by defeating the boss monster. Suddenly, the creature dives back into the depths and disappears from sight. Daesung, albeit reluctantly, turns to the Hell Witch, seeking her assistance in exchange for resolving her own dilemma. He assigns her the task of capturing the monster and luring it out from its hiding place. She promptly agrees to his request and sets off to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, the hero calls over the Ocean Clan leader, asking her to handle the flying monsters. Heron, initially confused by his words, soon looks up and spots a swarm of bugs descending upon them from the sky. As everyone engages in battle with the monsters, Jinchul busies himself with an evil scheme. He activates his stealth technique, going into hiding as he declares his mission to be the hunt for the hunters. The Hell Witch, having made her preparations, dives into the ocean, ready to prove herself. The scene transitions to a coffee shop where Choyoung has been invited by Chanho. Upon his arrival, he finds her already there, waiting ahead of time. They exchange formal introductions, establishing a courteous atmosphere. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the confrontation, where the Hell Witch employs her scent skill to draw the monster back to the surface. Daesung sprouts wings from his back and unsheathes his sword, dashing toward the beast. His system alerts him that his Flame King's breath skill has been modified, allowing the cloud of flames to precipitate. Without hesitation, he activates the skill, launching a massive ball of fire directly into the monster's mouth. The monster quickly snaps its mouth shut, wondering if it has captured something. Within seconds, blisters erupt across its body, culminating in a massive explosion. The Hell Witch, witnessing the spectacle, realizes that the hero exceeds her expectations. She shouts at him to uphold his part of the promise and fix her. Our hero responds, asking her to wait a little longer, as there are still some monsters remaining to deal with. Meanwhile, Hiren remains occupied, fending off the attacks of the sky monsters. She employs her aura skill to boost her team's morale and strength. At the same time, Jinchul's team readies their nefarious plan. Jincheol steps onto Hiren's boat, deciding first to eliminate the celebrity before seeking his revenge against the hero. As Jincheol approaches Lady Hiren, he senses an ominous presence closing in on the boat. His anxiety spikes when he realizes it is Daesung. Irritated, the hero strides toward Lady Hiren's boat, questioning her about the status of her progress. Lady Hiren responds that she is doing her utmost to handle the situation. As Daesung nears her, Resurrected Cheater number 14 seizes the perfect opportunity to strike, aiming to kill him and finally exact his revenge. Just as Resurrected Cheater number 14 thinks this, the hero's Saju eyes activate, a skill that detects all hostile targets within a 1-kilometer radius. He switches to Scorching Flame mode, launching a fireball that targets not only the monsters, but also Jinchul's team. Chaos ensues among the Ocean Clan as they find their comrades suddenly under attack. Hiren demands an explanation from the hero, but before he can respond, Jinchul materializes before them. The attack has neutralized his stealth skill, and he seethes with anger at the hero for the disruption. Hunters standing nearby stare at Jincheol, questioning his identity. Daesung asks him if he is a sea monster who somehow survived that day, but all the Resurrected Cheater seeks is revenge. He injects himself with a drug that envelops him in a dark aura. With a guttural cough, he spits out a black substance before diving into the sea. The nearby hunters quickly identify Jinchul as a member of the Hongma clan, but they are baffled by the fact that he was believed to have died at the testing site. Suddenly, a black fog engulfs their ship, obscuring the hunter's vision. Tentacles radiating an evil aura rise from the water, piercing through some of the hunters. As one tentacle reaches Lady Hiren, breaking her barrier, the hero reacts swiftly, catching it with his bare hand and saving her from harm. With his bare hand, the hero twists the tentacle, forcing the monster out of the sea with a howl of pain. Jinchul emerges as an S-class Geiger King monster, exuding confidence that he will finally achieve his revenge. Channeling all his strength, Jinchul unleashes a powerful attack aimed directly at the hero, eager to witness his demise. The scene shifts back to the coffee shop, where Chanho assures Choyoung that they are prepared to exhaust their last resources to save her director in exchange for her assistance. Eager to save her director, Choyoung inquires about the assistance they require from her. Cutting to the chase, Chanho asks if she can help them get in touch with Dr. Park Dong-hyuk. Choyoung responds that the doctor's whereabouts are highly confidential and suggests that he should discuss it directly with her director instead. Meanwhile, the monster has successfully knocked all the hunters into the water. Daesung contemplates using his special skill but hesitates, knowing that it could endanger everyone around him. Reluctantly, he allows Jinchul, now transformed into the Geiger King, to ensnare him in his tentacles. Jinchyo launches a fierce attack aimed at the hero, determined to kill him this time. The Ocean Clan members stand petrified, but suddenly they spot the hero soaring above them, ready to confront the impending danger. Surprised, Haran asks the hero how he managed such a feat. But Daesung warns her to stay clear of his attacks if she wants to survive. Dashing through the air, the hero activates his extreme fury skill, creating a blazing zone of fire. In an instant, Jinchul is blown away into smithereens, vowing that he will wait for the hero in hell. The crowd erupts in excitement and disbelief at the hero's unexpected victory. Suddenly, Daesung receives a notification regarding the existence of the haunts, and he gains new skills: stealth and transformation, along with the ability to use ether aura. As the gate clears, the old Baldy arrives with his Porter clan, humorously named the Rice Cake. This time, he isn't alone. The live streamer has also joined them, and to everyone's surprise, he now boasts 1 million subscribers. He shares his first experience as a porter at the aquatic gate, introducing the Baldy to his viewers. One viewer, genuinely impressed with his videos, sends a donation of 100,000, boosting the excitement in the chat. The scene now shifts to the Fortress Clan's training center, where the Hell Witch has dragged the Demon Lord along to help her eliminate some ghosts. In a playful act of annoyance, he flicks her forehead, which only serves to irritate her further. My guy explains to her that there are no ghosts present, only a magic spell that he has suppressed for the time being. Curious, he then asks how and from where she acquired such a magic seal. The Hell Witch beams with pride as she admits that she has entered an awakening portal. She requests him to keep it a secret, and elaborates that sometimes an awakening portal materializes within a monster gate. Driven by her desire to awaken, she explains that she took the perilous risk of entering a portal she stumbled upon, fully aware of the dangers involved. Daesung ponders whether Hell has similar portals of its own. Suddenly, he receives an emergency alert from the Pantheon, indicating that a celestial being has invaded the Ghost King's territory, compelling him to respond immediately. He informs the Hell Witch that their deal has been addressed, and prepares to take his leave. Meanwhile, in a prison cell, a visitor arrives to see Captain Jun Young. As the door swings open, Cho Young stands before him, ready to discuss matters of significance. Cho Young's presence brings a sense of peace to Captain Jun Young, who is relieved to see her in good health. She inquires about Dr. Park and his whereabouts. The captain provides her with the details, suggesting that he may have a method to restore her damaged aura. However, he warns her to remain cautious around him, as he might be connected to Hongma. Back at the Pantheon, as the Demon Lord enters, he receives a notification indicating that his servant has joined him. Curious about who it could be, he turns to find the Hell Witch standing behind him. Taken aback, he asks her how she managed to get in. Seoyeon eagerly expresses her desire for him to be her master and to train her in magic. The Demon Lord checks the girl's status panel, feeling irritation rising within him, as she might prove to be a hindrance to his plans. It turns out that the one who placed the magic seal on the girl had registered her as a servant, and by overriding that seal, the Demon Lord has now made her his servant. Although he is initially reluctant, he sees no way out and decides to take her with him to the Ghost King's territory. As the teleportation takes effect, he finds himself chained against a wall. The Hell Witch looks around, marveling at the equipment scattered on the table. Daesung calls out to her, requesting her help to break free, explaining that his power is sealed within the chains, rendering him unable to escape. She responds that she will give it a try, and to his surprise, she quickly frees him from the chains. Curious, the Demon Lord asks how she accomplished it. She proudly reveals a key she forged using her magic, demonstrating her skill as if it were a simple task. Our hero peeks through the window and points out a monster to his servant, identifying it as the head jailer known as the Wraith Collector. The Hell Witch requests permission to handle the monster on her own. The scene shifts to a garage, where Cho-young arrives in a car and invites Chanho to join her, offering to take him to Dr. Park's lab. Meanwhile, Dr. Park is engrossed in reading the headlines when he comes across news regarding his minion Jinchul. However, he remains unfazed, knowing he has cultivated more than enough samples to spare. His laptop pings with an alert, notifying him of Cho-young's entry into the building, and he feels a sense of satisfaction at her arrival. It becomes clear that he had been anticipating her visit, even referring to her as his test subject. Returning to our duo in the Ghost King's domain, the Hell Witch releases a barrage of debuffs, utterly disabling the Warden. As it collapses to its knees, our Demon King swiftly puts an end to its life. With their first quest completed, Daesung receives a skill point meant for Seoyeon. The goth girl boasts about how her skills have improved in hell. Paying no attention, our boy tells her to keep her dolls ready since the danger will only escalate. Surprised that her master already knows all her abilities, she skips along behind him, carefree. They soon arrive at the tomb maze and are given another quest. Standing before the life-draining maze, the ruler of hell claims to have the layout committed to memory. But as a precaution, he asks Seoyeon for one of her dolls. When she asks about its purpose, he informs her that he'll call her once he's on the other side. Unaware that he's fully prepared to sacrifice her as well, she teases him for being such a considerate guy. Once again ignoring her annoying remarks, my guy prepares to conquer the maze. He charges forward, dashing straight through the wall, triggering the traps and activating the life-draining effect. Aging faster than anticipated, our Demon King presses on regardless, sliding beneath a prison guard's attack like a seasoned pro. Spotting the exit, he sprints to the final stretch. Unaware of the ambush, he is attacked by another prison guard, forcing him to counter, which further drains his life force. Locked in place, he watches as thorny vines shoot towards him. Determined not to die, our hero seemingly vanishes. Meanwhile on Earth, Choyoung and Chanho park outside Dr. Donghyuk's lab. Chanho is surprised by how difficult the lab is to find. Choyoung shares that she's visited it once in the past. The two then find a massive elevator at the entrance. Suddenly the shutter opens, revealing the doctor's creepy assistant, Nam Jae-woo, who greets them. Back in hell, our goth witch, busy playing with magic, suddenly hears her master's voice calling out to her. After hearing for what seems like the millionth time that she needs to teleport, she confirms her mission and teleports. She appears in front of a monster, ready to strike, but Daesung quickly tells her to relax and reveals it's him, transformed. Despite her unease, he continues to unlock the stairs, leading underground to the Ghost King's hall. Our demon lord finally receives the quest to defeat the big boss himself. The two quietly sneak into the boss's room, but seeing the monster already transformed, he panics, realizing they might be just a bit too late. Turns out the heavenly corruption has transformed the Ghost King, so our transformed hero explains some complicated reason why his current body cannot kill the boss. Instead, he looks to the Hell Witch's skills, and without hesitation levels up her suicidal instant kill attack. She looks in amazement as a panel shows her ultimate success rate increasing, though the death penalty is highlighted in bold. Like a kid receiving a birthday present, the Hell Witch is overjoyed. Without any concern for her safety, my guy instructs her to use it on the Ghost King. Hearing our boy cheer her on with confidence, Seoyeon, completely unfazed by the risk of dying, happily agrees and prepares a voodoo doll. The cruel Demon King watches closely, shamelessly hoping she completes his mission for him. Moments after she snatches the doll's life, the Ghost King collapses to the ground with a loud thud. Daesung feels a rush of excitement until he notices Seoyeon unconscious behind him. Still, having fulfilled her role, our hero steps in to finish off the weakened boss himself. Buffing himself with blood neutralization, he predicts the boss's next move and charges confidently to end the life of his former subordinate. But as their swords collide, his weapon is sent flying. To his dismay, his chest is pierced, and his soul is absorbed into the sword of sin. With that, the Ghost King claims victory, mocking his seemingly dead opponent. Meanwhile on Earth, Choyoung apologizes to the doctor's assistant for bringing an uninvited guest. Surprised, the creepy scientist innocently asks who it is. Speeding in on his awesome sports car, the man in question makes his epic entrance. Choyoung introduces Korea's number 5 Hunter and Marvel clan leader. Cho Hanyul humbly expresses his wish to collaborate with Dr. Donghyuk, as both share an expertise in aura engineering. Though Jae-woo inwardly curses the man for disrupting his plans, he keeps his composure and introduces himself to the masked S-ranker. However, Hanyul savagely ignores him and greets Chanho and Choyoung instead. Without wasting time, the Seoul clan lady instructs the creepy assistant to take them straight to the doctor. Believing Choyoung brought Hanyul along as a bodyguard, Jae-woo's desire to mess her up with experiments only intensifies. Leading them to a room in the lab, he instructs them to wait, and leaves. Sensing something off, Chanho remarks how the place doesn't feel like a typical lab. Out of caution, the Marvel clan leader advises his group to wear aura protectors. Choyoung explains that Junyoung had suggested she bring Hanyul for extra security, reminding Chanho that he could have just asked the masked aura engineer for help as well. Suddenly, gas begins seeping into the room. Hanyul's alarm bells ring instantly, recognizing it as a trap. He slams his shoulder into the locked doors, breaking them open with sheer force. The three burst out, only to be confronted by an army of mutated orcs. Without hesitation, Hanyul materializes a violet blade and a flashy aura whip, cutting through the oncoming horde with ease. Worried, Chanho and Choyoung ask why monsters are roaming free, but the clan leader recognizes the sinister nature of the trap. Observing from a screen, the creepy assistant sneers, thrilled to test his enhanced experiments on the hunters now marked by gas. Meanwhile, the ruler of hell lives on inside the Sword of Sins. As new souls enter, the ghouls rush in to devour them, unaware that our boy has regained his original body. With a face more terrifying than the monsters, he declares that they will be the ones devoured instead. Outside, the Ghost King approaches his unconscious slave. Just as he raises his sword to strike her down, the sword takes control of him. He looks on in confusion as the weapon begins to speak, before suddenly turning on him, thrusting into the Ghost King exactly as he had apparently defeated Daesung. Receiving a taste of his own medicine, the Ghost King is banished into his own sword, marking the end of this mission full of plot twists. Daesung scratches his head, irritated at having to fix every little problem in hell. Suddenly, an explosion goes off, revealing his final opponent. Staring directly into his eyes, the weird celestial being possessing the Ghost King asks who he is. Displeased, our Demon King mocks the creature for daring to ask questions after invading his domain. Realizing he stands before the ruler of hell, the light creature launches its attack. Effortlessly evading the attack, our Demon King slices off the celestial being's arm. Watching the torture unfold, the demons eagerly beg their ruler to deliver punishment on their behalf. Hearing him talk to the demons, shocked, the celestial being is unable to comprehend how anyone other than Heaven's Supreme One can communicate with the banished race. Intrigued by the mention of Heaven's Supreme One, our hero's interest peaks. However, their conversation is abruptly cut short as chains suddenly bind the divine creature, which begins to beg for forgiveness for its failure. But Heaven's apostles, cold and indifferent, show no mercy. The weird soap opera confuses my guy, who questions why the chanting apostles are executing their own kind. But they ignore him. Infuriated, he flies in and slices all three with one swing. So the creature stares in horror at someone killing the apostles with such ease. But a few moments later, it cries in pain as blood spews out of its wound. The system announces the completion of the quest. After shedding tears over being abandoned by the Supreme One, the celestial being shrivels up before Daesung's eyes, eventually transforming into an infant. Stunned, our guy silently watches as the baby then turns into an egg. Unsure of what to do next, he picks up the egg, contemplating whether to crack it open. Just then, a panel appears, revealing that the egg will hatch into a demonic beast worthy of serving our Demon King. Intrigued, he immediately begins the hatching process. The egg is engulfed in flames, and a 1-hour countdown appears. Meanwhile, back in the lab on Earth, Chanho questions why Jae-woo would commit such heinous acts. Receiving no reply, Cho-young asserts that Jae-woo has taken over the lab for his inhumane experiments, and likely keeping Dr. Dong-hyuk hostage. Just as they piece things together, one of the experiment subjects spots them. Staring at the grotesque monstrosity, the other two are horrified. Han-yul quickly realizes it's the result of a human-monster fusion experiment. The creature, with its twisted human head drooling, mutters about wanting Cho-young's head instead of its monstrous one. Seizing the opportunity, Cho-young shoots the abomination to distract it, giving the clan leader the perfect opening. With a swift and powerful attack, he blows away the monstrous head. This infuriates the orc guy. When Han-yul tries to attack him again, he pummels him with his giant mace, launching the masked hunter into a wall. Seeing Cho-young fire at him, the orc guy drools at the thought of having her head on his body again. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Seo-yeon anxiously keeps watch over Daesung's egg until it finally hatches, revealing a fairy-like creature. The tiny being floats up and asks who its master is. However, Daesung wastes no time and instead presses it for information about its kind, the heavenly beings. To his frustration, the floating pet claims to have no memory of heaven. Annoyed by how useless his prize seems, our Demon King starts reaching for his sword. But Seo-yeon, who has always wanted a pet, pleads with him not to kill it. She quietly urges the little creature to prove its value if it wishes to be spared. Eager to oblige, it summons a celestial store. While Daesung is unimpressed, the Hell Witch puts on the most enthusiastic reaction she can muster. As our bored hero skims through the items displayed on the shelves, a fortune journal grabs his attention. The little creature explains that he can purchase the journal with quest points and gain a glimpse into the future. The system further clarifies that once a week, he can view up to 24 hours ahead. Upon learning this, he quickly hits the buy button. A scroll materializes before him, disclosing information that makes my guy serious all of a sudden. Immediately after, Daesung leaves Hell, telling Seo-yeon to head home. The Hell Witch playfully remarks that he shouldn't abandon his disciple, but he calmly suggests she focus on repairing her doll. As her nagging continues, Daesung turns back with a deadly serious expression, silencing her at once. Back in the lab, although Han-yul seems knocked out, smoke starts puffing from beneath his suit. Revealing a cyberpunk-style design, Korea's number 5 hunter stands up in anger, now forced to play his hidden card. He launches himself toward the orc guy, driving his metal fist into the mutant's face, completely distorting it. Before the orc can retaliate, Han-yul's Iron Man-like suit fires an energy blast from his fist, disintegrating the upper half of the creature. Witnessing this, Chanho remembers the rumors about Han-yul being covered head to toe in aura technology. Exhausted, the Marvel clan leader warns them that his ether cores need recharging. Frustrated, Chanho notes they're falling right into Jae-woo's plan. But this outcome wasn't part of the mad scientist's strategy, as Jae-woo had intended to capture them all alive. Pressed for a solution, he unleashes his most dangerous experiment yet. As Hanyul recharges his equipment, a door ominously creaks open. Emerging from the shadows is Jae-woo's prized creation, a goat man. Watching the vile human-beast hybrid wielding a cleaver, Cho-young prepares to fight it, but Hanyul warns her that it's likely an S-rank monster. The masked hunter and the grotesque goat man lock eyes before our cyberpunk hunter begins the battle. Hanyul's fist nearly strikes the creature's face, but the monster effortlessly dodges. Goatman seizes his wrist, making Hanyul realize it's faster than him. With brute force, the monster hurls him away, tearing off his heavily armored wrist with its sheer strength. Chanho watches in disbelief as Cho-young fearlessly charges at the monster, dagger in hand. As expected, the creature vanishes, teleporting behind her and sending her crashing into a wall. Luckily, the Marvel clan leader's aura protector activates just in time to save her. Refusing to go down easily, the S-rank hunter seizes the distraction to charge an energy beam with his remaining hand. Unfortunately, the goatman leaps from wall to wall like a ninja, slicing through his remaining hand before forcefully stomping Korea's number 5 hunter into the ground. This enrages our boy Chanho, who commands the grotesque goatman to halt its assault. Goatman teleports right into Chanho's face, laughing at what it perceives as a weakling trying to act brave. Putting on a strong front, Chanho boasts that he knows someone who would easily slaughter the ugly creature. Unfazed, the goatman brings its cleaver down on him, only to have the blow intercepted by an amorphous shadow. To everyone's astonishment, the figure that emerges from the shadow is our boy Dae-sung. While he jokes with Chanho about whether he's still alive, the goatman attempts to finish off Cho-young. However, our demon lord sends forth another shadow to block the monster's lethal strike. Drawing the goatman's attention, our hero tests out his new stealth skill, rendering himself invisible. The bewildered goat looks around in a panic before unleashing a deafening howl to locate him through sound. Dae-sung finds it impressive how the goat behaves more like a bat. Meanwhile, from his control room, Jae-woo grows frustrated at the sight of such a significant threat to his plans. As a last resort, he presses the large red forbidden button to unleash his chimeras. The lab system announces that it will self-destruct in half an hour after releasing the poisonous chimeras. Reluctantly, Jae-woo abandons his lab, confident that even the strongest hunter will fail against his creations. Upon hearing the announcement, our hunter squad finds themselves surrounded by a horde of mutated human-monster hybrids. Cho-young observes that the lab has turned into a monster factory under the creepy scientist's rule. Out of nowhere, Hanyul explains that the creatures were probably created by injecting humans with awakening ampules. Regardless, seeing their former bodyguard incapacitated, Chanho turns to his friend for assistance. At first, our Demon King thinks about burning everything to the ground, but ultimately decides to transport everyone to the Ghost King's territory. All 3 of his companions stand in awe of his incredible powers. Yet, the ruler of Hell doesn't stop there. He summons his army of ghosts and commands them to annihilate his enemies. The 2 armies collide in a brutal battle. Dae-sung reassures his squad that they are safe before vanishing once more. Meanwhile, in the lab, Jae-woo heads out through an elevator. To his shock, it malfunctions. Shadows creep in from the door, where our hero peeks at him. The mad scientist is left paralyzed, staring at his arch-nemesis standing directly before him. Like a true madman, Jae-woo begins grinning and invites our demon lord to end his life. Grabbing him by the collar, my guy demands to know his motivations behind the mutant experiments. Jae-woo stands dumbfounded, so our hero activates his newly acquired skill, Ghost Eyes, to delve into the madman's mind. Inside, he witnesses the past, where Jae-woo nearly perishes under the gaze of a giant floating eye. A few memories of the Jinchul experiments flash by, revealing a masked bishop apparently granting Jae-woo access to Hans's body after he offers sacrifices. Having seen enough, my guy slams him into the wall. Realizing that the mad scientist traded countless innocent lives to extend his own lifespan, Dae-sung decides to punish him personally for the rest of his long existence. With only 1 minute left until the lab implodes, a goat man in a white coat suddenly appears, using a master key to halt the self-destruct sequence. To his surprise, our hero pops up from behind. He is confused to find another goat hybrid, who introduces himself as Dr. Dong-hyuk. A few moments later, our hunter squad gathers to meet the doctor. He expresses his regret and accepts responsibility for everything. The goat doctor also confirms that there is enough evidence to prosecute his mad assistant. Like kids who judge every strange person they see, Chanho whispers that he can't believe that it's the doctor, but Cho-young confirms that his voice matches. However, Hanyul is fascinated that the doctor's mind is intact even after fully fusing with a monster. But the doctor is far more impressed by his cyborg body. The goat doctor recalls Cho-young's aura injury and mentions having an ampule that might completely cure her. But our hero interrupts, asking the question on everyone's mind: what did he do to end up as a goatman? Dongyuk's face pales as he reveals that he was the first test subject for monster fusion. He justifies his actions by explaining that he saw it as the only way to confront increasingly formidable monsters. Thus, he and Jae-woo experimented on terminally ill patients. He explains that due to an accident during the experiment, his original body was lost despite the test's success. But Daesung expresses his annoyance at the doctor being completely ignorant about haunts. When Chanho asks who they are, our hero explains that the cult is responsible for the strange gates appearing recently. Meanwhile, Jae-woo awakens to find himself naked and restrained in hell. He begins to panic, shouting for someone to kill him. However, one of the Ghost King's prison guards readies his heated blades, preparing to skin the wretched man alive for eternity. The scene shifts to the Hanse's meeting point, where all four bishops are engaged in a serious discussion. The Eastern bishop, Elheim, informs his comrades of an unexpected incident that has taken place in the East. The other bishops, particularly the Southern bishop named Azar, express a keen interest in hearing more about the situation. Elheim gets straight to the point, revealing that he has lost 2 of the dimension takers he had authorized in Korea. The other bishops begin to debate the possibility of such an occurrence, arguing over the implications and likelihood of something like this happening. The Southern bishop requests that all the others deploy their highest-grade dimension taker to address this unexpected threat. He stands up, expressing his desire to handle the matter personally. Elheim urges him to calm down and questions why he didn't take care of the situation himself. In response, Azar challenges the Eastern bishop, asking if he doubts his capability to manage what he considers a mere awakened individual. In response, the Eastern bishop explains that the individual Azar is referring to is not just an awakened aura user, leaving all his comrades momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunters Association is meeting with the branch manager. The manager informs him that based on his investigations, a group known as Hans is responsible for all the kidnappings that have been occurring. As the president demands verification of the information, the branch manager responds that they have received this intel from their ace hunter, Daesung. Sensing the immense danger looming ahead, the president instructs the manager to direct Jin Ki-hong to initiate a private investigation. He emphasizes that news like this could lead to chaos if it were to leak to the public. The scene transitions to a correction center, where Jun-young stands, waiting for Cho-young. He observes that she has done her best and suggests that she join him if she wishes to get some tofu. Cho-young expresses a desire for her captain to meet someone. She introduces him to a goat, informing him that this is none other than the doctor, Park he is familiar with. Jun-young feels a sense of confusion as he sees only a goat before him, with no indication of the professor's presence. He taunts the man for having fallen so low as to transform himself into a goat. While sitting in the car, the captain rests his hand on his head. He mocks the goat doctor, expressing that he never imagined engaging in conversation with a goat, and that he feels quite strange about the situation. The scene shifts to a familiar setting, reminiscent of previous events. This time, the serial killer has set his sights on a girl named Mi-jung, intending to obtain her brain. He blocks her path, but before he can take any action, Inspector Jong-woo intervenes. Jong-woo asserts that he has apprehended the individual responsible for all the kidnappings. He instructs the lady to retreat and calls for backup from Captain Jin Ki-hong. Jong-woo prepares to engage in battle, but upon noticing his opponent's relaxed, defensive stance, he wonders why the serial killer appears so unfazed. The killer mocks Jong-woo, labeling him a hunter who has stabbed and murdered his own officer. With these words, he successfully ignites Jong-woo's anger. Jong-woo reflects that this killer is connected to Lee Seok-woo, and shouts that he should have been the one to eliminate him with his own hands. In saying this, he unleashes a barrage of attacks at the killer, who dodges them effortlessly, reminiscent of Iruma-kun, the human boy attending a demon school, possessing just one ultimate dodging skill. In his fury, Jong-woo pours all his strength into his attacks, yet to his astonishment, the serial killer effortlessly catches his blade with his bare hand. He slashes through the neck of the inspector. Despite his determination to survive this day, Jong-woo feels the sharp edge and realizes too late that his neck has been severed, leaving him lifeless. The killer contemplates whether he has made a mistake, recalling that he was instructed not to harm anyone from the association. However, he soon remembers that the one who gave him this advice, named Jae-woo, has gone missing, leading him to feel that he has nothing to worry about now. After killing Jong-woo, he strolls casually, now searching for the girl who managed to escape. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who is viewing the last video recorded by Jong-woo. It becomes clear that he captured footage of the serial killer moments before his death. He inquires if Ki-hong has uncovered the true identity of the killer. Ki-hong informs the manager with the details, revealing that the man is named Chong-sik and is classified as a D-rank adventurer. He further adds that Chong-sik, along with Jin-chol and others, has joined a secret organization known as the Haunts. The manager then inquires about Jae-woo. Ki-hong informs him that according to what Chanho relayed, the man has died at the research facility. The manager, enraged by this haunt situation, instructs Ki-hong to update all the S-rankers and deploy them to eliminate this organization. The scene shifts to Daesung's building, where Dongchul has returned to see Chanho once again. He cuts straight to the point, revealing that he is there seeking donations. He explains his intention to create a residence aimed at providing better living conditions for the children under his care. In exchange for the funds, he guarantees his full cooperation in all matters. Dongchul shakes Chanho's hand, wondering if his proposal has been accepted so easily. However, Chanho advises him not to get too excited, explaining that the final decision can only be made after he discusses it with his friend Daesung. The scene transitions to the Hope Orphanage, where Dongchul calls the sister to share all his plans with her. He mentions that he has reached out to Daesung's clan to secure funding. Apparently, he is orchestrating a significant fundraising program. The sister expresses her concern, but he reassures her, stating that if he can take down a single S-rank gate alongside other S-rankers, he is sure to hit the jackpot. While conversing with the sister, he suddenly notices someone approaching the building from outside. Instinctively, he urges the sister to act quickly and get everyone, including herself, into hiding inside the monster shelter, as he senses a grave danger looming and making its way toward him. The urgency in his expressions leaves no room for hesitation, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. As he steps outside, he finds a blonde-haired, muscular guy calmly walking toward him. Dongchul doesn't waste a second. He immediately initiates a high jump attack from above. However, the gym guy effortlessly defends himself, fully aware of Dongchul's status as an S-ranker and prepared for the confrontation. Dongchul feels a surge of anxiety as his attack is easily warded off. He gathers his courage and reminds himself that he needs to push harder and sweat a bit more to prove himself. However, the muscular guy retaliates by attacking Dongchul from a distance, creating a sense of discomfort for him, as he realizes that his opponent is adept at ranged combat. His opponent activates a blood rain ability and starts raining down spear-shaped blood arrows. In order to save himself, the director uses his thunderstorm ability to counter the attack. Regardless, the blood arrows strike through heavily without remorse. When the dust settles, we see the director is impaled with multiple projectiles, despite his efforts to counter them. He tries his best to hang on to his withering life, vowing not to die there. Sadly, his body gives up and falls to the ground. The thug's hand starts to tremble as the fight comes to an end. The power slowly dissipates, and he sees that he has used up all of the giant blood's authority. When he senses something off, he quickly takes his leave from there. Back in Seoyeon's house, she finds traces of the dead body in the pool of blood. From there, she accesses the memories of what happened and finds out that her ugly doll was the one who saved her. Over in our hero's apartment, his mother is watching the news, which is reporting about the strange encounters that occurred in Han River Park and Dongchul's orphanage. This terrible news only succeeds in making her worried because her son hasn't been home for some days. She quickly turns to search for her phone on the couch. Jisoo then walks into the room and tells her that Chanho said not to worry about Daesung. The mother then inquires about when her children spoke and what her son has been up to recently. Jisoo's reply is quite rude because she implies that she doesn't care about what her brother has been up to. This causes her mother to give her a proper beating, leaving the young girl to scream for help. On the rooftop of a building, a dark, ominous figure can be seen there. The camera closes in and reveals the figure to be the serial killer. The guy is preparing to kill one of our hero's family members and take the other as a hostage. When all the lights in the apartment go off, the killer approaches one of the windows. Prepared to slaughter the innocent family, he uses his powers to try and break in. Sadly for him, he is pushed back while attempting to break in. While Daesung's mother is asleep, the pendant on her neck begins to glow, serving as the key to the barrier of the house. The killer becomes very anxious and frustrated when he sees that a protective barrier has been set up. Suddenly, a spear shoots out and impales him on the spot. The guy coughs a chunk of blood as all his senses highlight the agonizing pain inflicted on him. As the spear pushes him further away from the house, one of Daesung's minions emerges and tells the killer to keep quiet. Fear grips the guy when he sees that the summoned monster appeared without its master being there. As the monster prepares to toss him off the building, he offers to explain everything. However, the beast tells him that Daesung will question him. The scene then shifts to a sea, which is being illuminated under the beautiful moonlight. The waves suddenly start thrashing around, and a sea serpent emerges from its depths. There, the system window pops up, saying the protagonist's body has been completely liberated. Daesung stands on top of the sea serpent with more of his deadly aura oozing out of his body. Looking closer, his hair has changed to white, and he signifies that he's back to his old days. He then gets a message from his summoned monster, telling him that an intruder tried to harm his mother. The scene then shifts to the Great Iron Castle. There, the killer is bound before the throne and awaiting his fate. He looks unsettled, and his anxiousness continues to get worse because he has no idea where he is. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching him. As the protagonist moves to question the prisoner, he is swarmed by messages from the demons who are glazing him nonstop. He then promises to take them out when the time is right. After that, he calls the attention of the terrified prisoner and demands to know who his master is. Over at the Hansi Southern Altar, Elheim is with the two thugs who attacked both Changsik and Dongcheol. He asks them about the progress on their targets. The blonde-haired guy tells him that he successfully eliminated Dongcheol, but the dark guy says he was unable to finish off his target. The guy tries to explain that Changsik would have been surely killed if there was no interference. The bishop then informs them about the death of someone named Guzman. He also says that another person known as Sagat has gone missing. While the two guys discuss the shocking news, the bishop's body suddenly transforms into an ugly being with a large head. He then offers to grant the two guys the authority of an apostle and orders them to kill Daesung immediately. At a university hospital, two men are guarding the door to the room where their leader is recovering. Changsik finally manages to wake up, despite the agonizing pain. As soon as the people around him notice, they send someone to inform the doctor and chairman of the association. The top hunter struggles with a banging headache as he tries to figure out where he is. The lady beside him tells him that he was in shock due to aura depletion. He struggles to sit up on the bed, but the lady tells him not to move around yet. When he manages to sit up, he asks one of the men where Heron is. The guy tells him that Heron went off to Dongcheol. The worker's subordinate calls him out for informing their leader about Dongcheol. Of course, this only makes Changsik more concerned. The hunter then asks the men if something happened to the director. The men look very grim and struggle to tell their leader what happened. One of them then tells Changsik that Dongcheol's life is in danger after his battle with the unknown attacker. Due to this, Heron rushed over to see if anything could be done to help. As Changsik hears this news, the despair in his eyes becomes very vivid. He forces himself out of bed to go see where his friend is receiving treatment. However, the lady tells him to stop moving because he still needs to recover. Yet, the hunter remains adamant and demands to be told where the director is receiving treatment. Over in Dongcheol's ward, Heron's voice can be heard repeatedly trying to heal whatever wounds he has. Ki-hong tells her that she can stop because all of the director's external wounds have already been healed. On the other hand, Heron's expression is full of fear and despair. She holds onto the director's hands and refuses to accept the fact that he could be dying. The door of the room swings open, and Changsik walks in to see the dire situation of his dear friend. Dongcheol lies unconscious on the bed, and all of Heron's efforts aren't doing anything to help. Ki-hong assures Changsik that the director isn't dead, but the old man is in a coma and brain dead. Korea's top hunter blames Hans for all this mess and wants to know who exactly they are. Ki-hong tells him that the association is doing its best to track down the guys who attacked them. His phone suddenly starts buzzing loudly, and when he picks it up, he is informed about the appearance of an S-rank gate. Harin and Changsik's expressions become very anxious when they hear the words, S-rank gate. The mood in the room grows very tense as Ki-hong receives more information over the phone. The scene then shifts to the large gate that has appeared in the middle of the city, causing panic and dread in the city. Over in the association building, the workers are trying their best to see how the situation can be handled. But the sheer size of the gate and the nervousness of everyone in the room highlight just how much of a mess they're in. As if things aren't bad enough, the branch manager is lost in thought about how most of the top hunters are out of commission, and the only available ones are support-type hunters. The man issues a red alert and says that all the hunters registered with the association will be mobilized to help tackle the gate. The workers quickly start making calls and contacting every single hunter that they can find at the moment. Lost in thought and fear, the branch manager stares into the void, hoping that they can contain the mess before it gets out of hand. Over at the Iron Castle, the prisoner is being tortured by our hero, who is sapping away all of his memories to find out all he knows. Daesung begins to see images of the Hans Bishop, who is behind everything. After the poor guy's memories have been sapped away, Daesung wonders if the person he saw is the final boss he will have to face. Back in the city, a lot of vehicles can be seen waiting at toll gates in order to leave the vicinity. A reporter informs everyone that the citizens are trying to escape the gate, but the toll gate queues are very long. On the opposite lane, a lot of buses carrying hunters are seen entering the toll gate. The lady also reports that Changsik and Dongcheol aren't able to participate in the gate assault due to their injuries. The association has also remained silent on the matter of the S-rank hunters. Back in Daesung's family apartment, his mother sees Jisoo hurling around a huge box and asks her what it's for. The girl tells her that they need to join the evacuation quickly because it's total chaos outside. However, her mother threatens to beat some sense into the poor girl because she's trying to leave without her brother. However, Jisoo reminds the woman of how strong Daesung is. They get interrupted when they hear a loud knock on the door. They open the door for Daesung to come in, and they immediately notice the color of his hair. Our hero doesn't know what they're talking about. Then he proceeds to ask them where they're going. His sister tells him that they're preparing to evacuate because of the S-rank gate. She tries to persuade her brother to run away with her if things get dangerous. The protagonist then turns to his mother and tells her to remain in the house with his sister. He assures them that their house is currently the safest place in Korea. He lets them know that he plans to beat up the monsters and return home safely. The mother agrees to stay behind, but Jisoo still looks very concerned about all this. With that settled, our hero prepares to head off and deal with the looming threats. Down in the city, armored trucks are being moved into position to face the monsters. The soldiers are doing their best to speed up the process as they all head towards the gate. As the tanks approach the gate, Daesung is seen standing on a rooftop close to the gate. He stares at the gate as his ominous aura emanates from his body. There, he wonders if this is all a plot by his enemies to try and lure him in. Meanwhile, back at the association, everyone grows more weary when they see the S-rank gate. The branch manager slams the table in anger because the gate only makes things more complicated. The female clerk then tells him that the Daesung clan has requested exclusive access to the S-rank gate. The excitement he gets from this news is so much that he doesn't even know when he yells out with joy. He quickly calms himself down and apologizes for being too excited. With the Daesung clan taking over the gate, he orders the rest of the troops to stand by as support. He tells the clerk to spread the news quickly to the others. While the tanks continue to move towards the gate, other hunters are assembled by the streets and are planning their battle formations. The long-range attackers are asked to move to the rear, while defense forces will wait up front. Among the hunters, some are nervous about the whole situation and feel they'll be used as cannon fodder. Suddenly, they all get an emergency notice on their phones, informing them about the Daesung clan attacking the S-rank gate. The air starts vibrating, and they hear a loud noise as Daesung's summoned dragon flies past them. The sound nearly blows their ears off when the dragon quickly passes them at a low altitude. The hunters are amazed to see the majestic creature. They also become very excited when they realize that our hero has come to save the day. At the association building, the branch manager watches as Daesung flies to the gate. Both he and his clerk leave the situation to the Demon King and hope that he'll be able to handle it. A news reporter arrives at the gate's location and sees that the Daesung clan is attacking the gate alone. They quickly get ready to broadcast the big news to everyone else. Meanwhile, Daesung flies straight into the gate and arrives in a very cold region. While looking like he obtained Ultra Instinct with his white hair, he highlights how freaking cold the whole place is. Before he has time to check the area, the Hans lackey, who attacked Changsik earlier, tries to shoot him out of the sky. The guy musters all the strength he has to bring down the Demon King. However, Daesung counters his attack with his dragon's breath. The blue flames fly down to hit the dude, who tries to push them back with his magnetic storm. Being too weak, the Dark Man is unable to push back the flames, leaving it to cause an explosion on the point of impact. Daesung sees that his enemy is trying to run away behind the smoke, so he dives down to give chase to the guy. The enemy hunter attacks the hero with blood spears and tries to put him in the same situation as Dongcheol. Daesung whips out his sword and blows the spears away with his fire. After that, he slams down on the enemy's hiding spot. With a menacing and deadly look, he tells the guy to come out of hiding. The Dark Man reveals himself, and the two men face each other as the blizzard blows violently. The guy tells Daesung that he's way too overpowered to be considered a hunter. On the other hand, the protagonist is tired of the idle chatter and wants him to wrap it up quickly. The enemy activates the skill, Titan's Advent, most likely given to him by the bishop. This causes his muscles and body to grow massively and rip through his clothing. When the transformation is complete, he looks like someone who should be in a wrestling ring. Despite his massive looks, Daesung doesn't see much of a change in his powers. With his new powers, the dark guy prepares to give our hero a whole lot more than he can take. He conjures a huge meteorite aimed straight at Daesung, but the protagonist sees his tricks as child's play. Daesung unleashes more of his magic power and increases the dominating aura he is already emitting. His enemy is shocked to see such an amount of power and has no idea how someone can be so strong. The second Hans lackey pops up behind our hero and implies that Daesung's skill has a weakness to it. Despite his sneaky tactics, the protagonist already sees him. He tells the blonde guy not to be in a hurry to die, leaving the guy to wonder if he already knew about his presence from the start. As the meteorite closes in on him, Daesung uses his wrath ability to cleave the huge rock into two. In the process, the Dark Man gets sliced up as well, and he meets his bitter end. The Demon King easily takes care of the guy without breaking a sweat. As the blonde-haired man watches this, fear starts to grip his whole body. He admits that Elheim isn't even capable of such feats. Before he can even activate his own power, Daesung quickly grabs his neck and begins to fry his brain with his thunder abilities. With a stern look, He asks the guy about the eyes of the bishop he saw earlier. Suddenly, one of the eyes appears beside him. Then more of them start showing up out of nowhere. Daesung becomes very excited when he notices the presence of the eyes. He then tosses the blonde guy to the side and no longer has use for the hopeless dude. The eyes of the bishop see that Daesung's power is different from that of the awakened, so he decides to test his strength. But before that, he uses a petrification skill on his lackey to turn the poor dude to stone. The guy begs for his meager life, but he is quickly turned into a block of cement. After that, our hero asks if it's his turn to have some fun now. He conjures up a huge flame ball and demands for the bishop to reveal his true body. He attacks the eyes with his flames, blowing them up one by one. In the process, the petrified guy gets shattered during the fight. As the battle fog clears up, our hero is sure that the enemy hasn't been defeated yet. He tells the bishop to quickly come out and stop wasting time. One of the eyes pops out again and asks Daesung where he is from. The protagonist then offers to answer the bishop's questions, if his own is answered first. The bishop assumes he wants to make a deal, so Kangwoo asks what he's going to do. Elhim admits that he loves deals, but warns that he'll take Daesung's heart if he catches the protagonist off guard. Daesung then gets ready to ask a question, but instead, he uses his ghostly eyes to peer into the memories of the eye before him. The bishop tells him that his tricks won't work, but the Demon King lets him know that he has no trust for swine like him. Through the memories, our hero sees a war going on a Titan planet known as Hecaton. An angel-like creature appears in the sky and seems to be leading some giants. However, they get slaughtered and the planet explodes. A spaceship then warps through hyperspace and arrives at the Hans Nebula. There, we see a giant creature telling his subordinates that all of Hecaton's descendants have died and they are the only ones left. In order to resurrect their species, he opens a portal to Earth and tells them to place a gate cube on it. Their plan is to load the planet with ether energy. Far off in DC, where the world powers are gathering, our hero sees that different nation leaders were negotiating with the Hans species in exchange for ruling the Earth forever. The aliens offered to give them eternal life, and that is how they got the powers of the nebula. However, the memories are cut off when the bishop pulls out his eye and recognizes where Daesung's power comes from. He says it's from the demon beast Nebula, and he wonders if our hero is the ruler of the place. Back inside the S-rank gate, our hero realizes that the bishop has 1,000 years worth of memories and wonders, if the enemy he encountered is truly the final boss. The images he saw are still confusing him because he can't make sense of any of them. He also notices that there are no monsters inside the gate as well. He suddenly sees the burnt body of the petrified guy from earlier as it slowly dissipates. Back in the city, Heron and Han-ul are waiting with the other hunters in front of the gate. The branch manager approaches the S-rank hunters and thanks them for taking charge of the preparation unit. He is also surprised to see that Han-ul can now use both of his arms. The hunter tells the manager that he quickly installed spare equipment to enable him to still fight. Heron then asks how long Daesung has been in the gate, and the manager tells her that it's been about 3 hours. He hopes that our hero will return safely, even though there's a possibility of a second assault if he fails. He gets interrupted by the freakish Seoyeon, who says that it's rude for him to imply that her master will fail. Seoyeon wonders if they've forgotten just how strong her master is. Heron, who is vividly irritated by the brat's presence, asks what she's doing there. Daesung's obsessed lover then tells them that the Hans assassins also came to her house. Harin and Han-ul are shocked beyond words when they hear this. The branch manager asks the Fortress clan hunter what happened to the assassins. Seoyeon then tells them that the assassin died at the hands of her doll. She says that she made a special doll that surpassed her regular cursed doll, but it lost all its power after fighting the assassin. In order to bring the doll back to life, she says she'll make Daesung stronger. Meanwhile, the other hunters notice that the gate has been cleared when they see the color changing. The branch manager along with the S-rank hunters are completely baffled and short of words when they see this. Inside the gate, Daesung holds 2 crystals in his hands. The system window pops out, telling him that he has obtained the great meteorite power and 2 ether cores capable of creating an S-grade awakener. However, he only thinks about how much money these 2 crystals will fetch him. After giving it more thought, he decides to test it. Later on, the hunters in front of the gate start calling out his name when they see the Demon King riding out of the gate on his majestic dragon. The whole crowd goes wild and starts cheering him on. Seoyeon waves over to him and tries to get his attention. Daesung looks down at all his loving fans but doesn't look impressed by all the cheering. The hunters stand by the side as he lands, and they wonder how strong he is to be able to clear an S-rank gate by himself. Our hero walks over to the branch manager who addresses him. On behalf of the association, the manager thanks him for his hard work. The other hunters thank him as well and continue to cheer him on, despite the fact that he looks sick of them. He starts feeling embarrassed because of all the attention he's receiving. As if he's not dealing with enough, Seoyun creepily walks up to him and asks about the kind of monsters he found in the gate. Haran and Han-ul also look at him, waiting for his answer, but he tells them that there are no monsters inside. The branch manager is baffled by this information and asks how such a thing is possible. However, the protagonist tells him that he met 3 people inside, one with blue eyes, one with black, and the last one with white eyes. Haran quickly realizes that the one with black was the one who attacked Changsik, and the white one must be the one who fought with Dongchul. Still, the branch manager finds it completely ridiculous that not a single monster was found inside an S-rank gate. He then says that the association will conduct further investigations inside the gate. Han-ul recognizes the attackers as the ones who attacked his subordinates, but he has no idea who the one with blue eyes is. With a stern look, Haran asks our hero what happened to the people he encountered. Daesung tells her that he killed 2 of them, but the one with blue eyes ran away. He tells the manager that the one who got away seems to be the boss among the assassins, but the real mastermind is someone else. He also feels he needs some time to organize his own information. Seoyun gets in his face again and asks him if he got anything from inside the gate. The rest of the guys are also eager to know if he got any spoils from inside the gate. Daesung quickly brushes it aside by faking a headache and saying that he has used up too much of his energy. He then tells them to ask Chanho for more details about the matter. He quickly disappears from the scene before his crazy student can ask him for the favor she wants. Sadly, everyone else is left with unanswered questions and no clue how to get the information they need. Later on, reports on news channels start flying around about how our hero cleared the S-rank gate by himself. This news helps to boost the image of Korea and also makes major changes in its ranking on the world chart. Over in Youngchil's room, the streamer is celebrating this big achievement and refers to Daesung as the strongest hunter on Earth. He introduces himself to his subscribers as the leader of Han Daesung's fan cafe and tells them that he has been following the protagonist since the Gangnam Gate incident. He brings up a world map to explain why Daesung's feat is such a huge achievement. Despite the fact that a lot of countries have been able to clear an S-rank gate, this is the first time that a single individual has been able to do so. He tells his subscribers that our hero should be ranked as the #1 hunter in the world. However, his subscribers think otherwise, considering that the gate had no monsters inside. This pisses off Youngchil, and he starts screaming at his screen like a deranged lunatic. He decides to call up An Daesung and ask about the situation at the S-rank gate. However, whatever the old man tells him is beyond shocking for the young guy. Later on, we see Choyoung being bombarded by a lot of calls from different news outlets because of the Daesung case. The entire thing is exhausting her, and she doesn't understand what all the commotion is about. She can't seem to catch a break as more calls keep flooding in, and it's driving her crazy. Over at the Daesung clan, Chanho is trying to reach out to the protagonist, but our boy is known for not picking up his friends' calls. He is about to lose his mind, so he decides to send a desperate text to Daesung, saying that they need to hold a press conference urgently. However, our hero is fast asleep on his bed and can't hear the silent buzzing of his phone. Chanho is beyond frustrated, and he feels like Daesung should have brought some hunters with him instead of clearing the gate alone. The scene shifts to the altar of Hans's blood demons. There in the vast bounds of space, we see Ramesh, the high priest of Hecatan. While the priest is kneeling before the statues, Elheim shows up and tells him that there's a problem on Earth. When Ramesh asks about it, the bishop tells him that the king of the demonic nebula is on Earth. He also reveals that the demon king was able to access his memories and find out about their plans. The priest is surprised to hear this and slams his staff on the ground out of anger. He then tells Elheim that the creation of gates in Korea will be stopped. After that, he tells the bishop to prepare for a war with the heavens. Elheim humbly takes note of this. Over at the World Hunter Association, the tables are filled with magazines about our hero and how he conquered an S-rank gate by himself. The dignitaries are waiting for the leader to address them. The president of the World Hunter Association, Darren Anderson, then kicks off the meeting to discuss the S-rank gate incident in Korea. Anderson directs everyone's attention to the screen, showing Daesung's face and the gate. The image of our hero zooms in, and he tells them that he's the one who cleared the S-rank gate by himself. The chief of Japan's Central Communications, Natsukawa Shinji, interrupts him and says that in his country, they classify gates based on the monster's level and not the aura. Since there was no monster in the gate tackled by Daesung, Shinji doesn't see why it should be classified as an S-rank. He concludes on that and says that a true S-rank gate can't be closed by a single individual. Jinrong, China's vice chairman of the Awakened Force, says they could only consider the gate to be on the same level as one of their hunters' examination locations. Someone else tells them not to be in a hurry to judge the situation, especially when the chairman of Korea's association is right there with them. Park Jung-ho starts to feel nervous based on what has been said but decides to go at it with them. Anderson also tells the rest that the association will dispatch an investigation team to officially recognize the situation as an S-class shutdown. For now, he tells them to pay attention to Young-ho. Korea's association head then tells them that they've acquired important information about Dae-sung, and because of that, he is requesting global measures to be initiated. He turns their attention back to the screen and tells them to look at the first video. Later on, a car pulls up to the Dae-sung clan building. A horde of reporters who are swarming the building immediately recognize that the person inside the car is Chan-ho. Cho-young tells Chan-ho about the horde of reporters and asks what they should do. The guy is tired of dealing with these news reporters, but he still decides to step out of the car. As soon as he gets down, the news reporters start asking if the gate that was tackled is really an S-rank gate and what Dae-sung has to say about the matter. He finds their remarks quite irritating and insulting. Chan-ho tells them that they'll address the matter, so in the meantime, they'll have to wait a bit. However, the broadcasters keep bombarding him with more questions, asking if it's true that there was nothing discovered inside the gate. Cho-young interrupts them and clears a path for Chan-ho to head inside the building. Chan-ho steps through and thanks her for the save. While he heads inside the building, the newscasters direct their attention to Cho-young and start asking her different questions. Sadly for them, she humbly declines to be interviewed. At our hero's apartment building, his mother and sister are outside when they see a different set of reporters who are looking for Dae-sung. The reporters take notice of them and immediately rush towards the two women to conduct an interview. Jisoo tries to protect her mother from the rabid reporters who are scaring them. One of them steps up and tells the mother that her son is the hero who saved the country, and they want a word with him. Dae-sung's mother is confused and doesn't know why they are referring to her son as a hero. Regardless, the newscasters pressure them into making a comment on the S-class gate incident. Jisoo, being a loudmouth, tells them that her brother said not to evacuate. She reveals that Dae-sung told them that home is the safest place, and there was no need for them to leave the city. The reporters quickly take note of this, and proceed to ask her about the change in her brother's hair color, and if it has something to do with his mental state. Jisoo continues blabbering like a water faucet until she hears someone yelling her name. When she turns, she sees her brother, who tells her to quickly leave with their mom and go home. The reporters immediately divert their attention to the hero and start battering him with a series of questions. The same reporter who questioned his family then tells him to make a comment about the S-class gate being empty. The protagonist tells them to all shut up and says that anyone who speaks will not be allowed into the press conference room. The newscasters quickly shut up and become anxious at the thought of a combined press conference. At that moment, Dae-sung snaps his fingers and sends an electrical surge to destroy all their cameras and recorders. He lets them know that photos and videos are prohibited during the conference. He promises to reveal everything in a week's time and then asks the reporters to kindly leave. The newscasters are left without much of a choice, so they have to oblige. Meanwhile, Young-ho is on a plane heading back home, and he is lost in thought about what happened during his meeting. Back then, Jin-rong suggested that they needed to find a way to capture the Hans guys who made the gate. But in his mind, he just wants to find a way to evaluate Dae-sung's ability by himself. He proposes that they should summon the protagonist to hear what he has to say. This way he'll be able to confirm if Korea has such a phenomenal hunter in their midst. Shinji also seconded the idea because he feels there's a need to maintain good relationships with Korea if Dae-sung's abilities are the real deal. Another dignitary also chips in and says they should call over our hero to obtain more information. However, Young-ho lets them know that it won't be possible. Anderson then tells him that the Federation will dispatch 5 S-class hunters for gate defense. After that, he suggests they call Dae-sung over and listen to what he has to say before deciding on the association's policy. Looking closer, Young-ho realizes that all these guys are only interested in Dae-sung. After having a stare-down with Anderson, he tells them that he has no intentions of cooperating with them. The Korean Association head then looks out his windows and vows not to let the guys have their way. Over at the Dae-sung clan, the protagonist asks Cho-young if she initially planned to work for his clan. She thanks him for saving her life twice, and he asks if her body has fully recovered. Cho-young says that she can no longer work as a hunter due to her aura core being destroyed, so she wishes to work for him until she can recover as a hunter. Dae-sung, who seems to have too much wax in his ear, still asks if she's unable to do work as a hunter, despite what she just said. Cho-young explains that she lost both her parents to monsters, so she plans to reclaim her abilities and get revenge on those who made the gates. Chan-ho walks into the room while complaining about his friend, but surprisingly sees the hero there. He quickly hands Dae-sung an invitation from the Global Hunters Association. The contents of the letter talk about how Dae-sung is invited to a conference so that they can learn from his experience and also find out vital information about the gate. Cho-young reads the boring letter to Dae-sung with all the important details. Chan-ho feels proud that his friend will be attending a conference with global top hunters and wonders if he is also invited. However, our hero lets them know that he has no intentions of going. Chanho tells him to think about it and not make such a hasty decision. But Daesung tells him that the Hans guys are not people to joke with. He feels if they show up while he's away, the entire country will be doomed. The group leader thinks about this, knowing that 5 S-class hunters are still not enough to match up with the protagonists. After that, he then asks how Daesung plans to deal with the press conference. Daesung recalls that and looks over to Cho-young while stating that he has a plan. The poor girl starts sweating like a river because she has no idea what this crazy guy is planning. At the press conference venue, reporters have swarmed the room and are quickly flashing their cameras in order not to miss a single detail. Cho-young opens the floor for the conference and passes the microphone to Chanho to give a detailed briefing. As the leader of the Daesung clan introduces himself, camera flashes continue to go off in his face. After his debriefing, Cho-young tells the reporters to raise their hands if they have any questions. As they raise their hands, she picks out the reporter in the first row. The lady introduces herself as Lee Jimin and proceeds to ask our hero a question. Daesung walks over to the podium and Jimin asks if he knows any information about the gate, considering that he told his family not to evacuate. He tells her that he had no prior knowledge of the gate, but boasts about being powerful enough to stop any gate that appears. The reporters are all intrigued by this, but Chanho is afraid that his friend doesn't know how to choose his words wisely. A second reporter is picked out, and the guy wants to know the kind of enemy that Daesung fought at the gate since it was said to have no monsters. The protagonist tells the guy that he fought against a very strong eye, but the reporter is confused by his words. Daesung quickly rephrases and says he fought the enemy in the snow. Chanho takes the microphone and tells the reporter that the identity of the enemy is still confidential, so he'll have to wait for the association's announcement. However, this reporter is very persistent. He then asks if there's any loot to prove that the gate wasn't truly empty. Daesung puts his hand inside a dimensional pocket and decides to show all of them what he got inside the gate. He brings out the crystal and tells them that it's an S-class awakening core. The reporters lose their minds after hearing him and start scrambling to publish such big news. Seo-young, who's also watching the conference from her home, is surprised by how massive the core is. Changsik, along with the other S-rank hunters, are also baffled to see the awakening core. Heron states that it's her first time seeing the item. The scene pans over to Young-ho and the branch manager, who are short of words while watching the press conference as well. Young-chil is also excited to hear this because he gets to mock those who said that the gate was empty. Daesung holds the crystal in Cho-young's direction, who nervously looks at it and wonders why the vice leader is pointing it at her. Our hero then offers her a chance to return as a hunter. He tells the room that he will be testing out the core immediately. Cho-young then realizes that the main aim of the press conference is to use her as a lab rat. He reveals to her that he told Junyoung that he would fix her and have her work for him. Cho-young's hands are shaking nervously, but she quickly accepts the opportunity and vows to repay the favor. As she accepts the crystal, a blinding light fills the room, causing the reporters to shield their eyes. The system window appears and asks if the Demon King would like to register Cho-young as his servant. He accepts the request, and the crystal fully integrates itself into Cho-young's body. After the process, she starts to feel the aura back in her body, although it's a bit different from what she previously used. The reporters are filled with confusion and amazement when they see that the awakening is real. They start trying to measure it and figure out how much one of the crystals will cost. Chanho nervously looks over at Cho-young, who has been rebirthed as an S-class hunter. He wonders if this is a step forward in making the Daesung clan the strongest in the world. Over at the hospital, Dongchul's door is filled with sticker notes from the orphanage kids who are hoping that he will wake up soon. Inside the ward, the kids are begging him to wake up. The sister tries to calm them down and stop them from crying. The door suddenly opens, and she sees Daesung walk into the room. The kids quickly recognize our hero and wonder what he's doing there. It seems the hospital forgot its policies because the swarm of reporters followed the protagonist into the ward. There, he offers Dongchul something greater than the 400 billion he requested before going into a coma. The newscasters are eager to see what will happen. Changsik and Heron walk into the room, and Heron tells the reporters to get out of her way. They both walk up to Daesung, who is holding up the crystal at Dongchul's bed. The two hunters are overwhelmed by the immense power of the crystal, and they wonder if their friend is going to come back to life. Our hero then declares to show them the revival of an S-class hunter. At Seoyeon's apartment, she is trying her best to revive her creepy doll, but things aren't going well. To save the doll, she needs a stronger medium from her master. The magic circle on the ground feeds the doll with power, but it's not enough to bring it back to life. She makes up her mind to move out quickly and find her master. Back at the hospital, the little kids and the nun are taken aback as the director's body starts to levitate. The system window pops up in Daesung's face, and he accepts to register Dongchul as a servant. The director's clothes are ripped off in the process as the power surges through his body. The reporters are all flashing their cameras in order not to miss a moment of this resurrection process. After that, Daesung declares that the day's event has come to an end. He quickly teleports out of the room, leaving everyone else bewildered. At that moment, Dongcheol's eyes come alive, and his body lands back on the bed. He quickly takes a defensive stance, believing he is still in the middle of his last fight, but his friends end up laughing at him. The director wonders how he's not yet dead, and they tell him that he has come back to life. He admits that he feels some changes after being reawakened as an S-class hunter. He then proceeds to the more important matter by asking why he's suddenly naked. At Daesung's family apartment, his family is shocked to see Seoyeon at their door. The Fortress Clan kid came to see her master, and she brought a lot of gifts with her. However, our hero's mother tells her that her son has gone off to work. Jisoo looks down at the shopping bags and tells her mom that they're filled with expensive shoes. Her mother feels the gifts are too much, but Seoyeon lets her know that it's a token of gratitude since her son saved her from the illness she had. In the process, the Fortress kid refers to her as godmother, shocking the woman with her statement. On the other hand, Jisoo is helping herself through the bags, and she brings out a limited edition pair of sneakers. She tells Seoyeon how much she really likes it, and even starts referring to the creepy kid as her sister. After that, Seoyeon decides to ask her master's sister for a favor. Jisoo is confused and ends up misinterpreting the situation, but Seoyeon explains that it's not what she thinks. The creepy servant then tells her master's sister that she needs a medium from Daesung that has a lot of concentrated demonic energy. She also says that the medium is something that is usually in the men's room, further putting the wrong kind of thoughts in Jisoo's head. Our hero's sister quickly declines and tells the girl to ask for a different favor. Seoyeon stops her for a moment and tells her to look at a piece of paper before making any hasty decisions. As soon as Jisoo sees the paper, she realizes that it's a ticket to a pop concert that can't be easily acquired. At this moment, Jisoo is struggling between being a good sister and being a loyal fangirl. Seoyeon further entices her by saying that her favorite member, JK, is a member of her Fortress clan. For the kid to go this far, Daesung's sister sees how desperately she wants the medium. With no choice, Jisoo accepts her request in return for getting the ticket to the concert. The two girls start to let out tears of joy as both their dreams will soon come true. Seoyeon assures the spirit of her ugly doll that he can be resurrected and awakened. At the Daesung clan headquarters, Dongchol and Choyoung are sparring in the training room and showing off their newly awakened abilities. The two S-class hunters are going at it with everything they have, and it's a spectacle to watch such a heated fight. Chano is impressed by the incredible results and asks Daesung if there's any awakening core left for him to use. However, our hero reminds the guy that he is meant to work in the office and not out in the field. While watching the two reawakened hunters, the group leader remarks that the Daesung clan is now the top clan in Korea with these two hunters as their members. Regardless, Daesung feels their skills are not enough to take on the Hans group. The group leader is still going off about how he won't be able to show off his awakened abilities because there haven't been any gates recently. While watching the hunters train, Daesung thinks about leveling up himself as well. He gets back to his family home, and they welcome him. He wonders why his sister is being so nice, and even says that her eyes resemble those of the monsters in the gate. Jisoo gets repulsed by his remarks and angrily walks off, but it doesn't change the fact that he suspects that the girl is up to something. He then heads off into the shower to wash off the stress of the day. While drying off his hair, his sister sneaks past him and quietly opens the door to the bathroom. Seeing that her brother didn't notice her, she wonders if he really is an S-rank hunter. However, he suddenly pops up behind her, nearly giving the poor girl a heart attack. She screams in fear, and Daesung asks her why she's going into that bathroom when she clearly has one in her room. Jisoo then lies by saying that she was asked to clean the house by their mother. Daesung has no idea what she's talking about, but she slams the door in his face, leaving him perplexed about the situation. While inside the bathroom, Jisoo tries to catch her breath. In her mind, she regrets doing this to her brother, all because of some pop star group. An idea pops into her head, and she braces herself to search for the medium. The next day, Seoyeon and Jisoo meet up at a coffee cafe. Jisoo hands over an envelope and asks her brother's servant to check if the contents are right. Seoyeon gets really excited when she sees the aura emanating from the envelope. Jisoo tells her that she scraped it all from the bathroom, so it will be a good amount to use as a medium. She then asks the hunter for the ticket. With the amount of energy Seoyeon is seeing from the envelope, she feels her doll will be revived with a super awakening. She then hands over the ticket to Jisoo, who's lost in thought about how she'll get to meet JK. The two girls are satisfied with each other's services and continue to talk for some time. Moments later, Seoyeon heads back home and begins the process of resurrecting her Chucky doll. She invokes the name of the demon god and asks the being to bless her toy with his powers. Meanwhile, the protagonist starts to sense something creepy while hanging out with Chanho. After some time, the doll is imbued with a lot of demonic power, and its eyes finally come alive once more. Seoyeon looks at her precious doll and is glad to see that it is back. She rushes to hug Chucky, but the ugly toy slaps her away. Chucky starts to call her master an idiot for delaying his resurrection all this while. Talk about an ungrateful piece of garbage. He starts stomping on her head and vowing that he will stain the world with blood. On the other hand, Seoyeon has no idea why her doll is acting so deranged and stupid. It probably runs in the family. Anyway, after some time, she manages to subdue the creepy toy by impaling it with some rods. She admits that she didn't discipline Chucky well enough, so now she plans to smack some respect into the spoiled demonic brat. However, her phone starts buzzing when she gets a call from her master. She gets really excited, like a kid who just got some candy. Moments later, she appears in the Pantheon along with Dongcheol and Choyoung. The two reawakened hunters are confused as to how they got there. But Seoyeon looks to her master and asks what kind of devilish place they'll be visiting this time. Daesung lets the two reawakened hunters know that they are far too weak. Dongcheol and Choyoung are short of words because they know this is true. The protagonist then tells them that they have to level up considerably. He gets interrupted by his most annoying servant, who tells him that she has something to show him. She then pops out the demonic doll on the floor. Chucky isn't too happy about being called ugly, but what else can you call this repulsive-looking toy? Seoyeon then tells her master that the doll is their child. This girl has definitely let her fantasies run amok for too long. As you'd expect, Dongcheol and Choyoung are left speechless by this, and wondering if our hero and the crazy kid actually decided to procreate. To make things worse, Chucky gets up and refers to Daesung as his dad. Suddenly the doll starts running towards him, but Daesung smacks the foolish thing away before it lays its hands on him. Seoyeon picks up her child and tries to bring the poor kid back to his senses. The protagonist is sick of the girl and has no idea how she came up with something so crazy. The other two hunters are still left speechless about the whole matter. Daesung quickly changes the topic by saying that it's time to raise the might of the Daesung clan. He recreates the Lord Spider Queen's territory, and the scenery changes to a thick forest. While Dongcheol is trying to figure out how they moved so quickly, Choyoung brings out her guns because she can sense enemies around. A system interface then appears to them and tells them that they can check their status through the View command. Seoyeon and the rest access it and see their occupations and stats. The whole thing is still confusing Dongcheol, and he asks Daesung if he's a ghost who can travel through different places. Seoyeon, who feels like they're senior in this situation, tells them that they're in the Hell Training Center and they need to be prepared. Choyoung keeps herself alert when they suddenly get approached by a horde of spiders. Daesung then tells them that they have to survive until the time limit is up. A rush of excitement runs through Dongcheol's body, and he can't wait to get some action. The girls also brace themselves for the battle, and our hero signals everyone to begin. The spiders charge and leap straight at the hunters without a second thought. Meanwhile, Young-ho is reading through the trending topics of the news. He then takes note of a headline talking about the reawakening of Dongcheol and Choyoung. The landline beeps with a message, saying that the branch manager is requesting to see him. The manager enters the office, and the association head asks him what the situation is. The guy then tells the old man there is an emergency call from the World Hunters Association. They've announced that they'll hold the World Hunter Federation meeting in Korea, and the association wants to invite Daesung. Young-ho then asks for the list of attendees, and the branch manager hands it over. The old man is bewildered when he hears that the world's #1 hunter, Aslan Anderson, will be attending the meeting. Not only is Aslan the world's #1 hunter, Jung-ho also remarks that he is the association president's younger brother. Over at the presidential office, President Lee Kang-cheon meets with Jung-ho. While sipping a cup of tea, Jung-ho reminds Kang-cheon that it's been a while since they dissolved their clan. Kang-cheon tells the old man that being the president is way better than his post as the association's chairman. After the two men catch up, Jung-ho decides to go straight to the point. He tells the president about the letter stating that the World Hunter Federation will be held in Korea. Kang-cheon is surprised to hear that such an event is being held in the country with no conditions. However, his old friend tells him that they have to be quiet about the Hans group in the meantime. He reminds the president how a gate is like a gold mine for the nation. The gates are necessary for the country's economic situation, and if the ether core dissipates, the country's power supply will collapse. Jung-ho is angry at the fact that Darren doesn't want to bear the responsibility if the Hans group should show up. He feels that the president is overconfident due to the fact that his younger brother is Aslan. In addition, Kang-cheon says that the United States will unofficially be monitoring the current situation. He then asks Jung-ho how they will maintain the economic development and safety of the citizens. Jung-ho suggests that they prepare the highest rank medal, which is our hero. If they have Daesung, they won't need to be envious of nuclear weapons. The president agrees with this plan and says that the protagonist must attend the Federation Conference as a representative of Korea. The association head offers to handle the matter concerning our hero. The scene shifts to Daesung and Chanho, who are talking about the medal that was offered to our hero. The group leader explains that it's the highest rank medal and not something regular. However, Daesung feels like it's going to be used as a dog collar to keep him in check. Due to that, he refuses to go to the conference. Chanho lets him know that the government is also offering to reduce his taxes and give him better pensions. This is a really big benefit for our hero, and this offer manages to pique his interest. After hearing that he'll be getting 30% of the revenue, he agrees to go ahead with the conference. Chanho also lets him know that they were the first to be informed about the Federation Conference, but Daesung has no idea what the conference even is. The group leader explains that it's basically an event where world rankings are announced. Daesung doesn't want to go for something so boring, but the medal awarding ceremony will also be held at the Federation Conference. The thought of going to an event for just a medal makes him even more upset. After that, Chanho asks him where the other hunters are, and Daesung tells him that they are currently training. Over in the Hell Training Center, Seoyeon is giving the spiders a good smackdown. She activates an ability to significantly slow them down, allowing Chucky to take his role as a deranged killer. The crazy doll jumps on the spider's back and starts yapping about how they're a bunch of insignificant creatures. At that moment, he pierces his blade through its exoskeleton, leaving the poor creature screaming for help. Choyoung then pops out with her guns and lays waste to all the enemies in her path. Her attack pierces through and manages to freeze the spiders in place. Dongcheol then rushes out and lands the final explosive blow to decimate the monsters. He uses a magnetic field to round them up and his lightning strike to deliver the killing blow. He repeats the same combo until all the spiders have been dealt with. After the fight, the director compliments Choyoung's ice attacks, and she returns the favor by speaking on how impressive his destructive attacks are. A system message shows up and Seoyeon lets them know that it's time to defeat the boss spider. Meanwhile, Daesung is sadly browsing through gate prices, but they've all dried up. If things continue as they are, he'll return to his broke ways. Yongchil then bursts into the room and tells the bald man that the Hunter Federation Conference will be held in Korea. However, the old fool doesn't see how this benefits them. The young streamer explains that if they represent themselves as the exclusive Porter clan of the Daesung clan, they'll receive a lot of requests and will be able to expand globally. The thought of this is able to make Daesung quite interested in the plan. Yongchil also tells him that our hero's rank will also be announced during the conference. With this, they are bound to get attention as the Porter clan as well. The old man decides to take this opportunity and stop sulking like a poor loser. Seeing that Daesung is in on the plan, Yongchil then asks him to help film some content during the Federation Conference. Daesung agrees and decides to talk to Chanho about it. Meanwhile, over in Darren's office, he tells his guest that they're holding the Federation Conference in Korea as they requested. The guest is then revealed to be the female bishop, Karina, of the Hans group. Karina places an ominous cube on the table, and Darren immediately recognizes it as a gate cube. Karen stands to take her leave and tells him to take his organization and hide inside the gate. He turns to her and asks what she plans to do, and while fading away, she tells Darren that she's going to do what he truly desires. As her body dissipates, the association president hears her saying that she's going to engage in population control. After that, her presence completely leaves the room. Darren then heads over to his table to make a call. The person on the line picks up, and he tells the guy to gather all their members because a disaster is about to begin. Later on, we see a plane touch down at the Incheon International Airport. Reporters are gathered all around the entrance and waiting for the esteemed guests to show themselves. S-class hunters from all around the world start trooping out one after the other as they make their way into the entrance. It's the first time that so many top hunters have come together. One of the newscasters is saying that their goal is to visit Aslan, who is ranked as the first among them. Reporters and spectators all around start flashing their cameras as soon as they see Aslan making his appearance. Everyone's attention turns to the entrance doors as they wait for the top dog to walk in. The number one hunter in the world isn't what you'd expect. The guy is nothing but an actual clown with all that makeup, and it seems the circus didn't want him either. Either way, he makes his presence known, and the spotlight is all around him. At our hero's home, his mother can't believe how handsome he's looking. While having his tie adjusted, Daesung didn't think that his mother would be so excited for the event. Jisoo calls out to her mom and complains about not being able to find the dress that Seoyeon gifted her. While the mother heads over to help, Daesung's phone starts buzzing. He picks up the call from Chanho, who tells him that the car is ready and he should come down with his mom. Over at the Federation Conference venue, the flags all around are painted with the faces of different S-class hunters, including our hero. Youngchil starts his stream and lets his viewers know that he's at the venue where the best hunters from all over the world are gathering. He promises to give them the best view of the event more than anyone else can. Inside the venue, the hunters are all seated with their family members and waiting to be addressed. Our hero is seated with his mother and Chanho, but he looks like he can't wait to leave. One of the hunters, dressed in a black suit, looks over to the protagonist and wonders if he is the Daesung he's heard about. A guy from the World Hunter Association then walks up to the stage and introduces himself as Michael Jang. He then tells everyone that he will be the host for the meeting. Jang then welcomes President Lee Kang-cheon to perform the medal award ceremony. Daesung's family is amazed to see the president, and his sister wonders if Kang-cheon will personally give the medal to her brother. As the crowd applauds the president, Jang asks Daesung to come up to the stage. Trust our hero's family to cheer him on and embarrass the poor guy as he approaches the stage. When he gets there, Kang-cheon formally awards him with the medal and asks the hero to protect Korea. Daesung is confused, but the president tells him to carry on as he has been doing before. After that, they both stand to take pictures, while the crowd continues to applaud them. Regardless, Daesung still feels like he has a dog collar around his neck. On the other hand, his family is very proud of him and the feat he has accomplished. Youngchil is also spilling tears of joy for some awkward reason and giving his subscribers a good view. As our hero walks back to his seat, the cameras keep flashing on him, and the applause continues. He gets stopped by the creepy-looking Aslan, who congratulates him on his award. However, Daesung has no idea who the clown is and asks him for his identity. Aslan introduces himself in a funky style, further making himself look like a weirdo. He expects the protagonist to be amazed, but Daesung just walks off to get away from him. Suddenly, Aslan's wristwatch starts beeping with a bright red color. The other black-haired hunter gets up with urgency and tells Daesung that an S-class dungeon has appeared in Tokyo. But it's not only there. All the other hunters are thrown into a wild panic as they all get notifications about S-rank gates appearing in different parts of the world. Zhang is completely baffled by the sudden turn of events. Ki Hong walks up to the stage and tells him about what's happening all over the world. Due to this, he suggests that they stop the Federation meeting. Daesung, who has that dog in him, seems to be the only calm person in the whole room. While being lost in his thoughts, he wonders if the Hans group is making their move. He goes into the Pantheon world, where he is welcomed by his fairy. He tells the fairy to open the heavenly shop. The golden shop with unique items then manifests before Daesung. He quickly purchases the future journal, and it starts writing about the events that will take place soon. As the journal is writing, he asks why Korea has been excluded from all the places where gates have appeared around the world. He wonders if his enemies are trying to avoid him. The scene switches to the streets of the United States of America. There, the roads are busy, and the citizens are going about their peaceful day. Suddenly, a monster shows up, causing panic and fear in the eyes of the people around. As the horrendous beast looks down at the humans, they quickly start running for their lives. Sadly for them, more of these frightful beasts show up, blocking their escape. The humans pray to God to save their lives, but it looks hopeless as more monsters rain down from the gate in the sky. Over in the city of Tokyo, the destruction and chaos are already taking place. A horde of wolf monsters is seen running through the streets and causing destruction. A hunter leads the monsters to an ambush point, where he signals his partner to blow up the place. An explosion goes off, causing blue smoke to fill the air around. While the beasts are caught up in it, the hunter dives down and signals for the hunt to begin. Some other hunters clad in ninja attire join him and start attacking the monsters. They are able to take down one of the monsters, but one wolf senses where the attacks are coming from and quickly leaps into the air. It bounces off the buildings and reaches the rooftop where the hunters are. A poor guy is about to be devoured, but a subordinate appears and uses his sword to annihilate the beast. The wolf's severed head hurls past the nearly killed hunter while he is still stunned. After that, the young man thanks his captain Tetsuka for saving his life. Tetsuka gazes at the gate in the sky and is troubled because if the monsters keep pouring out, the city will be annihilated. Back in Washington, the city is in ruin, and hunters are utterly defeated. A struggling hunter tries to crawl to safety, but a troll steps on him, squashing his body in the process. As the monster basks in its victory, it suddenly gets sliced in half by another hunter who is wielding photon blades. One of them suggests that they retreat and join Aslan in order to try and counterattack the monsters. The commander then yells for everyone to head back to Philadelphia. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters, the branch manager is watching all the chaos that's unfolding in different parts of the world. He notes that South Korea is still unaffected by the multiple gate fractures that have spawned everywhere. His assistant then tells him that other countries are requesting Korea's help since they are unaffected by the dilemma. The situation is tight for the manager because he wonders how he'll handle things if a gate suddenly appears in Korea. He wonders if sending the local hunters is a feasible option. He then refers to the lady as Kim Ah-hyung and asks her how the S-class hunters who attended the conference are doing. She tells him that Japan's Tetsuka and China's Cheon Young-wol have joined the combat through aircraft. The remaining American and European hunters will soon join the combat. The manager's phone starts ringing, and he sees that Chanho is calling him. When he picks up, the clan leader tells him to gather all the S-class hunters for a meeting with the Daesung clan. Meanwhile, see Aslan walking through a random street while his country is in a crisis. Typical clown behavior. He whips out his phone to take a picture and states that he's in the Bukchan Hanak village. Two guys walking by notice him and wonder why he's not helping America at the moment. Aslan turns to them and asks that they take a picture of him. The two guys agree, and he thanks them with a creepy smile. The scene then shifts to the Daesung clan building, and we see all the S-rank hunters who are gathered to hear from our hero. Daesung takes the helm by opening the floor to discuss how they'll deal with the Hans group. Chanho doesn't understand what the hero means by the resurrection of the Titan. The branch manager also wonders if the aliens are the people who created the gate fractures. Daesung explains that the gate is an altar itself, and the people are being used as sacrifices in it. To confirm all that has been said, Changsik asks if the Titan will be revived when the amount of sacrifices is complete. However, Heron chips in by saying that they can only assist one country at most because of how much time it will take to travel. Han Ul places a gate cube on the table, showing it to everyone else. Dongchul then says that the cube resembles the Absolute Protector. Han Ul goes ahead to explain that he did some research on the cube with Dr. Dong Hyuk. During their tests, they successfully transformed the cube into a teleportation device capable of traveling between continents on Earth. He says that Junyoung is currently traveling and placing different cubes at key locations. Dongchul starts complaining like a little brat because he feels they should be out fighting monsters instead of attending a meeting. Heron suggests that they move together with the elite hunters of each clan, but Han Ul tells her that the teleportation cube can't move a large number of people yet. The branch manager doesn't see how this helps their situation. However, he gets very shocked when Daesung says that everyone in the room will move together with him. The man tries to tell him that it'll be bad for them if a gate fracture appears in South Korea. The protagonist turns his attention to the system window, which shows him the details of a Wraith swap ability. It basically allows him to switch positions between a Wraith and the caster. The clan leader then remembers how his friend showed up at the research center with a unique ability. Daesung explains that he can easily send Chanho to the problematic area and bring him back with this ability. The hunters are all amazed by this and can't believe just how overpowered this guy is. Considering how this matter concerns both international assistance and domestic safety, the branch manager feels Daesung will be able to kill two birds with one stone. He then tells the protagonist to commence with the operation. Daesung gets ready to head out with everyone, but he is interrupted by Seoyeon. Rather than saying something important, the annoying kid suggests that they come up with a cool team name like the Avengers. Heron mocks her for thinking of something so stupid during an important meeting. Daesung decides to indulge his servant, and he tells her to say the name she's thought of. She suggests the name K-Cats. Choyoung remains silent on this, but she thinks it's a cute name. Everyone else remains silent. Daesung agrees with the stupid name so that they can hurry up and get going. The scene shifts to the Shandong province in China. There, a horde of menacing minotaurs are seen walking through the streets. A group of hunters form a blockade and get ready to fire upon the monsters. On the signal, the arrows are sent flying through the skies, and they come raining down on the beasts. Despite being impaled by arrows, the minotaurs charge forward until they are met with the frontline hunters. The young hunters are nervous to face such terrifying beasts. They try to boost their morale by yelling at the monsters to come at them. The battle begins with hunters getting sent flying through the air like pesky flies. As a minotaur is about to cleave the head of a soldier in front of him, a female hunter leaps through their heads and reveals herself. She uses an ability known as Heavenly Dragon's Form to strike down a multitude of monsters at the same time. As the dust clears up, she tells the warriors to stand strong for their country. The soldiers take up their arms and follow leader Cheon. At the same time, the horde of minotaurs continues to charge at them. Jin Rong is watching the battle from China's association headquarters, and he wonders if this will be the end of his precious country. The department head known as Jin Long walks in to give him some news. She tells him that Korea will support them with 7 S-rank hunters, provided that some conditions are met. From the letter, he sees that Korea is requesting ownership of all the byproducts and ether cores from the defeated monsters. If the countries oblige with their request, they will support them immediately. Over at the Korean Association headquarters, the branch manager gets reports about different countries that have accepted their conditions. The man then tells Ayung to relay the information to the newly formed K-Hunters. It seems the name K-Cats is way too stupid to be used formally. Back in China, the streets are in ruins and dead hunters can be seen everywhere. The minotaurs have managed to slaughter most of them, but Yangwol reminds them that she's still alive and breathing. They charge towards her, and she braces herself with what little strength she has left. Suddenly the monster is decimated before her eyes, and she sees that the Korean hunters have come to help. Daesung looks at the gate and notices the horde of monsters that are pouring out. Heron uses her healing skills on Yongwol, while Changsik speeds past her to take on the monsters. She tells the Chinese hunter to take a break and allow them to handle things in the meantime. The Korean hunters then start pulling out their nice skills. Seon uses her ability to turn the ground into a sticky glue, trapping the monsters. Choyoung uses her magic bullets to freeze the minotaurs as well, while Changsik slices through them with his blades. Dongchul comes in with his lightning storm as well and completely annihilates the beasts with his overwhelming destructive powers. With most of the monsters defeated, Han Ul uses his robot spiders to harvest their ether cores and put them in a container. With this, they can resolve the ether core supply by procuring them on site. An explosion suddenly goes off behind him, and he sees the S-class Minotaur King, Ugnos. The huge flames and the monster's menacing aura are enough to intimidate Changsik and Dongchul. Ugnos smashes his axe on the ground, causing a trail of fire to head for the two hunters. Heron then puts up her shield to protect everyone from the attack. The two hunters thank her because they would have been toast if they didn't react fast. Heron then tells them to prepare for an attack. However, Yongwol suggests that they fall back because the beast is responsible for wiping out her entire unity. The Chinese hunter is shocked to see our hero pull up, ready to take on the monster by himself. Daesung mocks the Minotaur, leaving Yongwol even more amazed. In the blink of an eye, he rushes to the monster and uses his flames to attack. Ugnos easily absorbs the flames and tells Daesung that his fire attacks are useless. In an instant, he slaps the protagonist away, sending him crashing into a nearby building. The beast boasts of being the ruler of the demonic beasts, and calls our hero an insignificant insect. Choyoung tries to help out by firing her magic bullets, but the bullets are unable to get past the flames. A chilling fear grips her when she sees that her attacks are useless. The monster continues its rampage, but Daesung transports both himself and the beast to a different location. Dongchul explains what happened to Changsik, who is left completely baffled. Ugnos is now in a foreign land with the Demon King. The system window then shows that the Demon King can now unleash his full mana there. Daesung doesn't understand how such an enemy is making him put in so much effort. With one swing of his sword, he unleashes a black flame that shakes the very foundations of their location. Ugnos is completely disintegrated by these flames, which he can't absorb. After the battle, the Demon King obtains an S-rank ether core. The system then tells him to eliminate the Taker who is gathering souls at the altar. While looking at the screen, the protagonist wonders if he needs to spend all his points to unlock the demon god before the Titan revives. Meanwhile, at the gate fracture, one of the Chinese hunters seems to be the one gathering the souls. He states that this is his first time and believes he'll gain eternal life after completing the process. A blade is suddenly plunged through his chest by our hero, who then asks the Taker what he hopes to gain. In his last moments, he asks the Titan to accept the sacrifice. Daesung senses something powerful and quickly steps back. He then sees a giant hand coming out of the gate to take the offerings. Daesung suddenly sees himself in a pitch-dark space. The Titan's hand grabs the soul offerings and vanishes into the dark. The protagonist wants to have a talk with the Titan, so he slashes the space beside the Taker, but he is shocked when he sees that his attacks have no effect. The Titan's hand reveals itself once more and bestows power upon the Chinese traitor. After the Taker receives the powers and the offering plate drops to the floor, our hero sees himself back in the city. He wonders if the domains were switched when the Titan received the offering. However, he sees that the traitor has transformed into a supernatural being. The guy then refers to himself as a fragment of the Titan and calls the protagonist a pathetic worm. The monster rushes to land a blow, but Daesung instantly evades it before the attack can connect. The Demon King appears beside the monster and pummels the guy's face into the ground. He starts landing a series of punches on the guy in order to shut him up. By the time he's done beating up the traitor, the poor dude's face looks like a swollen boil. Despite receiving the beating of his life, the traitor believes that if he dies, he will join the Titan and be resurrected. Daesung picks him up by his hair and asks if he plans to go back to the Titan. However, he has somewhere else in mind for such a useless scumbag. The traitor suddenly sees himself strapped to a table in Hell's torture chamber. The executioner of the chamber is about to unleash an eternity of torture on the poor guy. Back in the city, Seoyeon and the other hunters meet up with the Demon King. Choyoung tells him that the situation has been taken care of. With our hero still alive, Dongchul proves to Changsik why they didn't need to worry about him. Korea's top hunter now sees who the true monster in all this mess is. Yongwol is also amazed to see that Daesung took care of the S-class monster by himself. Haran tries to check if our hero has any injuries, but Seoyeon tries to get her away from the only man in her life. After that, Daesung addresses everyone by saying that he'll be taking care of the gate boss while the rest of them will focus on the hunter rescue. The hunters can't believe their ears, and they wonder if he really plans to deal with the boss alone. On the other hand, the protagonist is determined to prevent the resurrection of the Titan. Later on, we see Yangchil talking to his viewers, and he says that he has big news for them. While clicking his mouse, he tells them that it's big information he got from the Daesung clan. He then uploads the fight scenes from the battle in China, and the viewers are all surprised. He tells them that the hunters are a newly formed group that was made to help the other countries. Yangchil also tells them that he got all this information from Chanho. He then comes across a news channel talking about how the K-hunters have cleared the gates in China and India. According to the news outlet, the group is on their way to Europe. The scene then shifts to the Darkside shelter, located inside a gate. Military troops are on the scene and organizing themselves. Aslan steps through the portal and is greeted by some soldiers. One of the men addresses him, and he asks for the location of his brother. Inside one of the tents, a masked party is going with the association members. A soldier goes to inform Darren of his brother's presence, which he is surprised to hear. Aslan is enjoying a glass of wine while detesting the look of the horrid dimension he finds himself in. Darren walks up to his brother, and the world's #1 hunter tells him that they'll be in trouble if they don't leave soon. He then asks his younger brother to explain himself. Over in the city of Tokyo, the whole place is messed up and in ruins. Dead hunters can be seen buried among the rubble of the destroyed buildings. Tetsuka and his combat unit are trying to hold the last line of defense against the monsters. He orders the vanguard to hold the rear line while everyone else retreats to the third line of defense. The hunters quickly move while carrying their wounded comrades to safety. The captain stands his ground, ready to lay down his life for his comrades, and the rest of them have no other choice but to leave their captain. Later on, Karina approaches the high priest and tells him that the altar they built is collapsing rapidly, and that the Demon King is on the move. Ramesh's eyes become enraged when he hears about the Demon King. The bishop also tells him that the dimensional altar has been transformed into a spatial teleportation altar. The high priest then tells her to send the southern bishop, Azar, to the dimensional altar, which has not collapsed, to buy some time for the Titan. Meanwhile, back in Tokyo, the Japanese hunters are desperately running for their lives. A female hunter carrying her wounded comrade falls into great despair when she sees a gate appear in front of her. Luckily, the Korean hunters appear from it, but they seem to be suffering from serious motion sickness. I guess teleportation isn't much of a smooth ride. Seoyeon has completely lost her mind, and Choyoung is trying to tell her to get a hold of herself. While they are all trying to calm down, Daesung is the only unaffected person. He wonders if he should make a new auto-hunting deck after seeing how weak his fellow hunters are. On the other hand, the Japanese hunter is surprised to see our hero and his subordinates. She then receives news through her earpiece, saying that the K-hunters will be providing support through the teleportation gate. She rushes over to Daesung and humbly asks him to save her captain. However, she's speaking Japanese, so the protagonist doesn't understand her. Seoyeon translates the words for him and tells him to turn on his translation device. After receiving the request, our hero quickly teleports to find Tetsuka. Seoyeon then assures the girl that Daesung is strong and will be able to save her captain. With tears flowing down her eyes, the girl humbly thanks her. On the battlefield, a poor hunter is caught in the mouth of a wolf beast, and he gets devoured in seconds. Tetsuka is completely worn out because his aura has been significantly depleted. He tries to control his breath as he awaits his demise. The monsters approach him and get ready to make a meal out of him. As the hunter closes his eyes and accepts defeat, the beasts rush to devour him. In a quick turn of events, their heads are suddenly severed from their bodies. Tetsuka is short of words when he sees Daesung standing over him with an intimidating aura. However, he looks quite frightened to see the Demon King. Our hero asks him if he's okay, but the hunter's translation device is broken, so he doesn't understand a word that's being said. He then sees something dangerous and yells at Daesung to watch out. The protagonist turns back and sees a train flying straight down at them. It crashes and causes a huge explosion on impact. But Daesung and Tetsuka are completely fine. However, a green ball shoots out of the smoke and flies straight at the protagonist. Our protagonist smacks the green ball far off into the sky. The ball unfolds and reveals itself to be the Southern Bishop. The MC quickly realizes that the enemy is from another world. He launches himself upwards to attack the bishop, who is also ready to land a blow. The two fighters clash, causing a huge explosion in the sky. Tetsuka shields himself from the smoke, and when he opens his eyes, he can't believe that the two fighters are completely unscathed. The protagonist admits that Azar is a formidable foe. The bishop increases the size of his head and sharp teeth while talking about how much he wants to eat and drink. What a repulsive glutton. The MC tries to swap to a different domain, but it's impossible due to the bishop's crazy calories. While Daesung is still stunned by this, the bishop devours his body and swallows him in one gulp. Caught in a dire situation, Tetsuka is confused about what action to take. Azar looks over at him and fires a beam from his mouth, but he misses his target because he's trying to contain our hero at the same time. The female hunter we saw earlier rushes over to the scene in search of Tetsuka. She screams out his name for some time until she calls to her from behind. Tetsuka is enjoying a can of soda while telling the girl, Masaki, that he made sure to pay for it. He then reports back to the other hunters, and Seoyeon can't believe that her master was eaten. The captain isn't sure if Daesung is still alive or dead. He confirms to Han-ul that the Han's bishop ate the protagonist and disappeared without a trace. Changsik suggests that they split up and search for the bishop, but Heron says it'll be dangerous for them to do that. However, Seoyeon is confident that they don't need to worry about finding it. Over at the Darkside shelter, Darren is enjoying a bottle of wine with his brother. Aslan asks his brother if he's surprised about an S-rank core, but Darren isn't amazed by it. The president tells his brother that he doesn't truly understand the power of the Han's aliens. He is sure that even Daesung won't be able to stop them from what they've set their minds to. Aslan then stands to take his leave and reminds his brother that he has warned him. But Darren assures him there's nothing to worry about because their plans will be carried out. Back in Tokyo, Seoyeon brings out the Chucky doll, who isn't too happy about being summoned by his master. She tells the ugly toy that his father has disappeared, but Chucky is still unbothered. Even Changsik and Dongcheol can't stand the ugly thing's annoying attitude. However, Chucky wonders who would be crazy enough to kidnap the Demon King. He suddenly turns back after sensing the protagonist's anger. The hunters can see or sense anything, so Chucky points them in the direction of our hero. Han-ul asks about what's over there, and Tetsuka tells them that it's Mount Fuji. The hunters head up the mountain until they reach the top. There, Chucky points them to a hole where he senses the Demon King's anger. To their surprise, the ugly doll jumps down without a second thought. The others are too scared to jump down because they can't see the end of it. But Tetsuka wonders why such a crater is on the mountain. Choyung then shoots up a signal flare, which the other three hunters take note of. In Azar's stomach, the protagonist is trying to use his movement skills, but they seem to be sealed. The stomach acids slowly start pouring in, worsening his condition. He releases a huge wave of mana to push the acid back and protect himself. Meanwhile, the southern bishop is meditating and trying to suppress our hero's powers. The doll then finds the bishop lost in meditation. Changsik and Dongcheol contemplate who should go first and land the first hit. However, Chucky rushes in like a fool, making himself known to the bishop. Despite all his efforts to stab the bishop, he isn't able to put a single scratch on him. As Azar notices that he's a cursed doll, Dongcheol quickly snags Chucky away, while Changsik attacks with lightning speed. Sadly, they see that both their attacks were ineffective against the bishop. The bishop gets up to fight them, but whatever the Demon King is doing inside him makes him want to hurl. When he throws up, a bunch of fireballs come out of his mouth. As the hunters run away, Dongcheol notices that the attack is similar to Daesung's aura skill. When the explosion goes off, Changsik sneaks through to land a deadly blow to the bishop, but Azar opens his mouth wide to swallow the hunter. Just before the top hunter gets devoured, Dongcheol saves him in the nick of time. When the two hunters are out of the way, Choyung shows up and starts to fire her magic bullets. While the bullets start to freeze Azar's feet, Dongcheol comes back with his lightning powers and delivers a deadly attack on the bishop. However, this causes the bishop to open his mouth and start spitting out acid. Before the acid hits them, Heron pops out her shield and protects them. While she is protecting everyone, Seoyeon runs out to attack. They try to call her back, but she's determined to get back her master. She pierces the head of her voodoo doll in an attempt to instantly kill the bishop, but the system tells her that skill will be replaced with one called Feint if the target's soul is too large. The attack manages to hit Azar, causing him a great deal of pain before he passes out. The hunters are surprised that Seoyeon was able to perform such a feat with one hit. Even she is surprised that her skill actually worked, meaning that this brain-dead girl ran out without a sure plan. Down in Philadelphia, the citizens are acting like mindless zombies for some reason. The monsters from the gate are just walking past them without attacking. One of the monsters asks their chief why they're not attacking the humans. The chief tells him that the Titan prefers the souls of pure warriors. Looking closer, we see some strings are being attached to the humans and controlling them like puppets. The humans start acting more possessed as they rush towards the monsters. The trolls start to smack the humans away, and the chief monster finds the whole thing ridiculous. One human latches onto a monster, and the beast sees that the whole guy's body is on fire. The poor guy could use a cold shower, but he suddenly explodes into smithereens. The chief then tells his soldiers to find the person controlling the humans. More explosions keep going off, killing some of the monsters in the process. On top of one of the buildings, we see that Aslan is the culprit who is controlling the people. The chief sees the hunter and leaps to the roof to deal with him. The monster vows to kill Aslan, but the hunter uses his ability to take control of the troll's mind. In a split second, the monster becomes one of Aslan's puppets. The hunter then orders him to go and slay his comrades. Back in the Mount Fuji crater, the Korean hunters are not really sure if Azar is dead. Dongchul tells Changsik to ask Seoyeon since she's the one who attacked the bishop. She then tells them that the bishop only fainted, and he's not dead. They lose their minds when Chucky climbs on top of Azar and opens his mouth. The doll tells them that Daesung is definitely inside the bishop's belly. Seoyeon wonders what the ugly toy will do when he gets down there. On the other hand, Han-ul hands the doll something before he goes inside the belly. By the time Azar wakes up, he finds himself bound tightly with iron chains. He swears to kill and struggles to break free of the chains. However, Changsik gets ready to attack the blob. A teleportation gate suddenly appears in front of them, and Seoyeon is glad to see it. The protagonist suddenly walks out of the portal with Chucky and congratulates them on saving him. Without delay, Daesung tells everyone to jump out as he tosses Chucky into the air and starts sprinting away. The hunters are completely confused, considering that the strongest one out of them is running away. They quickly start running away as well, but Dongcheol doesn't know why our hero hasn't jumped out yet. Azar suddenly appears behind them and breaks the chains that were used to bind him. Daesung then tells the Fortress Clan kid to restrain the bishop. Seoyeon manages to react quickly enough and slide back. She brings out her voodoo doll and causes the ground around the bishop to turn into quicksand. Azar slowly starts sinking in, but he tells the hunters that they can't escape from him. Tetsuka catches up to the MC and asks him why he is running away without a fight. Daesung then tells him that they'll be dead if they fight inside the crater. As Azar sinks further into the sand, he reaches out to grab the hunters with his gigantic hand. A bright light is seen from the top of the crater. Our hero then bursts out with his wraith dragon in the nick of time. An explosion goes off behind them, but the hunters are safe and have managed to escape in the nick of time. The dragon takes them to safety, while the Demon King jumps back down to the top of the mountain. Seoyeon calls out to her master, but he lands on the ground and tells the bishop to reveal himself. Azar's giant hand bursts through the ground, followed by his large, ugly face. The Demon King quickly sees that the giant blob in front of him is the bishop's true form. Azar emerges from the crater, and he is 1,000 times larger than our hero. I guess all those calories finally kicked in. The other hunters are baffled when they see the giant bishop, and they wonder if it's the same enemy they fought moments ago. Captain Tetsuka is pretty concerned about this, saying that he needs to inform their headquarters quickly. Meanwhile, the Demon King unleashes a huge wave of mana and takes to the skies to face his enemy. He is able to sneak around under the cover of the clouds, giving the bishop a hard time locating him. Over at the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, Shinji becomes very anxious and afraid when he sees the giant bishop on the screen. His assistant then tells him that Tetsuka sent word about Daesung being in combat with the giant monster. Back on Mount Fuji, Daesung attacks the bishop with a huge wave of black flames from his sword. However, Azar opens his mouth and uses the power of gluttony to swallow the attack. While that is happening, the Demon King's dragon is circling above them. Daesung then tells the bishop to try and eat his next attack. The dragon charges up an attack and fires a mana beam cannon at the enemy. The beam is able to pierce through Azar's arm, causing him a great deal of pain. The other hunters do their best to hold on tightly to the dragon while it's attacking. Eventually, Azar's body swells up and bursts into pieces as the bishop finally succumbs to his appetite. The system window pops up with a message, showing that the bishop has been defeated and the Demon King has gained the gluttony ability. With the point he earned, he can now unlock the demon god transformation. Our hero looks through the screen to see all the shiny rewards he has been given. While he accesses the Pantheon, Ramesh witnesses the Titan's first heartbeat. A giant womb with a huge fetus is in front of the High Priest in the dead plains of another dimension. The priest notices that the Titan's heartbeat is getting really fast. He sees as Azar's spirit shows up and merges with the Titan, causing the giant baby's eyes to come to life. As the dust settles over Mount Fuji, Tetsuka finds it hard to believe that the battle is truly over. Haran then asks Seoyeon where her master went, and it seems the kid forgot to tell them that he went to check out some stuff at the Pantheon. She then tells everyone to have fun until the protagonist returns. However, Tetsuka offers to serve them with the best facilities and services. Dongchul takes the opportunity to ask if there are hot springs nearby. While Daesung looks through the items in the Pantheon, he decides to sell all the unused items and ether cores. After that, he moves all his achievement points into the implementation rate, but he isn't able to reach the full 100%. He feels he'll be able to achieve the full implementation if he takes on one more bishop. Daesung then sets up a video call with Chanho. The clan leader congratulates him on dealing with the bishop, and the Demon King asks him where they should go next. He tells Daesung that the World Hunter Association has started dispatching hunters on a large scale, so he and his team can go back to Korea. However, our hero wonders where these guys have been, and even Chanho finds their sudden movement suspicious. Daesung thinks the association is crazy for trying to protect facilities instead of citizens. After that, he asks the clan leader what his team members are doing at the moment. The scene shifts to a hot spring resort, where the K-hunters are chilling and finally taking a break. Chongsik wonders why Han-ul is still wearing his mask, and the guy decides to take it off. They are completely amazed by how pretty Han-ul looks without his mask. The guy looks prettier than most girls. Han-ul tells them that he doesn't really like the face, and that's why he wears a mask. Over at the girls' side, Seo-yeon is enjoying a good soak when Cho-young asks her what her master is planning in the Pantheon. Harin then asks what the Pantheon even is. The Fortress Kid tells her that it's the secret base of the Daesung clan. Cho-young explains that it's also a subspace training center. Seo-yeon goes ahead to annoy Harin by saying that they are no longer opponents because she unlocked a secret move during this last fight. Cho-young tries to warn her that it'll be dangerous to use skills there, but the young girl is a crackhead without a care in the world. Seo-yeon then unleashes her finishing move, leaving the girls bewildered. Meanwhile, an attendant is directing our hero to the men's bath. As he steps into the changing room, his servant's doll appears. The girls suddenly find themselves in the same hot spring bath as the protagonist. A month later, Ki-hong is invited to a news channel to give details of the situation of the gate fracture incident. Ki-hong then introduces himself and starts to explain that the incident is finally going into a recovery phase. The interviewer then asks him about his thoughts on the damage that other countries have suffered due to Korea's late response to help them. However, Ki-hong tells the guy that he didn't come there for a quiz show. Meanwhile, a protest has emerged from citizens who want Aslan gone and the World Hunter Association president to resign. The citizens are all marching through the streets and crying out for the death of Aslan. News reporters on the scene are covering the whole event, saying that these protests might not be stopping soon. A protester is briefly called out, and he tells the newscaster that he lost his family during the incident, causing him to no longer see the use of the World Hunter Association. Darren watches the crowd from the window of his office, and he tells Karen that he has only gained disgrace from all this. The bishop assures him that Hans keeps their promises. She drops some pellets on the table and calls it the flesh of the Titan. She assures Darren that if he eats it, he can live forever. The association president is amazed when he sees something so powerful. Karen tells him that the world will soon be transformed into a new one. If he wishes to obtain more of the Titan's flesh, she tells him to deal with Daesung. Karen then disappears, leaving Darren to think about how he will meet our hero. Back at the Japanese resort, Tetsuka thanks the K-Cats once again for being a huge support to his country. He and his fellow hunters humbly thank the Korean hunters. With a job well done, the protagonist urges everyone to eat and have fun. While everyone is digging into their meals and drinks, Seo-yeon asks her fellow girls something inappropriate. Our hero quickly comes along to shut down the conversation and promises to give his stupid servant hellish training. She tries to say it was a mistake, but he quickly disappears with the silly girl. Over at the Rice Eaters Porter clan, the secretary suddenly gets a call. Daesung hears her talking about the Japan Hunter Association, so he decides to take the call from the lady. He introduces himself and starts to talk about handling the byproduct processing in Japan. When he drops the call, the secretary asks if they'll be going to Japan in a very enthusiastic manner. The bald man says he'll be going, but tells the lady that she has to stay back and protect the office. Back on Mount Fuji, Han-ul tells the Emek that there's no teleportation cube because it was most likely buried or destroyed. Daesung suggests that they use his dragon, but Harin tells him to be normal and use a plane. Changsik also isn't comfortable with riding a dragon, so he tells the protagonist to go by himself if he chooses that. Tetsuka pulls up with a slick Toyota to give them a free ride. Most of them rush to enter the car, leaving just Cho-young with our hero. She's very worried about Seo-yeon, but she tells herself that the girl will be fine. Sadly for the Fortress Clan kid, she's facing an endless horde of monsters in the Pantheon. Later on, we see Yangchil streaming the moment when Tetsuka thanked the K-Cats. He shows it to his viewers, who immediately go with the name K-Cats instead of K-Hunters. He starts laughing about how the name is quite catchy, then his phone starts ringing. He picks up the phone to hear the Porter clan leader telling him about Japan's request. Yangchil is excited to hear that the old man will be handling the byproducts, and he congratulates him. The old man offers the young streamer a chance to film some content in Japan, and he humbly accepts. The scene shifts to Haneda Airport, where we see a lot of people going in and coming out on different flights. The plane carrying the K-Cats is about to take off, and they look like they have the best first-class seats. The protagonist is also with them, and this is his first time flying first class. He takes a seat beside Darren, who starts to communicate with him through telepathy. The president introduces himself to the Demon King, who wonders why he's using telepathy. Darren then tells him that he has a special proposal, and this piques our hero's interest. He tells the Demon King that the world will soon perish and a new one will be created. While Daesung thinks about this, Darren offers him a position as the owner of the new special world. The protagonist isn't interested in any of it, which makes the president see that Daesung doesn't believe him. Darren says he'll explain better in the association headquarters, but our hero still isn't interested. Daesung remarks that he has been pretending to be the owner of a destroyed world already. The president then gets up from his seat and says that Daesung's thoughts are limited to those of an ordinary criminal. However, the Demon King suddenly uses telepathy to communicate, leaving Darren bewildered. He then asks the president if he is on the dark side. Seeing that the protagonist knows a lot, Darren ignores his question and walks out. With this, our hero is now sure of the location of the Haunt's aliens and can't wait to confront them. Meanwhile, Darren heads over to a secret room where his superiors are feasting on the flesh of the Titan. They all talk about how it's the best piece of meat they've ever had. They see the effects immediately as their old skin sheds off and they start to look younger. With this, they see that the body of immortality is actually real. However, one of them regrets that he wasn't able to eat a piece of the meat. Darren tells him that it is the last batch and requests permission to use the legacy to acquire more meat. The master grants him his request, but he isn't happy that he has to answer to such old fools. On his way out, he swears to deal with them once he obtains the legacy. At the Daesung clan headquarters, our hero concludes the activities of the K-Kates until further notice. Chanho thanks them for all their hard work. As the protagonist is about to leave his seat, Heron calls him and asks for permission to use their special training center. Changsik also shows interest in wanting to use the training center as well. Nevertheless, Daesung can't bring them into the Pantheon unless they are registered as his servants. He tells them to go home to rest first, and that they should contact him a week later. The hunters are excited about this and can't wait to use this special center. The clan leader reminds them that each clan has to send personnel to handle the byproducts in the Euro-Asia region. The Daesung clan is already dispatching someone to Japan. Han-ul says the Joseon clan has already moved to China as well. Dongcheol is surprised that they're moving so fast, and Changsik explains how profitable the business is. Choyoung then asks about Seoyeon, and Daesung says the kid could have probably gone home if she defeated the boss in the Pantheon. The scene shifts to a ship harbor where containers are being offloaded. Daesung is watching his containers get offloaded, and he feels he'll be able to make billions with the amount of byproducts he has gotten. However, Yongchil comes to ask the old man when they'll get to start filming some content. Daesung then says that they should go take a picture together. They head over to Mount Fuji, where Yongchil gets to start his stream. His viewers are really excited about his content. He then tells them that he'll be exploring the mountain to get byproducts with Daeseong. The old man then shows off his protective suit to the viewers, saying that it was launched by his clan. He tells them that the suit has a protective function to shield against monster attacks. Yongchil notices how the old man is all over his stream, but he quickly decides to move to a deeper part of the mountain. The scene shifts to a desolate place in hell, and we see a young Daesung running away from a monster. He manages to find a hiding spot. There, he wonders if he has to die and start his long journey again. The Demon King then wakes up from the nightmare and wonders why he's been having these types of dreams. We see he's on a family trip, but for some reason, Seoyeon tagged along with them. His mother tells him to go play in the water like his sister and have fun. Some little miscreants suddenly approach him and ask if he is Han Daesung. They are shocked to see that he is actually the legendary hero, and they ask to see his cool dragon. The other people on the beach get really excited and start walking towards our hero when they hear that he's on the beach. The protagonist starts sweating like a faucet when he starts getting a whole lot of attention. He recalls that Chanho warned him about this, and he regrets not heeding the leader's words. As everyone swarms around him, he is confused about what to do. He turns their attention to them, and they start asking for his autograph. Some people just want to shake his hand, and others come up with ridiculous requests. Our hero finds it hard to deal with all this, stating that popularity is like a drug. Back on Mount Fuji, Yongchil and the old man are still exploring the deep parts of the mountain. One of his subscribers donates a huge amount of money and asks the streamer to go deeper into the cave. More people start donating more money, but Yongchil tells them that he can't go any further. The viewers keep urging him until he comes out of the tight spot. He discovers something and tells Daesung to come down quickly. A bright light shines on the old man's face as he stands in front of a gate cube. He tells Yongchil that they've discovered a gate. Due to this, one of the viewers donates 100 million won to the subscriber. Just like that, the kid is now a millionaire. The next day, Harin and Changsik find themselves in a regular training center and not the special one that Daesung promised them. The doors to the facility open, and they see their fellow hunters approaching them. Dongchul tells them to wait because the protagonist will soon be there. Seoyeon offers to summon her master with her doll if he happens to be late. At that moment, our hero shows up and tells her not to think about something stupid. After that, he tells everyone that they will begin the training session. Seeing that it'll be difficult to make Haran and Changsik his servants, Daesung changes the terrain to resemble one of the plains of hell. Changsik and Haran still marvel at how easily our hero can change an area. Choyoung recalls being in the same area before, and Seoyeon says this is the place where she had her last training. Haran starts to mock the girl for being dragged off there, after she caused trouble for her master. The MC tells them to cut the chatter because they'll be moving on to the special training immediately. The girls are quite curious to know what this special training will be. Seeing that they struggled against really tough bosses, the protagonist decides to change their training approach. Changsik admits that it was quite difficult for them to deal with the gate boss. Daesung then whips out a sword and tells them that he'll be the target for their training. The hunters are taken aback by this, but the protagonist wastes no time in making the first move. He sends out the first attack, causing a huge explosion with his flames. Meanwhile, in an underground bloodshine of the Han's aliens, a gate opens and Daesung peeks his head through. He and Yongchil dive out of the portal into the eerie cave. The young guy asks the old man where they are, but he has no idea. It's also too dark for his old eyes to see anything. Yongchil suggests that they should quickly leave because he senses something bad about the place. But the old man tells him that they should wait a bit. He assumes that they're in an F-rank gate, and that he can easily take care of the monsters. Suddenly, a large red substance sprouts out from the ground. Yongchil screams out when he sees the red sticky thing attaching itself to the ceiling of the cave. Daesung tells him to be quiet, and that he should stay behind so he can escape easily if things get bad. After that, the old man moves forward to investigate the strange phenomenon. When he looks down at it, he can't believe the horrific sight. A bunch of corpses lie at the bottom of the hole, and the poor souls are begging to be spared. Frightened by what he sees, the old man tells Yongchil that they need to retreat immediately. As he turns to escape, he bumps into the northern bishop, Volks. The bishop demands to know how the man got into the cave, but Daesung yells at Yongchil to quickly flee the scene. As Volks turns to face the streamer, Yongchil races for the gate portal. The bishop tries to catch him, but Yongchil manages to successfully escape. Volks tries to access the gate, but his hand slips through and he realizes that it's a dimensional gate. He turns back to look for Daesung, but the old man has disappeared. The bishop is annoyed at the humans who are giving him quite a hard time. As Yongchil drops out of the portal, he tells his viewers that Daesung is in serious trouble. He quickly ends the broadcast there. We then see Chanho being interrupted by a phone call. He picks it up and hears Yongchil whining like a little brat. The streamer tells him that the old man is trapped inside the gate and has been captured, causing Chanho to panic. Meanwhile, the K-hunters are going with their training as they fight against the Demon King. Changsik's attacks are easily blocked, and Dongchil's punches aren't even strong enough to phase our hero. Choyoung pops out to attack from his blind spot, and Daesung admits that she has improved well. However, it's still not enough to defeat such a great being. The protagonist bursts out his skill, causing a huge explosion where he is. The hunters are thrown off by this attack as it strikes fear into their bodies. Haran sets up her shield to protect everyone from Daesung's deadly flames. The protagonist emerges from the flames and acknowledges everyone's improved teamwork. But he says that they still lack the finishing blow to seal everything. Changsik is pissed about not being able to defeat him despite all their efforts. Haran calls out Seoyeon for being useless, but the girl's curse tricks are ineffective against her master. The MC then gets a call from the clan leader, and he asks the guy what's going on. With a distressed look, Chanho tells Daesung that his help is needed urgently. At the Daesung clan headquarters, a couple of black vans pull up, and some soldiers come down. They quickly get into formation and wait for their commander to leave her vehicle. One of the troops goes to open the door, and a lady steps down from the vehicle. The scene shifts back to the training facility where the K-hunters are. Seoyeon looks like she's about to burst, so she quickly heads off to the bathroom. With an annoyed expression, Daesung asks Chanho why the old man of the Porter clan is messing around in a gate. The clan leader tells him that he has contacted the Korean and Japanese associations, saying that they'll handle the issue. The Demon King turns to his fellow hunters and tells them that he'll be going to Japan for a while. The hunters don't understand what's going on, but Daesung turns to quickly leave. He suddenly stops in his tracks when he sees some soldiers accompanying a lady. Chanho asks them why they are blocking the way. The lady then introduces herself as Seo Eunmi, a World Hunter Association enforcement officer. She says that the association is investigating the recent gate incident, and she needs him to accompany them as a witness. Angry at this, the clan leader asks if the order isn't issued by the Korean Association. The Demon King figures that Darren ordered these guys to capture him. Yunmi corrects the way he addresses the president of the association, but he doesn't care about that. Heron also says that she doesn't know about any enforcement power handled by the World Hunter Association. Yunmi then says that Daesung is suspected to be the culprit behind the gate incident. However, her words provoke the hunters, and they brace themselves if things come down to a fight. Chanho also asks the lady to calmly leave. Seeing that she isn't getting anywhere, Yunmi orders her people to activate the legacy. The soldiers outside receive the order and pull the lever on a giant golden box. A magic seal appears beneath the entire clan building, sending the hunters into a panic. They quickly notice that they can't use their aura or muster up any power, but our hero still remains very calm-headed. It's not like he can't break the seal, but he fears that the building will be destroyed if he does so. Yunmi states that their powers have been sealed, and if the protagonist quietly follows, he'll be treated well. The Demon King agrees on the condition that she let the other hunters go. However, he decides to make one phone call before leaving with them. He calls Seo-yeon, who's out getting ice cream. Daesung laughs over the phone and asks if she has awakened a skill. The girl tells him that her skill is known as Daesung Summoning. He then orders her to use the skill immediately. Sadly, the one time Seo-yeon is meant to be useful, she tells her master that she can't use the skill. She feels that once he appears, he'll scold her for running off, so she begs him to wait a bit. The Demon King tries to persuade her to use the skill immediately and promises not to scold her. But this silly brat ends up hanging up the phone on her master. The protagonist is completely infuriated by Seo-yeon's stupid actions. After that, Yunmi asks if he's ready to come with them. However, Dongchol and the other hunters refuse to follow her. Heron even states that any action against the hero will be regarded as a hostile threat against the Fortress clan as well. Yunim's soldiers get ready to fight, but she leaves the decision to Daesung. The protagonist decides there's nothing much he can do about his precious clan building. Just as he tries to unleash his skill, he suddenly disappears, leaving the whole room in shock. The others wonder where he went, and Heron realizes that Seo-yeon finally decided to use her special skill. Yunim tells her team to search the area for her escape target. While the soldiers move out to search, she tells the remaining hunters to stay put until they find the hero. The hunters have no other choice than to oblige. Meanwhile, Chairman Jung-ho receives an official letter from the World Association. He opens the seal and reads the contents of the letter. It states that the association suspects Daesung to be behind the gate incident, and they are asking the Korean Association to cooperate with them. This is quite shocking for the chairman, and he thinks the association has completely lost their minds. He then tells his assistant to quickly call Ki-hong. Later on, our hero finds himself with his servant in the middle of the city. She offers him a cone of ice cream and apologizes for angering him. Daesung collects it and starts licking it, but he suddenly lashes out at her for not being able to read the room. He quickly walks off and tells her to follow him. Back at his clan building, the enforcement team is still searching for him. Ki-hong shows up with his own forces to confront the association dogs. They tell him that they're carrying out a mission and ask him not to interfere with their work. Nevertheless, Ki-hong is angry that these goons feel confident enough to just do whatever they want in his country. The soldiers take his actions as a threat and ready themselves to engage. The leader asks the hunter to leave one more time before things get ugly. On the other hand, Ki-hong tells his troops to get ready for battle. His soldiers pop out their energy swords, but Daesung shows up just as they are about to clash. The enforcement team sees their target and immediately moves to capture him. However, the protagonist transports himself and the entire enemy team to a different dimension. Ki-hong is short of words when the goons suddenly disappear without a trace. The enforcement team finds themselves in a desolate land known as the Cemetery Garden. While they try to figure out where they are, a group of torturers suddenly appear. As the team sees the monsters, they conclude that the protagonist is definitely the one behind the gate fracture. The troops rush to attack the monsters, and both sides get engaged in a heated clash. Plant vines pop out of the ground and start picking off the soldiers one by one. While the troops are getting the beating of their lives, they demand that the hero reveal himself to them. With just one soldier left, the Demon King shows up. Daesung uses his powers to dominate the poor guy's soul. The soldier struggles, but he quickly succumbs to the power of the Demon King. After that, the protagonist teleports back to his clan building. Ki-hong is shocked to see him, and he asks the hero where the enforcers went. Daesung says that he kept the soldiers as prisoners in order to interrogate them. He hears a loud rumble and looks up to see part of his headquarters exploding. Changsik and Choyoung are seen chasing Yunim, who is trying to escape. But our hero is only worried about his precious building. The awakened S-ranker fires her magic bullets at Yunim. The lady blocks the bullets as she suddenly engulfs herself in black armor. Changsik sneaks up behind her and sends the enforcer hurling into the ground. By the time the two hunters land on the ground, they see that Yunim has escaped. Changsik sees that the hero is no longer with Ki-hong, meaning that he has already started chasing the enforcer. Yunim speeds through the city to retreat, but a cold sweat runs down her spine when she hears our hero's voice behind her. Daesung smacks her neck and sends her tumbling along the ground. She finally crashes, leaving the hero to deal with her however he pleases. As her armor comes off her body, Daesung wonders if he should just hand her over to Chanho so he can head to Japan quickly. Meanwhile, Yongchil is seated in front of the gate and hoping that the old man hasn't been sent to his maker yet. Unknown to him, Tetsuka and Masaki are keeping an eye on him. The girl doesn't think they should leave the young man like that, but her captain tells her that there's not much they can do. Our hero finally shows up, and the hunters quickly notice his presence. As Yongchil sees Daesung, he finally feels that there's hope. Daesung apologizes for the trouble that his porter has caused Tetsuka. On the other hand, Yongchil runs to our hero with his eyes full of tears. The poor kid begs the hero to save Daesung before it's too late. The protagonist tells the guy to let go of his pants and explain the situation. Yongchil explains that an alien captured the old man while trying to rescue him. Daesung figures that the aliens are none other than the Hans guys. Tetsuka then offers to provide him with support troops, but our hero tells him that there will be no need for that. The protagonist asks the captain to take the streamer somewhere far away. After that, he heads into the gate. Yongchil is shocked when the hero disappears, and Tetsuka wonders if he always had stealth skills. On the other side of the gate, Daesung is hiding inside the pit, hoping that someone will come to rescue him soon. He is sure that someone will come if he holds out for 3 to 4 days. The red mosh spit suddenly shoots its veins outward, and the voices begin to haunt the old man's mind. He apologizes for not being able to help, but there's not really anything he can do. As the veins reach out, our hero slashes it and asks what the hell it is. The old man's savior is finally here, but before our hero can help, he gets attacked by the northern bishop. Daesung blocks the attack, but the impact sends him flying into a wall. Folks is glad to see that it's the protagonist who showed up. Karen also appears in the cave and starts to attack the MC. She blasts Daesung with a powerful beam before landing on the ground. The smoke clears out, and we see that our boy isn't bothered by the attack he just received. Karen tells Volks to do the invocation, but he says it'll limit their movements. The protagonist dusts himself off and proceeds to take his turn by unleashing his own skills. Karen manipulates the red substance in the pit, causing the voice in agony to cry out louder. While the old man suffers from the voices, the female bishop sees that our hero is unaffected by them. These actions only make Daesung become more enraged. The protagonist unleashes his mana wave, causing the air and ground to tremble violently at the mercy of his aura. The bishops shield themselves from the shockwave. They realize how much power the hero has been hiding all this while. With the killing intent in his eyes, Daesung unleashes an ability to kill them. With one swing of his sword, he brings about chaos all around him. The bishops are frightened by the Demon King's overwhelming prowess. At the same time, the Titan in the womb opens his eyes. Back in the underground altar, a huge explosion goes off due to the protagonist's attack. A horde of undead soldiers spawn from the black essence and start attacking the bishops. Karen tries to tell him that the low-level minions won't be enough to stop them, but she's really struggling. The hero tells her to have a taste of what it's like to have her blood sucked, and her flesh ripped from her body. The bishops are overwhelmed by the sheer number of the undead soldiers, and there's hardly anything they can do. Meanwhile, the high priest approaches the Titan and says he'll have to leave for a while to deal with the threat that has appeared. The Titan points his finger in the direction of the battle and fires a powerful blast at the bishops. This action significantly boosts the powers of the bishops, causing them to quickly deal with the undead minions. While giving glory to their planet, they easily decimate the creatures with their skills. The bishops grow to their original sizes as giants. Daesung summons the souls of his minions, including the Ghost King. As the creatures emerge from the ground, the Demon King sends forth his army to attack the bishops. As the troops march forward, the Ghost King clashes with Karen. On the other side, the Titan breaks out of his womb to join the fight. Ramesh tells the Titan that he is not yet at the complete stage of his resurrection. However, the Titan ignores him and sets out to confront the Demon King. At the same time, the Demon King brings down his black flames to put an end to the fight. Just as the flames are about to decimate the bishops, the Titan quickly grabs it, leaving Daesung baffled. As Volk sees the Titan, he calls out to the creature as Hecaton. With a single hand, the giant monster crushes the ground and obliterates all of the Demon King's forces. The destruction is unlike anything that has been witnessed before. Daesung yells in fear as the area all around is being reduced to dust. He manages to survive, but his hiding area has been destroyed. Our hero wonders if his skills are ineffective against the mighty Titan. He then sees the old man who's screaming for his pathetic life. Daesung moves quickly to save the man before he meets an untimely end. However, Hecaton notices the old fool, who nearly has a heart attack, as he sees the Titan. The protagonist appears in front of his porter to protect him from Hecaton. He shoots out the breath of the Flame King from his sword in order to distract the giant. At that moment, he picks up the old man and quickly exits through the gate before the Titan can catch them. After that, the gate closes. Daesung emerges on the other side with the gate cube in his hand. He realizes that the Titan is too much for him to deal with at the moment. The scene shifts to the Korean Hunter Association building. There, a flashy car arrives at the gate, and guards ask to see the person's identification. However, when the windows go down, the guy is shocked to see who it is. Over in one of the interrogation rooms, we see Yunim is bound with devices that are most likely to restrict her powers. Ki-hong sits down on the opposite side of her while typing something on his laptop. The branch manager, who is watching from the other side, wonders why the enforcement officer wanted to arrest our hero so badly. Ah-hyung rushes into the room to give him urgent news, but when she looks at the other side of the glass, she realizes that she's too late. The branch manager is scared when he sees Aslan holding onto Ki-hong on the other side of the glass. The supposed #1 hunter takes a picture and mocks Eunmi for being in such a pitiful state. Ki-hong is enraged by these actions. The enforcer then asks Aslan if he has come to free her. The branch manager bursts into the room and calls out Aslan for being rude. At the same time, Ki-hong tells the guy to let go of him because his temper is about to reach its limit. Aslan quickly lets go, and at the same time, frees Eunmi from her bondages. The manager tells the clown that he is disregarding all the necessary procedures for freeing a prisoner. However, Ki-hong, who is seething with rage, decides he wants to find out how strong the world's #1 ranker is. As he tries to land a haymaker, Eunmi also prepares to face him. However, Aslan stops the both of them from wrecking the place and tells them to calm down. Ki-hong's power completely disappears in an instant, leaving him shocked. Eunmi then says that they have to investigate our hero's powers because it's not something that a regular awakened person can have. Regardless, Ki-hong tells her to stop talking nonsense because Daesung is the person who saved everyone. Aslan acknowledges that the protagonist did a good job. Due to this, he suggests that the Korean Association should verify Daesung's powers. Ki-hong tries to object, but the branch manager accepts the conditions. He tells the clown that the association will discuss the issue and give them a response. Aslan then leaves with his subordinates for the time being. However, Ki-hong is upset at the branch manager for letting them go so easily. The man asks the hunter if he could have done anything to them even if they weren't stopped. The situation is frustrating for him as well, but he knows there's nothing he can do for now. Eunmi commends her soldiers for working hard and tells them to go back to base to await their next mission. The soldiers adhere to her orders and proceed to head back. Back with our protagonist, the system is telling him to rest because he has depleted most of his mana. While he is assessing the situation, Youngchil celebrates the old man's return. Tetsuka then approaches Daesung and asks him about the gate. Our hero tells the captain that the teleportation cube seems to be malfunctioning and that it is connected to Hans's main base. Luckily, since he has the cube, for now, the giants won't be attacking immediately. As Youngchil and Daesung thank the Demon King, the old man asks how he can repay the favor. The Demon King tells them it's fine because he got some benefits from the fight. After that, Youngchil then asks the protagonist to have a meeting with his fan club. Daesung can't believe the sort of silly favor this guy is asking for. The old man explains that the hero's fans have grown worldwide, and meeting them will be beneficial for the image of the Daesung clan. To their great surprise, Daesung agrees to this, and even decides to include all the K-Cats members. The young streamer can't even believe how insane this will be. At the Hans main base, Hecaton dips his hands into the mosh pit and scoops up the poor souls in agony. He devours their body to re-energize and heal his body. After that, Ramesh and the two bishops kneel before him. The high priest apologizes for not being able to get enough blood and says it's because the Titan was revived too early. However, the Titan thirsts for more blood. The scene shifts to our hero, who is angry about something. The camera pans out and we see that the branch manager is trying to explain what happened. Nevertheless, the fact that the manager got intimidated by Aslan's power is not enough of an excuse for the Demon King. After apologizing, the man tells our hero that Aslan wants the association to verify his powers. Upon hearing this, the MC is ready to rip off the man's head, but the manager has no idea why the World Association is acting strangely. When Daesung asks about what their association plans to do, the branch manager tells him that they haven't reached a conclusion. He suggests that they reject the World Association, but Ah-Jung explains that the World Hunter Association is pressuring them with the Ether Core integration license. This is because the technology is being used across the entire energy industry. In simpler terms, she tells him that the World Hunter Association has rights to the technology. With no other choice, Daesung agrees to have his powers verified. However, He says that he'll receive it at his fan meeting. The manager and his assistant are completely confused by Daesung's words. Later on, at the Mesopotamian ruins in Iraq, a bright light can be seen shining from the depths. Deep inside, a strange structure known as the Tower of Babylon stands. There are also a bunch of little robots mining ores inside the ruins. Volks is there overseeing the mining process. He holds an ore in his hand while thinking about how it can neutralize aura powers. The material used in making the gate cube is also from Babylon. A random guy approaches him and informs him that the Korean Association will be verifying Daesung's powers, but there's a condition. The guy tells him that he and Aslan have to attend the hero's fan meeting. Upon hearing this, the bishop wonders why the hell there's a fan meeting in the first place. Over at Youngchil's crib, he is letting his viewers know that he has returned from hell. The Porter clan leader also joins his stream and greets the subscribers. When the young guy looks at his live viewer count, he can't believe how big the numbers are. As he starts to share the story, the numbers keep increasing at a fast rate. He tells them that they only survived thanks to the protagonist. It was on the third day of the old man's capture that our hero showed up. Youngchil then hands over the stage to the old man to tell the viewers what happened at the gate. The old man starts to narrate the horrific sight he saw in the pit. All he could do was watch like a pathetic loser while the poor soul suffered in agony. As he narrates the story, Youngchil notices that foreigners have joined the live stream as well. The chat room is filled with people complaining about how their family members and other people have been disappearing. The old man continues his story, saying that he held on for the meantime until the protagonist came to save the day. Suddenly, Youngchil gets a call from our hero himself. The Demon King tells the kid to connect the phone speaker to the microphone. He puts the phone on loudspeaker and brings it close to his microphone setup. Daesung introduces himself to the fans and tells them to ask their questions during the fan meeting. He tells them that it's going to be held at the World Hunters Association building. Before he can finish, the server crashes, cutting off the stream. The young streamer tells Daesung about it, and the Demon King congratulates him on a job well done. The guy starts crying when he hears the hero call his name. Meanwhile, our hero plans to wipe out the trash at the World Hunter Association before dealing with the aliens. At the World Hunter Association building, the president is in his office with his brother. He turns to Unum, who is also there, and she tells him that the Babylon ore has been laid on the floor. She assures that even the strongest of hunters will be reduced to normal people once the magic circle activates. Aslan asks his brother if he has given up on confining and using the protagonist. However, Darren plans to turn the fan meeting into Daesung's funeral. Over at the Hunter's Hall, Junyoung activates a teleportation cube, allowing our hero and his subordinates to come through. While Daesung is fine, the girls still haven't gotten over the motion sickness. Choyoung catches up with her former clan leader, who tells her that he's been living comfortably thanks to her. He tells our hero that he owes him so much for taking care of Choyoung. The man also tells the Demon King that Dr. Donghyuk is excited about the gate research and promises to deliver significant results soon. Aslan then shows up and welcomes the protagonist. However, Daesung and Junyoung aren't too happy to see the clown. On the other hand, the girls are shocked to see the world's top hunter. The clown starts trying to strike conversation, but our hero has no idea what he is talking about. Daesung points at Aslan and asks him who gave him the right to take his prisoner. Choyoung is worried that something bad might happen, but Aslan doesn't take it seriously. He tells the Demon King that he is just taking orders from the association president. Suddenly, he rats out his brother as the culprit behind everything and asks Daesung to take him down. The hunters are taken aback by this sudden action, and our hero wonders what this clown is actually up to. After that, Aslan tells them to follow him to the 7-star hotel room he has prepared. The hunters just silently watch him as he walks off. Back at the association building, Unum informs Darren that our hero has gone to the hotel room prepared by Aslan. He tells her to tighten the security there and investigate anyone who comes into contact with Daesung. Regardless, she wonders why the president chooses to capture the protagonist during the fan meeting. He tells her it'll be better to have more spectators when they reveal the Demon King's true identity. On the day of the fan meeting, hundreds of people who want to see our hero have arrived at the venue. Newscasters can also be seen with their floodlights and cameras, ready to capture every detail of the event. As the fans rush inside, a news reporter starts broadcasting what's happening around the Hunter Hall. She interviews a guy who introduces himself as Harry, and he says he's an A-rank hunter from Chicago. He plans to gather information about the aliens during the event in order to avenge the family members he lost. After that, the reporter ends her broadcast. At the backstage of the hall, Daesung addresses his subordinates before the event starts, and they all quietly listen to him. When all the seats in the hall are filled up, Youngchil takes the stage to address the audience. Hopefully, the nervousness doesn't kill him. He musters up the courage and introduces himself as the host of the fan meeting event. The whole crowd goes wild, and he commences the meeting with our hero. Some other hunters who didn't attend the meeting are watching the event from their various homes. Yongchil then welcomes Daesung to the stage. Our hero takes the stage along with Seoyeon and Choyoung. Daesung takes the microphone and addresses his fans. Suddenly, the lights in the hall go out, leaving the crowd confused. The main stage then lights up, and everyone starts cheering again. But the protagonist is annoyed because the fans aren't even letting him speak. Choyoung then tells him that their enemies have commenced their plan. A gate suddenly appears on the stage, and a red monster steps out of it. The crowd starts to panic when they see this. As the monsters troop out, the fans believe that the protagonist is responsible for creating the gate. The hunters among them also can't use their powers because of the magic circle. Daesung is impressed at his enemies for using such a clever method against him. Through his earpiece, he communicates with Han-ul and asks him to get rid of the magic circle. The hunter agrees and proceeds to begin the operation. In an underground facility, Yunim is powering the magic circle with a power core device. She notices the power getting drained and tells one of her men to replace the ether core pack. As the guy goes to replace it, someone else steps away to access the door with a key card. He quickly inserts it in the access point, but by the time Yunim notices the spy, it's already too late. The doors open for another set of soldiers who are waiting to ambush the enforcement unit. The soldiers rush inside, and the two sides start to fight against each other. The enforcement officer puts on her black armor to join the scuffle and protect herself. Han-ul rushes into the room and engages in a fight with the lady. Yunim uses her athletic abilities to try and overpower the Korean hunter, but he manages to block her attacks. The other soldiers try to support Han-ul, but the lady rips through them with minimum effort. While they are stalling her, the Korean hunter tells his soldier that they have to deal with the magic circle quickly. The guy then goes to stop the sealing circle. Meanwhile, back on the stage, the monsters are wreaking havoc everywhere, causing the fans to run away in fear. The magic circle around our hero starts to power down faster than he expected. He turns to Seoyeon and tells her that the seal has been lifted. With this, the little brat looks forward to having a lot of fun. She uses her skills to transform the ground into quicksand, trapping the monsters in the process. While they are being held, Choyoung fires her magic bullets at them, which turns the tide of the battle. The vile monsters are caught in a tight situation and are clueless about what to do. The fans then notice that the protagonist is fighting the monsters, causing them to believe that he isn't the one who opened the gate. They start cheering him on and asking him to slaughter all the beasts. Daesung whips out a dagger and decides to have a little warm-up with the monsters. On the other hand, Darren is struck with fear because he doesn't know how his plans have failed. Yunim rushes to him and tells him that they've lost the sealing device room because of a traitor. After that, they notice the sounds of battle from the other side of the door. We see dead soldiers laid out on the floor and staircases of the building. Dongchul and Changsik are the ones who have taken out the soldiers while they search for the association's president. Some light threads suddenly appear out of nowhere, but Heron uses her shields to protect her team members. Aslan then reveals himself and pretends as if his skills aren't working. Changsik decides to take on the clown while the other two go to look for Darren. Before Aslan can finish spouting nonsense from his mouth, Changsik charges at him. The clown binds the hunter with his aura threads, leaving Changsik in a humiliating state. He then pretends that Korea's top hunter is too strong for him, which is why he lets the other two go. However, Heron and Dongchul have no idea what the silly clown is planning. Nevertheless, the two hunters use the chance to reach Darren's room. Dongchul attacks the door with his lightning powers, but his attacks are ineffective against the door's barrier. To him, the barrier is similar to the absolute protector. While he tries to break down the door, Heron notices someone behind them. Inside the office, Yunim tells Darren that they need to evacuate because they can't stop the hero if his powers are not sealed. Darren decides to escape through the gate cube and come back later for the Babylon ore. But before he can escape, a sword cuts through the door, causing fear to grip the president tightly. The door is broken down, and they are shocked to see the Demon King before them. Daesung then asks them if they think it's funny to ruin his fan meeting. While our hero faces the president, the other three hunters are dealing with Aslan. Changsik uses his aura skill on the clown, but Aslan is able to block with his threads. Despite Changsik's furious slashes, Aslan manages to easily evade and close the gap between them. The Korean hunter quickly jumps back to avoid a bad situation for himself. The world's top hunter then acknowledges that Korea's #1 hunter is very strong. Changsik is getting worn out quickly because Aslan's power is more than he expected. The clown then reveals that he is actually the second best ranker in the world. Changsik wonders what this guy is talking about, but Aslan tells him that he might become #1 if his brother and our hero actually die while they fight each other. After that, they see the group of fans who are being evacuated by Choyoung and Soyeon. The girls are trying their best to get the civilians to safety, and prevent them from dying. As the crowd runs for their dear lives, Aslan keenly watches them. Back in the building, Darren compliments the protagonist for being able to break through the absolute barrier. The Demon King tells him to wisely choose the person he wants to mess with next time. If there will be a next time. Anyway, the president doubts that Daesung is even human and feels that he and the Han's aliens are similar. However, the protagonist calls him out for making deals with those same aliens. On the other hand, Darren believes that the Demon King got his immense power from the Han's guys. He tells him that those summoned creatures under his control have the same aura waves as the monsters from the gate. Darren also tells our hero to explain the ominous aura that's emanating from his body. Dongchul and Heron feel that the Demon King might be in trouble at the moment. Due to that, the director steps in to confront the association president. Darren asks the guy to identify himself, and the old man calls himself Korea's #1 hunter. Dongchul explains that Daesung is the best hunter in the whole universe, and says that Darren's eyes are too rotten to see the truth. The president feels like the director is looking down on him and calls the old man a trash hunter. Upon hearing this, Dongchul loses his temper, so Heron tries to calm him down. Daesung goes ahead to say that their planet is different from hell, and he knows people like Darren who will only speak the truth after they've had their lives beaten out of them. He then swears to give the president the beating of a lifetime. Darren activates an ability known as a super awakened paladin. He changes into heavy armor while holding a hammer and shield. As the hunters try to shield themselves from the bright light, the president moves to strike down the protagonist with his hammer. Daesung uses his aura skill nullification to block Darren's attack, leaving the president amazed by his powers. The president is pushed back by sheer force. The hero wonders why he's acting so surprised, given that he is using an aura skill like a regular hunter. He lands a good haymaker on the man's face, sending the guy flying through the walls. Darren crashes on the stage with blood spilling from his nose. He quickly scrambles to his feet and realizes that he is bleeding. Of course, he is enraged by this. Daesung then uses a stealth skill, which the president is surprised to see. Darren starts getting smacked like a punching bag, so he puts up a barrier around him. However, the Demon King easily splits the shield, causing the barrier to fall. Daesung swings down with a final blow from his sword. As Darren tries to block, his hammer is knocked away from his hands. As his weapon is knocked away, Daesung asks him how someone without faith can be a paladin. The president tries to negotiate for his life, but our hero plunges his sword through the man's chest. After that, the Demon King lights him on fire like a rotisserie. The flames continue to burn him until nothing is left of the poor guy. With this, Daesung acquires a 100% implementation rate and releases the seal of the demon god transformation. A powerful aura is released from his body, making him even more terrifying than he already is. The bright aura shoots out of the building and all the way into the vast bounds of space. His entire body becomes clad with badass-looking armor. Daesung marvels at his powers and is surprised that he lifted the seal after he has barely been on Earth for long. After that, he uses his powers to imprison the soul of Darren Anderson. With his demon god powers, the capacity of his soul prison has expanded massively. He then revives Darren's soul, turning the association president into his humble servant. Later on, a news channel reports the events of the gate fracture at the Hunter Hall. The reporter then invites Darren to speak on what happened there. The president then says that our hero and his team are the ones who valiantly dealt with the gate fracture. The superiors at the World Hunter Association wonder why the president is praising Daesung instead of procuring the meat he promised them. The three men are interrupted when the door to the room opens, and they are greeted by the protagonist. One of them yells for their guardians to come quickly. Some people rush into the room, and our hero instantly sees himself surrounded by 4 guards. He definitely isn't bothered by their presence, but one of the old fools tells him that each of the guards surpasses an S-rank hunter. Before the guards can react, the Demon King grabs them with fiery chains and instantly incinerates them. He then asks the old man if they are done with their petty tricks. The men suddenly feel a fear that they have never felt before. Moments later, Daesung walks out of the building after slaughtering every single person there. He meets up with his servant, Darren, and asks the guy why there were only 3 men in the room. The president tells him that the guys who ate the Titan's flesh will not go back to that location. If they find out about the deaths of their partners, they'll do their best to hide themselves more. The Demon King wonders if he should put up more warning signs so that the guys can hide themselves well. The building suddenly explodes. Then Daesung leaves with his minion. The scene shifts to a bar in a dark alley, and we see Aslan enjoying a glass of wine there. He is drinking away his sorrows because of the way his brother died. Yunim approaches him, and he sees that she managed to escape. When she asks about the president, he tells her that Darren is now most likely Daesung's puppet. Feeling confused and scared, the lady asks him what they should do. The clown wants to know if she wants revenge or something else. She recalls that Darren has taken care of her since she was an orphan. However, Aslan tells her to move on. The clown tells her that the protagonist's aura is on a different level from theirs, but she finds it hard to believe. As the door to the bar opens, everyone suddenly passes out except for the hunters. Aslan says that he has never felt the kind of aura he is sensing at the moment. A woman clad in golden bandages approaches and introduces herself as Barakiel, the third ranked in the Celestial Order. Unim's body starts trembling, and she eventually passes out like everyone else. Barachiel finds the behavior of the humans peculiar. According to her, their ambitions stretch to the farthest reaches of the cosmos despite their fragile bodies. Scared for his life, Aslan asks if the Celestial was sent by Daisung. She tells him to be calm because she's trying to save the planet. However, the passed-out bodies in the bar beg to differ. Barachiel then notices that the source of the planet is trying to drive her out. Meanwhile, Aslan is struggling to stay on his feet due to her immense pressure. She touches his forehead while talking about the malevolent stars of Hans and the iron prison on Earth. After that, she gives the clown a mark and tells him that they'll meet again soon. The scene shifts to the dimension where the Hans Titan is. Hecaton rips out his arm and sprays his blood all over the ground. Suddenly, strange creatures start to emerge from the blood. In a matter of seconds, the Titan manages to assemble a massive army. He tells the minions that he needs more blood and asks Ramesh to open up the dimension gate. The High Priest explains that Earth's creatures are brimming with ether energy, and if they are destroyed now, it would disrupt their plans. However, this doesn't concern the Titan, as he yells at Ramesh to open the gate. Caught in a dire situation, the High Priest thinks of a way to make sure the bishops secure those capable of breeding. He then tells the Titan to be patient because opening the dimension gate takes time. Ramesh turns to the bishops and tells them to prepare the gate. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon dimension, the system shows our hero he can use Hell's skills in the realm. He is also currently capable of creating up to 4 apostles. His servants have assembled with him, but they are not sure if they are there for training. As he turns his attention to them, Seoyeon wonders why her master has a devilish smile on his face. He tells them that he's going to make them 10 times stronger than they already are. The director wonders how the Demon King is going to do this. Daisung starts to surround them with intense flames, and they do their best to shield themselves. They start struggling as the flames continue to get hotter, but the protagonist tells them to endure it. Seoyeon can't take it anymore, so she asks her master to stop this madness. Nevertheless, Daesung feels it's necessary because they only have 72 hours until the Hans aliens invade. Over at the Korean Hunter Association, Chairman Jung-ho steps out with his assistant, who tells him that the time has come. He heads to a meeting room and sits with the branch manager and some other dignitaries. The screen in front of them brings up an image of Darren. The Chinese Association chairman, Wang Wei, says that Darren has called for a doomsday meeting, meaning he will have to hand over his position. Darren then tells them that he will resign from his position after the meeting. However, the Japanese and European representatives want him to be reappointed. On the other hand, the chairman of the Russian Association, Mikhail, says that his country will hold those accountable based on the results of the meeting. Jung-ho is annoyed because all these guys are playing politics in such a serious situation. He tells them to shut up so that the president can tell them the reason for the meeting. Darren thanks the old man for clearing the floor. After that, he informs everyone of the Hans invasion that will occur across the world in 3 days' time. While some are baffled by the news, Mikhail asks the president if he will be able to hold the weight of his words. Darren tells them he got this information from Daesung, and he completely trusts it. The president's behavior is new to Jung-ho, and he wonders when the guy changed so much. Even the Korean branch manager is convinced that something happened during the fan meeting. Wang Wei then asks if Daesung is the one who prevented the destruction of Shandong. The other chairmen also ask if our hero is the one who saved their various cities. After that, Darren declares to deploy all the resources of the World Hunter Association. He urges each country's association to prepare for the war. Days later, the city streets are filled with countless hunters. Haran asks Changsik if he's nervous, but he tells her that he's mostly curious. He feels that the war is actually going to break out, unlike her. He then asks her about the situation with the domestic and international teleport gates. Haran tells him that the gates were installed in major cities around the world to reduce the defensive range. With this, the hunters will be able to help themselves. Regardless, Changsik still hasn't seen the person who said that they would be invaded. He finds out that Darren is on a special operation, so he asks about Seoyeon and Dong Cheol. The lady tells him that the guys are carrying out a mission. However, Changsik wonders just what our hero is trying to do. In a huge school building, its gym is being used as a shelter for the civilians. They all seem pretty nervous, since they don't know if this war will be their end. 2 guys are talking to each other, and the blonde one doesn't understand why everyone else is freaking out. He gets a call from his friend Ji-yuk, who says that he's at home. Ji-yuk feels he's safer at home because he thinks monsters will most likely head to a crowded place if they show up. His friend feels he should have done the same because he's tired of waiting in line to use the restroom. The fat blob doesn't care about what happens to others, so long as he is fine. He then hears his friend yelling about the appearance of a gate. Suddenly, we see a multitude of gates appear in the skies. An aura protector is activated around the city while the hunters brace themselves for battle. Dark monsters start pouring out of the gate, and there's no end to them. The city's defenses also charge up their aura cannons and ready them to fire. On the signal, the cannons let out a devastating beam that obliterates the monsters before they can reach the city. As the soldiers see that the cannons are working, they continue to fire. However, the monsters eventually start landing on the ground. Their impact crushes the buildings, destroying different parts of the city. Ji-yuk, who feels he is safe at home, comes face to face with one of the Titan's minions. The monster unfolds itself and gets ready to send the fatso to his maker. With more monsters landing in the city, the hunters quickly take action and start cutting them down. When one of them slices the monster, he turns to his comrades and tells them that the monsters are easy to defeat. However, these ominous minions start to combine themselves and grow bigger. This sends a chilling fear down the hunter's spine. It quickly annihilates the guy, making the others scared for their lives. At the association headquarters, they can see multiple gates appearing across the country, and the numbers aren't going down. One of the workers tells the branch manager that they've formed a defensive line around the shelters and are engaged in battle, but some areas have been left unguarded. Ah-young also tells the manager that the gates and monsters are increasing rapidly. They are definitely in a complete mess, and the manager has no idea how to get out of it. Back on the battlefield, Heron is giving Chang-sik a buff to his skills. The hunter activates his ultimate technique and leaps into the air. He manages to decimate some monsters and provokes the rest to take him on. He uses a massive taunt skill to keep most of the monsters' attention on him. However, Heron thinks he's stupid for using the taunt at their location. The Titan's minions start combining with each other until a massive monster is formed. Chang-sik launches himself into the beast's head without a second thought, causing Heron to panic. Over in Beijing, China, the Shaolin monk hunters are fighting with the Titan's minions that have appeared in the country. Hope is restored in the eyes of the citizens when they see hunters fighting the monsters. The monk tells them to evacuate quickly because the area is dangerous, but the people are proving to be stubborn. As the monk hunters carry on with the battle, the minions perform the same combination move and transform into a bigger monster. The hunters quickly deploy a formation to counter the monster's transformation. However, one of the monks is finding it hard to adapt to the formation. Due to this, the large minion is able to attack the hunters easily. Seeing that the situation has become more dire, the citizens finally decide to run to safety. Yongwol then shows up to assist the troops. Over in Japan, Tetsuka and his fellow ninjas are also dealing with their own share of the battle. With his aura skill, he shoots out a large number of shurikens at the monsters, defeating a lot of them at once. After that, he orders his squad to charge forward. As the troops rush forward, the monsters, as usual, combine to form one large vile creature. This time around, the minions form a huge three-headed serpent. The monster lashes down at them with quick attacks, which the hunters find hard to evade. While the troops are being overwhelmed, Tetsuka leaps into the air to strike down the beast. As he flies down at them, the three heads merge together into one. Tetsuka is caught off guard by this and finds himself in a tight spot. The scene shifts to the Tower Palace at Daesung's house. There, we see the monsters flying straight at the people. A combat unit fires at the monsters with their guns, but the bullets are ineffective. Seconds later, the barrier around the house is shattered. The civilians are thrown into disarray. As they turn to the door, they notice that the parking lot is already swarming with monsters. The vile creatures are causing mayhem while looking for their next target. Our hero's family is hiding in their apartment and trying their best to remain silent. His mother hopes that her son will show up to save them. Just as one of the monsters is about to break down the door, it gets blasted with a beam. A summoned wraith that protects the family appears and refers to the monsters as the remnants of the Chaos Legion. The wraith calls upon the soldiers of the Iron Fortress to slaughter all the monsters in the building. The undead soldiers rise from the ground and engage in a fearsome battle with the Titan's minions. After dealing with them, the ghost informs the Demon King about the defeat of the monsters. Despite telling hunters everything in advance, Daesung is angry at them for not being able to handle a single task. He tells the Ghost King to remain where he is until he comes. Daesung plans to deal with the enemies for breaking into his house and threatening his family. He turns to his servants, who now have horns on their heads and have been transformed into deadly killers. He opens up a gate and proceeds to join the fight with the three hunters.